Good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade for the first ball of this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup game between Pembroke's first 11 and the first 11 of Instonians. It's Sunday morning and therefore we're just a little bit lax this morning. It wasn't that it was a good night last night or anything, but we're here for this Bob Kerr game now. Joining me in the box this morning, Graham Mooney. Graham, you've been looking forward to this game.
Oh, most certainly. Good morning, all. Well, you know, All-Ireland Day is a good day. So I'm just trying to get... So we have James McGee bowling from the St. John's Road end this morning. Facing first up is Andrew Balbirnie, joined in the middle by JJ Gart.
Yeah, we'll have to keep your phone
handy. Because unfortunately, yes, today we don't have cricket clubs.
Yeah, it's just different information from NV Play that Cricket Island use. That's a better ball. This time, Balbirnie pushing it away on the offside.
As we're here in the gazebo because obviously the weather isn't the best, as anyone looking out their window can tell.
Yeah, a bit overcast today, but as Niall takes us through the graphics.
Yeah.
NCU Junior League Division 9, that must be...
Woodville Trees, let's keep that up. Little punch.
And there we go. Pembroke off the mark with an easy 2 pushed into the offside. And the return, well, that went a long way back. Pembroke off the mark. We're going to have to...
With the bat.
Well, with the bat, yes.
Anyone who was with us yesterday... Obviously, we've some big boundaries today to the railway side.
Yes, we have that information.
So, you know, there'll be lots of need for running 1s, 2s, 3s, and possibly a 4 if you're quick enough.
Another one, nice shot. Again, it's nice to see Andy getting up tall and just getting down on that ball.
It's always lovely to get the bat on to the ball early.
Yeah.
Get that feel.
Both of us bowlers.
Yes.
But we still understand how batsmen think.
Well, the odd time I got to touch the ball.
Well, if you opened your spell, if you were the opening bowler and you got 3 or 4 dots through the first, and he's not getting bat on ball, then you know he's getting a bit nervous, and that's what he wants. So sometimes it works. Or you can also approach it the Donald Clissman way, which was send a wide down the leg side, send a beamer over the top, and then hit middle stump before following it up with an offside wide. The most inconsistent and an amazing action that Donald had. Pembroke members of a certain vintage would remember Donald Clissman and the associated Club Clissman, which was always the most magnificent, even with the change of location. It was good.
So
Club Clissman Corner, yes. I mean, there really should be some memorial to Donald's career as opposed to Donald.
Yeah.
So the first over done.
Yeah.
3 on the board.
2 to Balbirnie, 1 wide. So a gentle start for both sides.
Now let's try and keep this updated at least with the score and the fall of wickets. It will make things far easier for the second innings. So we'll have a change of commentator at the end of the 5th over and then every 5 overs thereafter.
So anyone who may have tuned in from Instonians who didn't make the trip, welcome. And we are actually hoping
coffee cup
to have one of your own
the
members
one to the
on
left,
comms
the white
today.
one.
We've put out the invites. Somebody put their hand up, so they may come down a bit later to join us.
Well, we very much welcome any Estonians viewers watching from outside the EU.
early shots fired.
Nicely driven down the ground, and that's a cracking shot. And for a first boundary of the day, you couldn't ask for much more than that.
For your first ball of the day, you couldn't ask for much more than that.
That's it.
That's a lovely shot, just leaning in.
Do you know what that reminded me of?
Me?
Just watching him in the nets. Yeah. You know the way they underarm the ball and just to practice that one shot. And that's what he's done. He's just put his weight behind it and pushed it down the ground. And a beautiful 4. And Pembroke now truly find themselves on their way.
As always is the key. Don't overhit the ball if there's no need. But
it's amazing how 2 former bowlers have become such experts on batting.
Come on, I turned into. I did become an opener.
I think it happens to every bowler. Eventually, your arm can't go over anymore. Nice bit of movement coming back in, going over the top of the stumps. Garth left that one very much on length.
Very much, and it was well judged. Again, the wicket here looking very well despite all the rain yesterday. Great job done as always by Dale and his team to get us starting right on time.
Yep, plenty of games today, of course, in the National Cup as well as the Bob Kerr.
That kicked.
That did leap up at Gus, but he dealt with it again very well. He was in the right position to deal with if it hadn't reared up, and therefore it was just a small adjustment to be able to play it down, and play it down he did. Bit of a breeze coming from the west today, the southwest, which generally is the rain direction. But the forecast is such that we might just get away with being overcast today and get through this game.
I take overcast. No balls. It's a good attacking field here from Instonians to start today. We've got 2 slips. When we say gully, short points, we've got a deep third man, but you do expect a couple of people outside the ring as always.
That's where the 2 people outside the ring are, isn't it? It's down at long leg and third man.
You don't have to.
That's where you're expecting the edges and pushes to go.
I know, but you and I are very much of the...
If I was bowling, then I'd need somebody at cow corner and somebody at square leg, and probably about 4 people between them.
I would have somebody on the dart line. You'd have to judge the correct dart going by for them standing on the roof.
Yeah, I could just see me bowling from the St John's end and Andy Balboni reversing me onto the railway line.
There is an ex Phoenix player who played many years Division 1 or whatever you would call, but the top league.
Nice drive just behind point, well fielded. Your team list that you get, did it have player numbers for Instonians?
No player numbers.
Well, let's try and work that out as we go on.
Okay. Well, the wiki is easy. He's 13.
Well, and I'm assuming that the wicket keeper is Neil Rock.
Yes.
So there's 1.
McGee is bowling from this end.
Oh, I've forgotten what number he was wearing.
Yeah, we'll see now in a second.
Oh, you mean the new bowler?
The bowler coming on now.
Okay. He's looking down to the media centre. Just drops the ball for a second. Noel doing his best for us with the graphics. And he's doing a fabulous job, one has to say. Just to get anything there. You're just a couple of pixels off there. No. Okay. So, McGee, you say?
Yep.
Do you have a first name for Mr. McGee?
I'm going to go James. Jimmy.
Well, we'll go with James, if you don't mind.
After my pronunciations yesterday, you don't want me to go again?
Well, you certainly kept one person in Sydney very, very amused with your attempts.
Yeah.
I thought you chickened out going with his first name, but there you go.
Well, it's what the Leinster players called him.
Oh, that's the first one into the gardens. You beauty, I think you're about to say there, Graham.
New ball, please, sir.
That is an absolutely fabulous shot. Balboni onto that so quickly. Here it is.
Picked a length so
quickly.
Look how
still he is. Back foot moves, trigger movement, and then just onto it so quickly.
It's the picking of the length.
That was
the cameraman's fallen over with excitement.
A fabulous shot from Andrew Balboni. I think he's in tremendous form at the moment.
Well, like that, he had a good knock yesterday. A little unlucky in the way he got out.
Do you know the funniest thing he said yesterday? He was chasing after Luke after he'd been out. He was chasing through the bar and on the... And he's just... Do you know, it would be much easier to stay in and bat for 50 overs.
To be a parent, yes, very much so.
You know, that could be his aim today.
This could be daddyless for 3 hours.
It used to be a case of if you were an opener, don't get out because you'll be sent out to umpire.
Yeah.
So don't get out because you'll have to babysit. But I was gonna say...
And fair play to Kate, because her weekend entirely taken up. She thinks, oh, great, he's not playing T20 anymore, I'll get him back. And instead, Pembroke give him a double weekend. Yeah. So thanks very much, Kate, and we'll see you down here later, no doubt, with the young lad.
Oh, good shout.
That one's a good shout, and the umpire, shake of the head. And I think Andy Balboni would be considering himself, little heart-in-mouth job. Well, there's plenty.
Questions asked.
Plenty going on here, and the umpire now explaining why he hasn't given it out. And look at this. I have absolutely no difficulty with this. The captain has come, or somebody has come in and said to the umpire, "Can you explain why it was not out?"
Am I close? What do I need to do?
The explanation is given.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with that at all.
No.
And the appeal was short and sharp.
Yes, and you could be upset that the appeal didn't go your way. That's allowed as well, because it's a very good shout.
It is a very good shout. Maybe height
is the only, for me, height is the only thing there.
Yeah, I thought got over the top of middle and off.
If anything. But no, you're allowed to ask, and as a bowler, I would always ask, am I close? But wait, is it high? Is it? Yeah, you're allowed to ask.
Plenty of respect for the umpire.
Oh, you do, yes.
That's what you want.
You ask, when he gives the answer, you walk away. And that's what they did. And that's what they did.
Will Houston was umpiring here yesterday. Had a good chat with him in the bar afterwards. A very frank and open conversation, which will remain confidential.
For legal reasons.
Yeah. Well, and also for the reason that I don't want to be able to go into the Pembroke bar and everyone turn their back on me.
Yes.
Don't say anything to him. You'll hear it in the next game.
Oh, yes.
So not fair to do that to people.
Absolutely not. We never would. But, no, look, it was a great response from McGee after being hit for that 6.
Oh.
And he is disappointed, and he's followed up with a few dots here.
They'll be on the table. Amanda came back from the UK. Did you have a good trip? She said, "Well, you owe me €330. What for? 1,000 cigarettes." Okay, good deal. Another over goes past. Graham's now going to write the score down after 3 overs.
It's 13 without loss.
Is that after 3 or after 2? It's after 2,
three,
isn't it?
It's 3.
3. So put down 13 without loss.
We missed the first bit.
Yeah, we'll have a guess between the two.
It was 3
Andy hit a 6 in that over.
And then there was a 4 from 7.
So
7.
There we go.
There we
7
go.
without loss.
Easy maths.
Now cross that out so you really don't see it. Because I was intending to do the same down here again, but we'll go with the names here. So who's bowling now, Graham?
Right, 1 second. Wide ball.
Very quickly signalled as such.
Okay, well, he's number 17.
Oh, I got that.
Okay. Jesus.
You're the one looking up the numbers.
Shane Dadswell. So this is the player Higley was excited to see at the start.
Spell his surname?
Dadswell.
Dadswell. That's a good name.
Yeah. No, the Balburnies. Oh, well bowled.
Candy still on her crutches. As I said to her, I think they're cosmetic now. Ashley, will you go to the bar and get me a drink? No, she's got another 3 weeks in them.
Yeah, I know.
And we wish Candy all the very best. And as I say,
around.
she is racing around the ground now.
So what would you give Gadswell? 6-3? 6-4? Be glad.
For a moment then, I thought you were talking about the field set for him. He's bowling 2 slips though.
6-2 at least. Oh, that's a sound. Is there? No movement from the umpire.
Not given. The bowler never even turned to the umpire.
Yeah, they were very confident. Oh, God, yeah. Look.
Oh. 1 hands on head, 1 teapot, 1 arms crossed.
Well,
Instonians not too happy. There'll be a feeling of injustice there now.
Yeah, always. Well, anyone who's watching on YouTube, you can, use your fingers and if you're on a phone.
It.
Well, and like zoom in.
Yeah.
To have a look now. We don't.
Jay Garth didn't look concerned at all as it went past.
No. These are the slings and arrows of an umpire's decision. Sometimes well bowled. Did get something there.
Well, that one certainly got an edge. It bounced just in front of slip. The keeper couldn't get across to it.
Here is the delivery. Lovely rhythm. No, don't say a thing.
No.
You can't go by noise alone. If there was a noise, we can't hear it here.
Well,
a little bit far away.
So.
No. Well, we've got headphones on.
Just turn up the ground mics. Yeah. Garth now is a little bit rattled here.
Yeah.
He's trying to take him on. I pushed you down the ground for a 4 earlier. Let me take you on again. And it would be a moment, really, for Andy to come down the track and just say, JJ, you're still here.
Relax. It was a dot ball. That's all it was. Now, these lengths are lovely. Obviously, yeah, he bowled a little full in his first delivery that went for 4, but now, since then, he has found his length. Yeah.
That's better from Garth. Getting into line, playing it down.
You'd be happy to
this
get
is
a
very
full
much
pass.
Dadswell over. I've not. I mean, obviously, we don't see much of the NCU teams apart from in the All Ireland Cup, the Bob Kerr. But I haven't heard of Dadswell before. He hasn't appeared on the IP circuit. Is he their pro or South African pro?
Okay.
So liable to be called up any day then.
Oh, that's
This
a nice
time
shot.
Garth has punched it through. There is a fielder out on the boundary by Cyril's way. He keeps it to a single, but I think Garth will be happy enough to get through that over. And after 4 overs now, the score 15 without loss.
Do you know something? I am really happy with how Instonians have set that field. All too often you have teams come in and it's deep fine leg, deep third man, paint by numbers, but they're backing their bowler.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl on the offside, so why do we need a deep fine leg?
Well, there is a thought there.
Don't set bowling or fields for bad bowling.
I did feel that the last delivery from Shane Dadswell was going to be on the shorter
one.
side. Just
Yeah.
a frustration at the whole over, really.
Yeah.
It's so close, thinking that you've got the man a couple of times.
Why pick on the batsman? It was the umpire's decision.
Yep.
All the bouncer to the umpire.
But a good maiden that for Dadswell and for Estonians.
Well, sorry.
Oh, sorry, 2 runs.
There was the wide and the single.
Yeah, your 5s
Sorry.
to a man who's wearing the wrong glasses are not very clear. Oh, that one just coming up high on the bat. Garth certainly working through his innings at the moment. Yeah. And if he guts it out, you could see the free-flowing JJ Garth that we all know and love later on.
Well, this is the whole
But
thing.
he needs to stay here.
50 over cricket is still a form of cricket where you need to use the ebb and flow of the game. Sometimes you're a little under the cosh. You just need to sit back, relax. Well bowled. Flicked nicely into the leg sides. Just be a single.
But again, it's flicked in the air. It's not the cleanest shot from Garth, but he's off strike and he's moved on to 6 now. You can see their strike rates just off to the right on your screen. NV Play not the most friendly and won't allow us to do the normal
unless you pay
graphs and the such. Yeah, the subscription fees are ridiculous. And fair play, once again, I have to say, fair play to Cricket Leinster. They pay the subscription to Crick clubs, which enables it to be used free by the clubs. And I think that's a great investment by the governing, well, not the governing body, by the provincial body.
Which allows us week in, week out to provide
day in, day out. Let's be honest, the amount of cricket that's played down here.
Come on, Cricket Ireland, step up. Don't get in too much of a
The MV Play as well. On the app, it does give you the ball by ball and the scorecard and some really good stats. Like immediately you can see that the run rate is 4.33. Now, Cricket Clubs does that for us as well. I'm not going to go into the merits and compare and contrast like it's a Leaving Cert exam, but I find the information available online with MV Play.
It's difficult to find sometimes.
It can be difficult to find, but once you get into the game, the stats are good.
Yeah.
If you...
Oh, this is true Cricket Ireland, but the stat,
Yeah, just hit the button stats, and you've immediately got the partnerships.
Run rate. You got
so there's good stuff in there. So you'll be able to use that during the day. Now, my problem is we can't put those graphs on the screen. So there's no point saying, show me the worm now.
Unless we get the little handheld and put it over my phone, and that's not happening. Don't know what it'd show up.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. 4s and 6s. So it's runs, balls, 4s, 6s, and strike rate. The statistics that Niall's showing you at the bottom of the screen, as well as the score and the number of overs. There we go.
So ended the over.
Another over gone. I'm going to take a break, Graham. I'm going to leave you and Heatley to take us through the next 5 overs, and then I'll come and replace you.
Because I'm on tea and coffee duty for the scores. Yeah.
So a steady start for Pembroke, no wickets down, and the score now has moved on to 17 without loss after 5 overs.
Oh, obviously, Pembroke will be happy with the start. No wickets down. Instonians disappointed. 2 good shouts, not going their way. You'd say Pembroke happier, but Instonians fighting well here, bowling well. So, welcome, Heatley.
Thank you very much, Graham. Lovely to be with you again. And hopefully I heard you say you'll take Overcast. I'm right with you, my friend.
Yeah. Anything to get 100 overs.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And this, when the draw was made, for me, this was the outstanding tie in the draw.
Two great clubs.
Yeah.
One would say it's a pity not the full gambit of stars on show, but that's Cricket Ireland.
That's cricket as we know it nowadays. So the clubs have got to get on with it.
Yes, no, it's a chance for a few youngsters here in Pembroke today, and I'm sure a few for Instonians as well. It's well played.
So is the Pembroke starting 11 as yesterday's?
Yeah, I see no changes in the team whatsoever. Yeah, so I would expect the batting lineup to be similar. So we would see Blake McDonald in at 3, Jack Tector at 4,
McDara
Mac 5, Feaker 6,
Yeah.
Bolton 7, Murphy 8.
Yeah. I've been looking forward, Graham. I think I mentioned it to you prior to the commencement of play. Looking at this boy Shane Dadswell, really good cricketer.
He looks impressive so
he's
far.
He's had a really good start in the NCU.
Yeah.
Really smashing.
I can
cricketer.
see why. He's quick. He's lovely rhythm.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Stays upright and strong. He knows himself. That's a little over pitched. Just a gentle push down the ground to bring 2 to Balbirnie. But he's found his lengths quickly today and has had a good shout. Personally, I don't think there was anything on it. But the umpire agreed, which is all that matters.
Absolutely.
But no, he's bowling well so far.
Lovely to see Neil Rock playing.
It's been a while.
Great player is our Pebs.
Another just over pitch, but this time finds the fielder. Feel the temperature drop again.
Yeah. I'm not sure I've seen Andy in such imperious form as he has been this last month.
Yeah,
he just looks fantastic.
He's been great, and he was into the 40s yesterday and just got caught in the crease a little and a bit unlucky with an inside edge that went on to leg stump. So you could be argued he was a bit unfortunate.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, but he has just looked.
Well, that's
$1 million.
Yeah, that 6 was definitely worth a couple of 100,000.
Yeah, it was a shot of the day.
So at the end of 6, we're 19 without loss. I think we have a change of bowling. No, McGee's continuing.
No, yeah.
This is the thing about All Ireland Day. We make so many errors in the players, we don't recognise them. We do get used to a lot of the players from all the, the Division 1, Division 2 stuff.
Yeah.
You'll have to forgive us for not being as up on our players from, as Craig put it, outside the EU.
Yeah. Well, it's been a really strong start to the season for the Instonians club. They've been certainly one of the informed teams in NCU cricket, and even at this early stage you can see why. Both McGee and Dadswell have just hit their straps very quickly.
Well, you can tell it's a... Oh, there's the rain. Is that rain? You can tell it's a professional outfit in the way they prepare, the way they're acting out there. There's the rain, heavy. It's suddenly come from nowhere. Batsmen looking to go off. For some reason, the umpires want to chat about it. And this is where you need strong umpiring.
Yeah.
You don't need to have a chat. Okay, Instonians wanted to stay on, judging by a couple of ground mic comments. But it is heavy, and we saw yesterday that the showers were heavy but short. So that's what we're hoping for again today.
Yeah, just looking at the forecast this morning, certainly not as bad as yesterday's forecast.
Well, that's why we're hoping for quick breaks, and that's why it's important to let the grounds staff get the covers on if necessary. You want that pitch surviving the 100 overs and playing fair for everybody.
Yeah.
I think. Well, obviously, without our Pembroke hats on, we just want to see a good game of cricket.
Yeah. Well,
and a long game.
I hope we're going to get that, because certainly if it goes the distance, as I said earlier, for me this is the tie of the round, and the All-Ireland is still, I think, it's the great competition in Irish cricket.
Everyone wants to win it.
Everyone wants to win it.
Yeah.
And I'll throw into the equation the National Cup, which in my opinion has been one of the huge successes, Graham.
That was a great introduction.
Fantastic.
Because from speaking for myself, who came from a junior club, it was always seemed to be that gap between senior off on their own, the senior clubs, and you didn't think about the clubs that weren't at that level. And now those guys get to have that same feel. The waking up early on a match day, the travelling to a new club that you've never been to before, going with your mates, road trip, playing a great game, hopefully making new friends, because, well, for me, over 35 years of making friends and enemies, but it is about what, the experiences you get. And if you're playing the same teams week in, week out, that National Cup, All-Ireland, gives you something special.
And I know, having seen a lot of the National Cup over many years now, it's taken with the same intensity as the All-Ireland, rightly so.
Cork are playing Kerry today.
Yes, that's we Cork versus Kerry. That's a great. We'll keep an eye on that one, because
that is a cracker.
Yeah, in the Oval, in the Oyster Oval. Because speaking of trips, a couple of years ago, Pembroke went down for a friendly with the Kerry women's team that they were trying to set up. Great weekend had by all, and it's a lovely ground. It's one of the most picturesque grounds in Ireland, I would argue, just on the bay.
Well, I have to ask the question, if you absolutely flushed it, could you put one into the sea?
Yes.
Oh, yes, if the tide's in.
At high tide, yes, you could. Okay.
No, well, sorry, not me. I'll give a few of our players, I'll give some other people. Yeah, maybe if I got a taxi. No, definitely some of the hits you see, like I will go Tim. I will say if Tim, middled it, the way he can strike a ball, you're definitely you need scuba gear to get the ball back.
Well, certainly I haven't. I haven't had the good fortune to see the Oyster Oval in person. Seen so many lovely photos of it, of course, but certainly it is a ground that I look forward to getting down to in the next,
and of course,
very short while.
And that's what these cups offer you. A chance to go somewhere you never will, possibly again, depending on how.
Well, I saw a great piece during the week on Kerry. Cricket Ireland had done a piece, and it was really lovely, and it just spelt out exactly what you've been saying about the National Cup and how important and what it means to the guys playing for Kerry Cricket Club. They just feel part of Irish cricket.
Yeah.
They are a huge part of Irish cricket, and that could be an absolute humdinger now today.
Yeah, there's nothing like a Cork-Kerry match.
Well,
in any sport.
I watched Cork Limerick last night in hurling, and it was one of the greatest spectacles I've ever seen.
I haven't seen it yet, but
it was. If you get a chance, Graham, it was just
penalty shootout.
But the skill factor, skill factor was just remarkable.
It is it's like we were talking yesterday about hockey players as well.
Yeah.
The Indian hockey players who can stop the ball, and like the hurlers are a lot like that as well. They grow up with this skill level that one can only dream of.
But the athleticism of these guys, Graham, that's what is
tough as nails.
Fit as fiddles.
Yeah.
Tough as nails. Quick. there's no substitute in any sport, for being quick over 10 yards in any sport.
Well, they do say that. Yeah,
to be able to leave your man, to be able to.
Craig, of course, has to come in with darts. What? There's nothing like a quick round of darts. Throw 3 at the same time. Whoa. What's up with you?
I do love the quick entry that the darts players make. Oh, brilliant.
Hey, I've seen. I grew up in the 80s. I saw a lot of darts players knock down a quick half points during a match.
Yeah. I think there was a couple of the great Jockey Wilson, the great Crafty Cockney, the great Eric Bristow.
One of the great clips that you can see online is of a darts match, and I think it was no, not the comedy version, real life version. And it is 2 of them lighting up for smoke before the leg start, and one pulls out the lighter and lights up the other player's smoke. And
well,
athletes.
How big has darts become now?
Oh, yeah, no. There's a lot of money in it, but you can't judge a sport is a sport. You can't judge. They all have their own, integrity. Yeah. And like that, the modern players are nothing like that. They actually do, train.
Of course they do. They're fantastic.
But when you talk about I think that's the key in any sport. It's the great players they always say have time.
Yeah.
Time on the ball,
and they've a way.
The great batsmen see the ball early. They make what that 0.3 of a second look like 3 seconds in picking a shot and placing the shots. Yeah. So that's the step up.
Well, I think that you're so right. The great batsman just. The feet of a ballerina, Graham, isn't that what they say? Which they need.
You're on your toes, you're on your heels,
You're just.
Which reminds me of another great sporting movie, an Aussie sporting movie about Aussie rules football in the 80s, and the players ended up learning ballet to become better players.
Yes, yeah.
It was a terrible movie, terrible comedy. Great Aussies movie though.
Yeah.
So I think we'll take a little break, just from us rambling on, because it looks like it's going to be at least 5 or 10 minutes. There's no sign of any players. They're outside, and I think the scorers need libation. So I'm just going to pop down and get them a coffee and a tea. So I'll just leave you for a moment.
And just before I do, I see one of the legends of Instonians making his way over here.
This is the man who was going to put us on.
There's only one man who could wear purple shorts and a beige top. And I'm going to come off air because I've got to give my friend a hug.
Okay, we'll talk to
6 point.
Talk to him on air, actually.
Yeah. Rosie, come in here. Now. Now, I am absolutely delighted. And I was wondering, would I see you today?
Of course.
I knew that. Welcome.
Thank you, Heatley.
How are you, my friend?
Very good.
All well?
Could have been a lot better.
Yeah. Messy old day again. I don't know what it was like. We were, Pembroke were playing Leinster yesterday, and eventually the weather just won the battle in the end. It was a horrid day, a really horrid day. And particularly sort of the Dublin 4 region seemed to get the worst of the day.
Yeah.
But you guys were playing Muckamore yesterday?
We were, yes.
You came out on top?
Yes. 85 played 10 wickets.
Okay.
So,
well, we were just talking about the start that Instonians have had this year. It's been powerful.
Yes. There will be days that we will not hit it on, but certainly even Thursday night, the boys are pumping around to start with, and then all of a sudden, two good catches in fairness, and then you're chasing it straight away.
Well, sure, look, that's as we know, my friend, that's cricket. That's cricket.
It's nice to be playing that way, mind you. Then.
Yeah. But you've a great squad at full strength. You've a powerful starting 11.
Yes. We have. Yes.
You do.
Yeah, we do.
And I am sure that you look forward to being in contention for silverware this year.
Well, hopefully. Yeah, there's there's a lot of top teams now in the NCU, and a lot of teams are strong down to 6-7.
Yeah.
So there's not really any chance for to really fall down.
Yeah.
And be. I mean, Whitey's getting better and better every season now.
Well, I suppose the question I ask him every year, and I'll ask you, is he ever going to retire? And the answer is probably no, because as you say, he's just getting better year on year.
I always say to Whitey at the start of the season, I'll judge the standard on what Andrew White does in the season. And at the moment, there's very few can take him on.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Well, you know, I was just thinking the last time I saw Instonians in an All-Ireland match was a game you and I will probably never forget. You had the great Mick Delaney playing.
We had.
You were playing YMCA, and it was an Andrew White-Trent Johnson battle. That tells you how many years ago was that. And I've always said that spell by Mick Delaney, that day was the quickest I've ever seen in Irish cricket. I will never forget it. And I'm sure
what a day.
Oh, what a day.
And
what a game. I mean, it was a fantastic game of cricket.
I remember Trent coming into the bar at Shaw's Bridge, and he was showing everybody the mark where the ball had hit and been caught and hadn't been seen.
Well, I also remember his first ball off his helmet for four. Do you remember it?
Off Delaney.
Off Delaney. And he just stood there, and you got the impression that he just hadn't seen it. It was one of those glancing helmet blows that just flew to the boundary.
It was Ireland's loss. He had it.
Oh,
he was mad, but was very quick. He was so quick.
Oh, well, have a shot at what year that was, Rosie. Would that have been 12, 13, 14 years ago?
Maybe more.
Could be more, yeah.
Could be more.
Could be more, yeah. Could even be fit. You're right. Yeah. But I was only thinking of it coming down here today. And I always say it was one of the very best games I've seen in all. It was fiercely competitive. And you were talking about the great Andrew White. If you remember his stint at Trent, it was just a brilliant battle of two great cricketers. You know, it was compulsive viewing, and a day I will lives long in the memory.
We had just relayed the square, and
yes, correct, yep.
And all of a sudden, the wickets just changed. We spent the whole summer playing away on poor wickets, and we just decided we'd take the gullies up of every wicket so that we could drain them all straight away and keep them fresh for the big games. And it really has helped with all the players can play through the ball now, and that's what cricket's all about.
And probably the only player playing for Instonians that day who's playing today is one A
White.
A White, would I be right? I don't think there's, looking at the team sheet.
Well, Shano is the only other one.
Shano played that day, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and he is now helping the seconds.
Okay, in Instonians?
Instonians, yes.
Okay.
And he is, he's setting fields that kids wouldn't even know to set.
Yeah,
and I think he's quite enjoying it.
Well, I think
don't know, but
you talk about Mick Delaney being quite simply scintillating when he was in top form. But James Shannon, I put him in the same category. Again, I remember a T20 game in Shaw's Bridge that you and I did about 30 laps to, and it was one of the finest T20 innings I've ever seen. I'm sure you remember that as well.
I did.
Yeah. I mean, he was such a brilliant player, James Shannon. Always remember his 60 against India as well.
Yes.
If you remember.
Yes. On a Friday night. Was it Friday night?
Yeah.
Friday night,
yeah.
And the Instonian contingent were all down.
Yeah, that was out in Malahide.
Yeah,
I remember it.
Beautiful night.
Yeah, glorious.
Glorious night.
Yeah, it was a glorious night. And
I remember giving you a bit of stick in the bar afterwards, I think.
giving me a bit of stick?
I was giving you a bit of stick.
That'd be unlike you, Rosie. That'd be most unlike you.
And your three boys came to, came to
I know what's coming next. Oh, stop.
Still waiting for a pint.
Yeah, well, today is the day.
Well, not today. No.
Are you driving?
Driving, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, okay. So life good for you in general, I hope? And
oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Enjoying
Good man.
the season. And Mum and Dad are still watching away there at the cricket, so they're...
Well, I don't know whether they would have the ability or not to tune into today's game, but maybe if you could phone them,
yes,
and because wouldn't it be lovely?
Yeah.
And I always remember the late great Davy Holmes, who you would remember fondly.
Yes.
And he used to always refer to your mum and dad as the king and queen, the royalty of Instonians Cricket Club, if you remember. Holmes, great man.
Great man.
Did great work. For
him and Robin had good bits of banter.
Yeah, but Holmesy did great work for NCU cricket, always wanting the best for...
He put it on the map a bit.
He did,
again,
absolutely.
After, because the Northwest was probably doing reasonably well at that stage.
Yeah.
Especially in the All-Ireland anyway.
But I remember then getting Holmesy to... I won't say take an interest in cricket south of the border, but he just did. And he was a great cricket man, Rosie. He loved the sport.
He did.
And yes, his passion was NCU cricket, of course it was. And he was an Instonians man, sure.
He was.
I think. I remember him telling me about a famous tour to Barbados. I probably heard the story close on 100 times, but with every time he told it, the story just got better and better.
He was some legend.
He was. He was great.
The story that you probably wouldn't have known, whenever Holmesy was out of Inst, and maybe 5 or 6 years after that, he took on the captaincy of the Fifths, and he loved the Fifths because it was his level, and he got a few runs and blah blah blah. But his mother and father didn't like him being around the bars in Shane Park, so. The mother was going through every club, every changing room, every bar, every kitchen, anywhere, toilets, everywhere. Couldn't find him anywhere.
Looking for her Davy.
Her Davy. And we had put him in the boot of his mini Metro. And he kept going. He's looking in, and the boys are going, shh, shh, they're over there, they're over here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And Peter Russell, he closed the boot and said, well, that'll keep Holmesy quiet for the night anyway. There's no fighting in the bar.
Yeah. Oh, no, he was a great man and a great Instonian. Yeah. But Mum and Dad are well?
Yes, they are.
Great. Right.
Just moved house after 59 years. So.
Wow. That's a big move.
Big move.
Very big move. Of course it is, yeah.
And they've just... well, Dad's just decided that the driving isn't really for him now,
anymore.
So, but still wants to go to the matches. So, so it's a bit
great. Well, with your non-Instonians hat, give me your thoughts or your prediction for today, please. Two very good sides.
Yes.
Two excellent sides.
I just don't understand how Cricket Ireland are not allowing people to play cricket. I find that astonishing. I mean, it's next week.
Yeah.
Boys need to play, bat on ball.
Yeah, well.
It would have been an even... Well, we were quite happy when we saw the team sheet from yesterday, thinking it was going to be similar to today. So
exact same starting 11 for Pembroke. Yeah.
Pembroke, yes.
Yeah.
And
but look, it's
I will be having a little word with the umpire, because that is the straightest LBW that I have seen for a while. So anyway,
well,
it all goes.
we'll
Even
move.
Balbo was laughing there.
We'll move on from that. But anyway, we were just talking about the nick that Balbo has been in this year. He has been really in great touch, and as you know, he's gone up to the Warriors.
Yes, yeah.
But
he's playing.
He's great. He's great, and of course, you for so many years looked after the Knights.
Yes, I do miss it actually.
Do you?
Yes,
yeah. You were such an integral part of all things Knights cricket for many's a year.
Yeah,
you were fantastic. The job and service that you gave the Knights for so many years, and I'm not surprised to hear you say you miss it. How could you not?
Yeah,
it
was a good team with Jaunty round us.
Oh yeah, terrific.
It was
terrific.
Yeah.
A lot of very good cricketers.
Yeah, I just everybody wants to see a lot more international cricket. That's the key.
So will you get up to Derry, up to Breedy this week or next weekend?
No,
you won't. Okay.
I'm going on holiday actually.
Oh,
so a few people will be happy with that, to hear that.
During the cricket season.
Yes, during the cricket season is right. Yes. So.
Well, I'm going to Breedy, and the fact that you're going on holiday brings an absolute smile to my face. Peace and joy at the cricket. Peace and joy at the cricket. That's all I can say.
Well, I have already organised the for the summer matches, Ireland, England.
Oh yeah.
So
look forward to that in September. Yeah.
Yes, we have Airbnb booked and
all.
all.
Oh, great.
So the two boys are coming down.
Great.
As their Christmas present.
Oh, lovely! What a lovely prezi.
So,
yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. So we're playing.
So where?
A bit of golf at Malahide.
Okay.
And in between days. So,
okay. Cool. Sounds like a lovely couple of days.
Yeah, should be good crack.
Where are you going on the hulls?
My sister has a place out in in Spain. So.
Okay.
So she.
What part of Spain?
In Mallorca.
Oh, lovely. Gorgeous.
She's just built it there in the last 15 months.
Okay.
So it's.
Is this your first time to visit it?
No, we've
been before.
We've been out. Yeah, been out before. So
okay.
It's cool place to be now. Nice part of the world.
Okay.
So we had John McCormick lost his wife during the week there, and we were all up at Macklemore yesterday, sort of supporting him through, which is a great man of NCU cricket as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the legends are falling, unfortunately.
I think right across the island. Falling.
Yeah. It's powerful to hear.
So many great cricket men. Well, the good news to bring you, if you're joining us this morning, this is an All-Ireland match, a much anticipated All-Ireland match between the hosts Pembroke and Instonians. Promises to be a belter of a game. We have bowled 6.3 overs, 6.5 overs have been bowled, and Pembroke are 19 without loss. Andrew Balbirnie is on 11 and JJ Garth is on 6. Joined by one of the great men of Instonians and Irish cricket. I'm delighted to have Andrew Rose with me. And he, like I, is looking forward to... I think when I saw the draw, Rosie, I said to myself, this is without a shadow of doubt the
big game.
Yeah, it is the big game.
Yeah.
And we were just saying prior to you coming on air, it's a fantastic tournament, the All-Ireland, isn't it?
Yes.
It's the one that I think every club enjoys.
Yeah,
every club
very much so.
doesn't mind getting an away draw to see perhaps a new ground. And
although if you want to win it, you have to.
No, absolutely.
You want a home draw.
Yeah.
But most of our boys are so used to playing here anyway with interpros and under 19s and stuff. So it's.
We were talking about your overseas player Shane Dadswell. Good player.
Good player.
Yeah, very good player.
Great man in the dressing room. Keeps the boys going in the field.
Okay.
He has a lot of energy. And
forgive me for asking, is this his first season with you?
No, second.
He was with.
Wasn't here last year because he was trying to get into the squads.
Yep.
For the T20 tournaments.
Yep.
So he decided that he would come back to Belfast for another gig.
Okay.
And he loves it here.
Okay.
He really loves it.
Okay.
So we don't know where he'll end up, but I suppose he'll probably have to go back for wages. But he has been very good indeed.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
And so the game, thankfully, is about to commence. It's looking a lot brighter now, thankfully. As I mentioned just a minute ago, we're 6.5 overs deep into the game. James McGee, who has bowled exceptionally well this morning, continuing his spell. Tell me a little bit about James, Rosie.
Well, he came through the school and has been at the club all the way through. So, and even though he lives right beside North Downs ground,
okay,
but he doesn't get the.
That's the first ball since the rain break, and JJ Garth gets a volley on leg stump, which he has no difficulty in dispatching. Sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, James is just he regularly just puts the ball there and hopes.
Yeah,
like every bowler, but he he just does his 10 overs every week.
Yeah.
And there's very few weeks he doesn't get the 10 through.
Yeah. We were saying with our Leinster hats on as well, Rosie, nice to see Neil Rock playing in Leinster. Lovely. Such a great player. He's been with you a while now. Obviously, he had that incredible innings there 3-4 weeks ago. Unbelievable. Yeah. And I see
Rocky here.
I do. I saw Rocky, had a great chat to Rocky earlier on, and the family, I think, are here as well, which is great.
Yeah.
They're all here, which is great. Soft hands, well bowled.
I think it was over a few pints that Rock deal was organised.
Well, I have no doubt of two things. One, you were involved, and two, pints were involved. So when I put you, pints, and Rocky together,
it's not great.
It's not great, and
No.
I think I knew the outcome. I think I knew the outcome prior to the start of the conversation.
I was actually thinking last night, I'll maybe try it down after the match 'cause it's so early. And then I thought, because I knew Rocky likes his Saturday nighters. But
Yeah,
I came down.
great for him to just come across the river and see his son play today.
I think the change has helped.
Oh, hugely.
Yes.
Hugely,
And
hugely.
And he fits in so well with the boys.
Yeah.
He is
Sure, he's been part of the night side now for
so long.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, he'd know all the guys so well. And
When you think of meeting either Heatley's, either you were picking up the two boys into Dundalk or
I remember of course.
and then back up to train it.
Yeah. Sure, that was
And then there were
part and parcel of.
that was the start of the whole.
That was
the
the,
whole
was
thing,
the
wasn't
start
it?
of the whole
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Neil was still at school, I think.
Yeah, he was. She was
Yeah.
only a child.
Yeah.
So, Dadswell continuing his spell. It's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Alberni just lent on that. That's as nice a shot as we've seen
good,
today.
yeah.
Just waited for it. Beautiful head position.
If you look at Balbo and Rock and boys like that, who've seen, it's so easy to them.
Well, we were only talking about this very subject, the back end of play before the rain break, and they were just saying that it appears as if they have that extra bit of time. Yeah, they just have that extra second or quarter, a tenth of a second, whatever it may be. And that's your point just there with that shot from Balbo there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that innings of Rock on that Friday night, oh my goodness.
Colossal.
There were sixes in any ground,
Yeah.
which is...
Yeah, well, he's
But he sees it so early.
Yeah.
And I got
Remind me who you were playing that night.
Cheapers. Trying to remember now.
Was it Woodvale? I don't remember, but
the good bit of crack was that we had a mini cricket games going on in the hockey pitch, and the ball was just
pinging into it.
Into the hockey pitch, bouncing about 4 times.
Yeah,
and no
dangerous nearly for the.
No kids were touched. It was quite amazing.
Yeah, but it can be dangerous.
Yeah. And then Owen Lambert, he loves going to the river and finding balls.
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't watch too much cricket, but
That reminds me of the late great Roy Torrance. He was a great man with the fishing net to scoop out those valuable cricket balls, because you more than many know the cost of a new cricket ball now.
Crazy money.
Yeah, big money. Big money.
The big problem is at the start of the season is that teams don't have 10 over balls, 20 balls, 30 balls, 50 balls game.
Of course.
And the way they're losing them now, I mean, all the grounds, even Pembroke's, look small now with the bats.
Well,
and
it's
the
the modern day player,
Yeah.
Rosie. They hit the ball long, far, and hard.
And if you'd looked at old scorebooks going back, then cheapers. It was dot.
Yeah.
Now it's 6-4.
Well, you would have been of the same vintage of me, where a T20 game being played, 120 was a massive score.
Massive score.
Mm-hmm. You were home and hosed if you batted first and posted 120.
Yes.
Weren't you? 9 out of 10 times you were home and hosed.
Yeah, I think we're
nicely played, well fielded.
Everybody's trying, and certainly in the NCU, is to get the right system for the T20s, because I mean, if you ask some of the lads now, they're just going, lads, how can I make Warringstown when I work in Belfast for 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
And it's not given the chance of the tournament, and it's
Nearly the respect, because it's a huge. I mean, people of course have their views on the 20 over format, but it is an integral part of cricket, and it's going nowhere.
No.
It's for many, certainly pro clubs and in the franchise world in which we live, it's their bread and butter.
And the clubs, what they're wanting a bar taken on a Friday night.
Yes, of course.
So they're not playing Thursday because there's more people about on Friday.
It's a nice shot from.
So then generally the boys are getting Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Which isn't good either for the boys, especially going back to work or whatever they're doing
absolutely.
after that. It's a long, especially two 50 over games that go the full distance.
Yeah. Delighted to be joined by Andrew Rose. Of course, the Rose family, just totally synonymous with all things Instonians Cricket Club. That is a cracker of a delivery. An absolute cracker.
My dad would say, as an ex-wicketkeeper, he loves rock because he's a left-handed wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
He's a bigger reach.
Yeah. It's a very good point.
He always
Haven't heard that said before, but I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
His story was whenever he was at school playing at Inchmarlow, which is the primary school of Inst.
Yeah.
And he was struggling with his sight as a youngster, and then he got glasses. So the master decided that his best place for him to play was at wicketkeeper with the glasses on.
Yep.
And that was him. And never looked back.
He remained there all his life.
Yeah.
He sure did.
So
So progressing nicely through this, and for those of you who have just joined us on the stream, can I bid you a very warm welcome to Sydney Parade. Lovely to have you with us this Sunday afternoon, just coming up to 1:30.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good shot. It's a really good shot. Again, getting himself into position really quickly there. Big outfield today, Rosie. We were just commenting on that yesterday. It's the one thing Pembroke have is space. You know, it's fantastic. And
it is.
Yeah. It is great. And
it's a great cricket ground.
It is a great cricket ground, yeah. I agree with you. It's one of the very best in the country. Dale McDonough,
we're actually up in at Muckamore, the new apartments around the ground.
Lovely.
Really encloses it now, and they were saying last night that they're getting less vandalism because people are living right on the...
Okay, yeah.
So it's...
interesting, yeah.
The ground has, my goodness...
Changed beyond all recognition from your days, yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. All for the better.
All for the better,
All for the better, yeah.
Well, there was... Mr. Granger used to own a lot of that area in there, and now it's big companies coming in now and being built there for change. So
just a slight break in play here.
So we're doing a bit of work at Shawsbridge as well, putting new sight screens in.
Very good.
And the bunker is about to get a facelift anyway.
Okay.
Which I think all away teams would be very happy to hear that.
Okay.
So I remember whenever we started looking at Shawsbridge and the size of the ground and whatever, and Dixon and Carson had the tape measures out, and saying, "Jeepers, that's a fair size of a ground." And now you're looking and going,
yeah,
it's just too
bang.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I think there's not a cricket ground in the country that's not saying that now. You know,
Breedy would probably be one of the biggest grounds around, well, except short at the
But hopefully we get a dry week. It's always great to have the West Indies in town. There's a man you recognise behind you, Rosie.
Oh, the legend. How's it going? Good to see you.
I'm sure people are enjoying your times.
So we're 9.3 overs deep. Pembroke now 37 without loss. Andrew Balbirnie on 18 and JJ Garth on 16, well bowled.
Well, with the West Indies in town also has the story back in the day when Dixon Rose was president.
Oh, no, Rosie. I think before that story is told.
There's a few people don't know it now.
I'm going to say a million thanks.
No problem.
And I hope you'll join us perhaps later in the day.
I will indeed.
You're here for the day, and it was lovely to chat to you. That was, of course, one of my very old friends in cricket, Andrew Rose from the Instonians Cricket Club. And I'm going to hand over to Craig, who will take us through the next short stint.
Well, McGee continues, and he's put one down the leg side to start with. Many thanks to Heatley and Rosie. Great to hear the old stories. It makes me feel younger. I'm now joined in the box by Graham Mooney. Graham and myself will take you through for the next few overs.
It's good to have the players back out there after that little break.
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying to our viewer, it was great hearing Heatley and Rosie having the chats and chatting about old times, and then we had to get them off air before the stories got a little bit too libelous.
After the watershed.
So maybe there'll be an after hours episode.
But
at the moment, Balbirnie and Garth going along quite nicely. They're both in the high teens, 38 without loss. It was after 10 overs. In fact, I might write that down while I can. Graham, you might have a look at the MVP, which it is, MV Play, and you might see on the ball by ball if you can give us the overs at the end of the 7th, 8th and 9th. Well,
excuse me.
We haven't trained in our fellow commentators on note-taking as yet.
Perfect, yeah.
And that one just played back at McGee.
So at the end of the 7th, it was 31-8 loss.
7th over went for a few then.
Sorry, 7 point. Sorry, how do you call it? End of the first. Okay. So, end of the first 3, end of the second 7, 13, 15, 17, 19, 25,
25, yep.
31,
31,
33,
33,
37.
37. Well, it says 38 on the board.
They obviously got a single in there.
So we'll credit that to this over. 10.5 overs gone now.
Yeah,
the strike rate's very similar, about 50% at the moment, and you know, it's there or thereabouts. But the important thing, as we keep saying, game after game, week after week, we keep saying it's wickets in hand.
40 overs, wickets in hand.
And if these two, Garth and Balbirnie, can see off the opening, Dadswell and McGee.
I've been really impressed by Dadswell.
Yeah, fine player. Rosie was talking about him, saying, you know, last year he was trying to get into franchise cricket. This year he's up in Instonians and loving life.
It's not a bad part of the world.
It's a very nice part of the world.
Good ground, good club. Why wouldn't you have a good time? Especially
enjoying your cricket. Oh, that pulled away by Balbirnie. He was onto the length of it so quickly, pulled into mid-wicket. 4 more runs.
That's the key there. He picked the length so quickly, and then, well, McGee, he'd be sub 90 mile an hour. So,
well, yeah. I mean, if especially on a damp pitch, and it can't be easy at the moment for the bowlers because the ball is travelling across ground that has been rained on, and there's bound to be some moisture getting into that ball, and you feel it in your hand as well, where your fingertips feel soft.
And again, I actually don't know. I'm assuming this is like the league where they use 2 balls.
I haven't seen, but
I think I can see one in the square leg umpire's hand.
But
so,
I think you could be right. It's a new ball at each end.
Yeah, so that means at least with the damp outfield, you're elongating the life of the ball.
Absolutely, because it's drying off in the umpire's pocket, if nothing else.
Yeah. And
Dadswell, another good delivery, just kept out by Garth.
That is the length he just needs to bowl all day. Really, that's where he's found the most joy.
It's where he's caused the problems, isn't it? Just back of a length, and it's lifting nicely. He's enjoying the wicket, let's say.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him bowling from this end. You know, we're in Sydney Parade all the time, and you generally have number 1 bowler coming in from the St John's end, not from the nursery end.
Well, although we often saw some of our number 1 bowlers, they switch ends.
Oh, everybody sort of switches ends during a game, but normally you start off. Your quickest bowler and your most dangerous bowler, shall we say, would bowl from the St John's end rather than the nursery end. It
was always the end I bowled from when I came here.
This one takes the edge of the bat from Garth. It runs down to third, wide of first slip. It would have been short of second slip, so a shot without danger, really.
Soft hands, beautifully played.
Yep.
No, when I was younger and coming here as the opposition, I always did enjoy bowling from with left arm over. I did enjoy bowling from this end. I didn't worry about the boundary too much.
That one really put in with a bit more effort. You could sense but then again, very little follow through from the bowler. No. He bowled and then seemed to apply the anchors straight away. Normally when you're putting in that effort ball, your follow through, well, depending on how young you are, I suppose, your follow through can take you through to the batsman sometimes.
We often see Barry McCarthy going right down the other end.
This one guided away to third very nicely as well. Again, just take the run that's on offer.
Well, again, the key to any cricket match is building your score, and you have to take those 1s and 2s, especially with the big boundaries here today.
Oh, what was the score at the end of 11?
Sorry, we're giving out about other people, and we're not playing. It was. Sorry.
Nice ball flashing past the edge of Garth's bat, and that ends that over. So at the end of 12, 43 without loss.
42.
42 without loss after 11, 43 after 12. And they're going along quite nicely. This is a steady start. We often talk about, heavyweight boxing fights where the first 2 rounds are nothing but sparring, and how far does your hand reach and how does mine, and various different things, sorting out how high is it bouncing.
Seeing how the pitch is playing, seeing what's in the opening bowler. Well, we're going to have our first change of bowling today.
Oh, yes, indeed.
But yeah, you'd have to say Pembroke on top in the first 10 overs, just because of the no loss of wickets. It's not an extreme run rate at this time, but the fact no wickets down, you would say part 1 to Pembroke. So
number 8.
Number 8 hasn't popped up on the scorecard yet. That's a little too wide. Just be a single.
Real loosener delivery, that one. It's almost like it came as a surprise to him he'd be bowling, and he hasn't done any warming up, because that was just short wide, played through for a single.
I think, the other thing Pembroke will be...
Did you find out, number 8?
It still hasn't refreshed to show that first delivery. Yeah, it's not as quick as... That's the other thing. I always find MV play a little bit slower than quick clubs.
This is a 50 over game. And Steve McCormack is predicting that Neil Rock is going to score 200 today.
Ooh.
He might not need to score 200. So many other things could happen before that, certainly a most capable batsman.
I absolutely agree. He will score 200 and fall just short in the run chase of 400. But it's Cade Carmichael from the St. John's Road Ends. No, that would be, obviously already this season, Pebbles has had a amazing knock for Instonians earlier in the season. Oh, that's just...
Yeah, I heard Heatley and Rosie talking about that earlier, a few weeks ago. Cade Carmichael, of course, now a full international.
Yes.
He appeared in the recent ODI series with the West Indies.
So he's been looked at more of a 50 over than a 20 over bowler, obviously, at this stage. Or maybe for his batting. They're looking at 2 here because it's in between the 2 fielders, and they are going to be able, despite it being just to the pavilion, they're able to pick up 2 with some early calling.
I don't often see 2 to the chapel.
No.
I've watched Cade play for a couple of years now in the Interprovincial Series, and he's a fine player and well deserving of that spot on the Irish side.
Oh, just short. A little bit of a shout from the Instonian players because it just stayed in the air.
I'm assuming that Cian Rock is related to Neil Rock.
I would assume.
It popped up on the live chat.
Yes.
And well versed in who the players are. Thank you very much, Cian. Do keep the comments coming in on that live chat. If you're a subscriber to this channel, you too can send your family-friendly messages through to us or to the rest of the world.
From all around the world, as we found yesterday, with viewers in Switzerland, Australia.
Australia not quite so surprising as Switzerland, but the land of the cuckoo clock and Swiss cheese.
I do love that line by Orson Welles. Yes. What has Switzerland produced in 500 years of peace? Cuckoo clock.
Well, another change of bowling. It's a double change.
Yeah. So at the end of that over, it's 45.
There is the card at the moment.
47. Stop looking at the screen. It doesn't update.
So, number 32, Graham.
Number 32. And it is yet to refresh. And we are being told... Oh, we've got a viewer from Beijing. Excellent.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I will have the 34 followed by the 62, please.
Oh, Graham, no, that's straight into stereotypical.
Oh, I love
and Balboni straight into the right leg side. Takes a single from that one. Well, that would certainly be a yellow card in my book. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, racial stereotyping.
Okay. I'd say the menu numbered.
And whoever it is in Beijing, thank you very much for joining us. I'm finding it very busy on the phone today.
Sean
Dalton.
Thank you.
What's the CIE Econ for? Do you see after his name? It looks like his qualifications are there. Anyway, did you find out who number 32 is yet? As Balboni, well, whether he knows him or not, plays him straight back down the pitch again.
It is still not showing. Jeez, this is awful.
And great to see. Absolutely fabulous to see, and I'm delighted to say, and we will see them soon.
Yay.
But Kate Hurley and the Nick Stapleton fan club have tuned in for this All-Ireland clash. I hope Nick's with you.
Yeah, hello.
This one tapped away to the leg side by Balboni. He goes through for the first one quickly, enables him to take the second.
He's probably busy getting measured for his suit.
Won't be long before that wedding comes up. So yes, great to see the range that we're getting from viewers around the world.
George Craigan. C-R-A-I-G-A-N.
C-R-A-I-G-A-N. Okay.
So
ironic that I have to ask you how to spell Craig, but there you go.
It's my pronunciation.
Well, Craigan into his first over from the nursery end. And he's having a decent start so far. So this is the fourth bowler we've seen today.
It'd be interesting to
And somebody from Leopardstown. Wow.
Wow.
And do you know the amazing thing? They now have electricity up in Leopardstown.
When did that happen?
It must be a recent thing. Great to hear from you, Peter. 50 up for Pembroke, 14 overs gone now, 51 without loss, and it's that without loss that Estonians, well, they had a very good LBW shout early on, didn't they, Graham?
Yeah.
And, Pembroke will consider themselves fortunate that they got the rub of the green on that decision, and Estonians will feel hard done by, and probably rightly so.
Absolutely.
But
the catch, I would say, was not out. I don't think it got near the bat.
This one's in the air, chips around square leg. Goes out towards the boundary rider, who comes in and just in the right correct way fires the ball at the wicketkeeper's ankles.
Yes.
The Kevin Ryan approved method of getting the ball back from the outfield is having it smash into your ankles as wicketkeeper.
Yeah, now you have to say, if the fielding side, you're very upset. If you're the batting side, you're very happy with the way the decision went. I'm sure it'll be replayed once or twice.
I'm sure it already has been. Yeah. However, it makes no difference to the scoreboard now. 51 without loss. Balboni has moved on to 27 and is going along with a very steady scoring rate of 58. But it wouldn't take much to change that.
No.
But they've done really well. They've seen off both the openers now. They're into the change bowlers, and we're just seeing K. Carmichael into his second over. Balboni just plucking the runs, taking them where they are.
Well, of course, there's change bowlers and then there's change bowlers. So, from an Instonians point of view, they'll just be hoping to keep it steady. As you said, it's the run rate isn't anything, worrying at the moment.
No, you wouldn't be overly concerned from an Estonian's point of view. A bit of a breeze coming in now. Not quite coat weather again yet, but not far off it. Well, under the gazebo, yeah. I see people down the sidelines. Hoodies and jumpers seem to be the call of the day as far as the forecast for visiting fans and home fans turning up might be.
Well, the coffee is flowing in the bar. It's being kept
topped up by Sean.
Yeah, it is definitely the favoured beverage so far today.
Yeah, coffee outselling beer, certainly. This one comes off the hip, runs away on the leg side. They'll get through it. This will be a leg by. The umpire's hand goes out.
Wide.
Oh, it's wide. I thought it had gone into him.
Yes. Okay.
I thought he'd taken enough of that, but maybe it had come off the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, because it did go down.
Oh look, Ashley's doing a lap by himself now. He's just abandoned Candy on one of these laps. Is he still hobbling on behind, or
he's had all he can stand, and he can stand no more.
But yeah, it's not warm now.
No.
That breeze certainly making a difference.
It's also the type of breeze where you feel the temperature drop, which means there
could be rain in the vicinity.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll skirt around us.
The north wind's coming, well, it's swirling around the ground at the moment, and I think that's part of the problem, is the sea breeze isn't strong enough to keep the rest of the weather away from us. Balbirnie again, tucking one to the leg side.
Good, strong, quick
And this
call.
time, Cragen, it is doing the fielding. Once again, as we pick up more names of the Estonians players to go with the numbers on the shirts.
Well, from a Pembroke point of view, this is good that we don't know any more names than the bowlers and the wicketkeeper, because there'd be no catches showing up. Quick look around at some of the other games in this All-Ireland, just in between the overs, just to give you a quick update. Marion are 2 down against Donamana. CIYMS are 35 without loss after 6 against Railway. Marion 39 for 2 after 14. Phoenix 85 for 2 against Malahide. That's 18 overs in, so obviously they've had no delays today. And Lisbon are 48 for 3 against CSNI, and that's 12 overs in. So maybe, and then finally Clontarf 48 for 3 against Rush. Good start for Rush.
That's a nice ball coming back in at the right-hander, but he sees it off handily enough. Punches it back down the ground.
But even a better one for Leinster after their performance with the ball yesterday here. They follow that up, and Balbriggan are in trouble at 76 for 4.
Going well for them at the moment then.
Seems no play really in Coleraine today. Only 3.4 overs showing, and it's already down as reduced overs to 47. That's Coleraine against North County. Coleraine 15 for 1 after being inserted.
Yeah, this weather seems to be fairly consistent across the island. It's going to be showery here and there, and some grounds might get away with it, and other grounds are going to get, well, the short end of the stick, as they say.
Yeah, very much. Oh, that's picked
quickly
brilliant.
onto that. You could see him just spring into action. He saw it was on, got into position.
Just over the boundary. That's a great effort from the fielder. Almost through the net, blurry. It was blurry.
Fielder in the cage.
Yes.
But there we go. Just quickly pulled it away. Knew it was safe in the air around there. There is a fielder. They keep him caged down there apparently.
Yeah.
And he went for it. And a great effort to try and get there. It wasn't to be. That's James McGee doing that fielding, and fine effort from James.
And watchful afterwards.
That ball full of length and just fired in at the feet. Balbirnie just watching it, keeping it out.
I know we had this conversation yesterday, and Niall loves the odd bouncer thrown in, just to keep a batsman honest. I would bowl less than him.
Going out there.
But I definitely feel today is more for, just back of a length fuller with the ball.
Well, certainly the opening bowlers showed that Dagsworth, certainly did show the right length for his pace anyway. So there we go. That's 15 gone. The scoreboard on our screen hasn't updated, unfortunately. I'm sure it will soon enough. But, oh dear, I must look rough today. Even my phone doesn't recognise me.
Maybe it's because you're too pretty.
60 without loss after 16.
That's a nice shot. It won't get through the covers though. Feel they're able to come around.
Isn't it? It's such a weird game, cricket. You can play the worst shot in the world. It comes off the toe of your bat and flies away for 4 down to third man, and you win a game. Yeah. Or you can play the most crushing MCC coaching handbook picture, glorious off drive.
Yeah. Makes the crowd stand up.
And you're either playing in a park where the grass is so long the ball only travels 3 yards, or you hit it straight to a fielder.
Yep.
It's a cruel game in that respect sometimes.
Yeah, story of my life.
What, you always playing the correct MCC?
Yes.
60 without loss then. Balbirnie's moved on to 31, Garth on 21 and facing.
Granted, I missed the ball half the time and it hits the stumps or my pads, but I played the right shots.
Yeah. It would actually be a novel thing to do, actually, would be to take clips off YouTube that we filmed and take the MCC coaching handbook and
Yeah,
combine the two.
But it'd also be good to show how many times the bad shots get runs. It's like the bad ball gets wickets.
Carmichael going down short.
Oh, that's a
lovely bit of footwork there. Great bit of camera work by Niall Walsh, but more so a great bit of fielding down there in the deep.
Right in front
Maradona.
Right in front of the Instonian fans, and they loved it.
In fact, it's more Martin Keown than Maradona. But
He went in 2 feet. That could have been a yellow if he hadn't got the ball.
No, only
no,
1 foot.
Okay.
And hooked it back beautifully. And what a perfect place to do it as well, right in front of the Estonians fans.
Oh, there's rain
and
coming.
now Pembroke players starting to leave the pavilion and head over towards the covers as another fine mist descends on the ground.
Yeah, it's gonna rain. It is raining. It's not heavy because we can't hear it on the gazebo, but it is starting. Yeah. Now, hopefully, it's another short break.
No, you tell us when, and we'll burst into action. I'll leave Graham. I'll leave you on mic when Niall says. If I see drops there, we will immediately go.
Yeah.
Going now.
Wide given. Okay. So wide given by the umpire. Just feeling he left that out a bit too much. Bowler questioning it, as we always do. But another run added to the score. Brings it to 63 with just 1 ball left here in the 17th. That's better. Back onto the line of off. And that is the end of the 17th over. Brings the score to 63 without loss.
Well, it's not the largest score in the world. They're going along at quite a nice run rate. Nothing too hot.
Yeah, but
this partnership of 63, doing a great thing. The Manhattan's fairly consistent, and the Worm certainly is consistent.
Yeah. I always laugh though. This is where on certain days, this would be where they take the first of 2 drinks breaks on those glorious sunny days that we dream of.
Sunny days certainly would.
17 and 34. That's when you know it's not a great day.
Well, they're going along at a run rate of 3.75. There are
first look at a spin, new bowler.
I have to wait for that one to refresh though.
So just the 2 overs for Craigan, and they've decided to try a bit of spin in Instonians. We're going to have some left arm around coming from the nursery end. Bernie to face.
A new challenge, new problems to be solved by Balburney.
Of course, there was a left arm around bowler who got his wicket yesterday. Just getting caught in his crease and nipping the ball coming back into the body.
Well, that was one of the things about yesterday, was how many left-handed bowlers Leinster had.
And they didn't even use their other left-handed bowler.
Thank you.
Kane Robinson, we've been told.
The oracle that is Heatley Tector, working far, far better than the technology of NV Play. Another one, this time Garth deciding just to keep that one out.
Yeah, you would say, apart from the rocking back onto the short delivery, just no real shots in anger yet today.
Not needed.
No. You could see that's well bowled. Lovely feeling from Instonians, keeps it to a dot. So after walking towards the covers, Pembroke players have gathered halfway between the covers and halfway going back to their seats.
You can just see their
they can't decide
milk
what to
bottle
do.
legs in the top left of the screen.
There we go. They're all there. They don't know what to do.
And it's got to be tough for the spinner as well. As we said, it's going to be greasy out there and the ball's going to pick up moisture, so you are going to have a problem there. The wine gums. Yeah, you see, it's the unfriendliest thing for people without their own teeth. As Garth plays one out to long on and takes the single. And at the end of this over, we'll have our second guest commentator of the day. I suspect we'll get Theo Lawson in with you for a while, or with me. Okay.
You know him longer, you can ask him better questions.
GDPR forbids me from asking those questions.
Well, you know
Another
the
over
answer.
gone then. That's 18 done. The score is 65. Is it 65?
I have 65. The scoreboard 65.
And that was Kane Robinson. Did we see what number he was?
Sorry.
That's all right. We'll get him again.
Yep.
We'll get him again. And as Graham makes his way after 18 overs, coming in to see us through to drinks now. Good afternoon, Theo. Yeah. There you go. And there you go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, we've had the interruption with rain. Kay Carmichael bowling from the St John's end. So how were the feelings in the Lawson camp before this game?
Good, as Helen Paul and I was saying to Heatley there, that we just need to be confident here. Very good start, 65 for none, no wickets down, as you guys have been saying, is very important. And if we can get a score here, we can really put them under pressure with our bowling attack.
Yep, Pembroke side shorn of a few names today. Tim Tector, Gavin Hoey, recent call-ups to the T20 squad, which also has Lorcan and Harry and Barry and well, I'll say Josh, but I think he's more a Middlesex player at the moment. So, you know, there's 4 or 5 players, but it has given opportunities to other guys like McDara, Cosgrave, you know, but great to see Andy back in the middle as well, Theo.
Yeah, exactly.
You can tell us what it's like when you've got Andy coming back into a team where he's been away on international duty and, you know, and then he comes back into the team. How does that affect the dressing room? And, you know, is it another weight of experience that you can lean on to as captain?
Yeah, definitely. Whenever any of the Irish guys come back, but especially I was saying to Heatley there that Andy looks like he really means business. Yesterday he looked like he was set for a big score. Now Monday he got 60 odd.
Well, I mentioned earlier I was talking to Andy after the game yesterday, or after he was out yesterday, and he was chasing Luke around the bar and around the grounds, really, Luke deciding where he wanted to go. And he said it would be far easier at about 50 overs than this parenting lark. So perhaps today he's got his head screwed on of a sort of, no, I'm staying out here for the full 50.
Yeah, exactly. And touch wood that he can stay out there for the 50. If he can bat close to 50 overs and the rest of them bat around him, we'd be set up for a big score that will set us on our way.
That's the ideal. That's the ideal. Of course, you're an All-Ireland Bob Kerr. Where's your medal?
Yeah, it's I've got my 4 medals, the league, the Leinster Cup, Alan Murray Cup and the Irish Cup. I'm trying to get them framed all together, the kind of the big 4 down here.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Up in one of the wardrobes somewhere.
So the idea is to get them framed, but you haven't actually done anything towards getting them framed.
No, I've got the 4 team photographs. So 2008 was the Alan Murray one, so I've got that printed out as well. So it's just getting them in a frame. It's actually harder than you think if you don't really know.
2008 was Rick France's era, wasn't it?
That was, yeah, and there was a scorcher down here that day.
It was the day after Kevin Ryan's wedding.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. I had to go to a family lunch. I was only down here for the toss that day, but still, memorable day. And I remember seeing the pictures of Bill Whaley and a light stand in the gazebo up by the bar where the traditional music was being played afterwards.
Yeah, and I think I remember seeing some of Ryan Hopkins sick on the outside the door as well. Again, I know Hoppo's listening. He's travelling back from Spain today. Nick Stapleton was on to me yesterday evening, eagerly looking forward to this game. So,
yep, he's with the rest of the fan club. There's a little bit of backwards and forwards between bowler and batsman there.
Yeah.
Garth not getting that one on the middle, that was for sure.
Yeah, it'd be good to really see JJ knuckle down here and again kind of bat another 20 overs and get a really good score that we know he can do. It'd be nice to see him to get a good score on a big stage.
You were watching earlier, you'd have seen the horror over that JJ was having. And we said then that if he battled his way through this tough stage, it would suddenly get an awful lot easier, and that's a shot that would release the pressure, certainly.
Yeah, exactly. JJ's got loads and loads of quality, so if he can just knuckle through any of the hard bits, I'm sure he can go on to get a big score, and it's a really good shot, kind of a trademark JJ shot against the spinners.
It is. He does enjoy that one. Scattering the crowd of one. Robertson gets the ball back. It will be a bit damper now. He uses his rabbit's tail.
Instonians a bit quieter now after that opening burst.
Garth getting a good stride in there. On this occasion, Robertson wasn't going to repeat the same mistake twice and disappear down to the Willfield Road gate again. Mid on, dropping back to long on. Bit of chatter close to the bat. And that's nicely played again. You can see Garth is having the sense to wait for the ball he wants rather than trying to chase something else.
Yeah, exactly. Breen O'Rourke was telling me that Instonians are probably more of a batting side. So again, these bowlers look like they're just trying to contain it. So again, getting through that opening spell was big for us. And now we just got to keep building on it because there is a bit of firepower to come.
Well, great to see Andy and Jonathan doing so well in this opening partnership. JJ's usual partner, Tim, of course, he'll be going up to Breedy next week. One hopes he gets a chance to play with his brother Harry in that Irish side. Carmichael to continue.
Yeah, now just seeing that Irish squad with so many Pembroke names in it.
And yet we get done for a starring infringement.
I know.
6 players at the top that we can't put into the list, and we get done for a thirds player who's injured. 5 teams got penalised last week because of that error. Well, diving behind point, not quite enough to stop the ball, but enough to slow it down on its way and keep it down to a single.
Another listener watching from overseas is my future sister-in-law. Paul's fiancée is making her way back from her hen party.
Oh, good hen party?
In Spain. I haven't heard, so...
Well, if you haven't heard, then it must be brilliant.
So to make sure I gave her a shout out.
Sean McCormack tells us he's watching from Mountjoy Prison and enjoying the coverage. Well, I hope free association hours enable you to see the entirety of this game, or you have a mobile phone hidden somewhere in your cell and you're watching on that.
No prisoner deserves to have that on the TV.
Oh, JJ taking on the fielder on this occasion, gets through quite handily for a single in the end. Pembroke flag is sort of trying its best to blow. The wind just keeping the clouds high at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think we've been lucky to get away with a shower kind of just went around us there. Sharpie has sent me a text there. He's listening as well. Late night in Sydney as well.
Early morning for him.
This is a big game. I think the viewer numbers are definitely up today, so it shows what an important game for both clubs this is.
For Pembroke, it's certainly one of the larger games of the year. For us on the stream, you do find that first team games obviously attract more viewers than anyone else, as that's a beautiful shot cut wide. There is a fielder out there. It will just be a single for Balbirnie. Yeah, our viewing figures are best obviously for the first 11, but the Bob Kerr's just got that little bit of X factor, pixie dust. Everyone wants to see how you're doing in the All Ireland. Yeah,
exactly. And I think again the quality of the coverage that Pembroke brings. I think when teams travel here, there's the visiting team's supporters are keen to log on and see the action. And again, hear from the quality commentary that comes through as well, not like some of the silent streams that go around. Yeah,
I think the silent streams are missing a trick. Even if somebody goes into the box and does 10 overs, I think it just encourages more people to do that, and the more you get commentary in, I think the more your viewing figures improve, because it's like watching Test cricket. If you're at home and you watch Test cricket with the volume down, you actually have to watch everything. Whereas if you have a commentator, you know when to watch, because there's suddenly a change in the voice.
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, a silent stream is better than no stream, so it's good to see a lot of clubs getting on board. But again, like a lot of things, Pembroke leading the way.
Oh, punch through on the onside. Beats the fielder, lets them get through for a single. And the score just plodding along. This is more than adequate, happy enough. Just 3 overs after this one to drinks. I wonder if they will take drinks at 25, having been off for rain earlier on.
They won't.
It's not like anyone's going to be suffering from dehydration from the sunlight anyway.
No, things going along nicely here for us again. If these two can just keep batting, get us through to maybe 30 overs, and then we've got a platform for Blake and Jack and the rest of them as we go along. Again, another good single by JJ.
Well, isn't Jack Tector in some form at the moment? The century against Adamstown out in Early Park earlier on, but that innings against Merriam was something else.
Yeah, no, really, really good to see. He's probably had, by his standards, a couple of lean seasons.
Seems to be enjoying his cricket now, Jack.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a license there now in the middle order, a bit of a different role from what he's used to growing up. But yeah, a bit of a license there. And again, if we can get him in with about 20, 15 overs to go with runs on the board, again, we'll be in a good place.
Well, Instonians yet to break the opening partnership. It moves on to 80 now. In this, the 22nd over. Robinson coming in from the nursery end. And the bowling, he's bowling good line and length, but these two bats are good enough just to steer the ball into a space and take a single and pose a different problem to him. End of the 22nd over then, 83 without loss.
Again, it'd be interesting to know what a good score is out there. Again, I think anything above 250 would certainly be a tough chase.
It'll be a challenge anyway, yeah.
Yeah, and Pembroke attack is missing a few bowlers, but again, there's some quality bowlers in there, and if we can get a couple of early wickets.
Well, again, as we say, with players being away on representatives duty, holidays or injuries or whatever the case may be, it does give the opportunity for other people to step up and really cause problems for the club when everyone's available. You know, people like Mark Berry, who's done a fabulous job as a change bowler for the first, will be expected to lead the attack the last few weeks and has done a good job. They're missing Byron McDonough and Ollie Riley, obviously Barry McCarthy, you know, so, but the bowlers who are coming in haven't let anyone down, and I don't expect them to today either. That's a nice push in through the offside, beats the first fielder. Another single easily taken. I think Carmichael probably will see us through to drinks, to the 25th over anyway. Yep, I know you're going to go and break it.
Yeah, I should go and find some duct tape first. That's what I figured out I was going to do.
Nicely clipped away. Not enough sweeping going on out there, Theo.
No, we're doing exactly what we need to do at this stage, as I say. Keep those sweeps in the bag for the last 20 overs. Get ourselves a platform after 30, and then we can...
Then you can go sweeping.
Exactly. A few others can hit them bigger straight than I ever could as well.
It's been a very disciplined bowling performance from Instonians. Very few extras, I suspect, at this stage. What are we at? 77? 7 extras in the first 23 overs.
Yeah, no, they've kept us honest, but the two lads, Andy, one of the best batsmen in the country, if not the best, and JJ not far behind them, they've ticked it along nicely.
7 boundaries we've seen so far. 1-6 for each of them. Balburney leading the chase for 4s, 3-2. That information in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. As Carmichael receives the ball.
Yeah, they've been quite disciplined because they know if you drop a tad short to Andy, you'll end up in the gardens.
This one shaping back in towards Balbirnie, played behind point. And that ends Carmichael's over, the 23rd. Three overs gone. 86 on the board. And when you're here now at this situation, Theo, you're a couple of overs before drinks would normally be taken. Let's say that there wasn't a rain delay and drinks are going to be taken at 25. How do you approach these 2 overs? Does it change your mindset that drinks are coming up, or do you just keep going and then suddenly go, oh, we're at drinks?
I think they're going to just keep going along the way they have been, just make sure they're both there at drinks. And then a big thing when I was playing was make sure you win the next 5 overs after drinks. Don't lose any wickets, and then you're at that 30 over phase where you've got that platform. So again, Andy White coming on, who's a cunning off spinner.
Well, the current chairman of selectors for the Irish side.
Yeah, he'd be looking to make something happen. So again, don't do anything stupid, long on and long off or back. So he'd be looking for something that direction.
White just coming on this 1 over before drinks from the nursery end, and then we'll have 1 more from the St John's end. But he's just, it's sort of like throwing a joker down at this stage, isn't it? If he takes a wicket, great. Balbirnie pulling away from the delivery, the umpire.
JJ actually, and I think I've seen that before from Andy White where he bowls it.
He's halfway through his run up before JJ only looks up now as the ball's coming out.
He's bowled it from behind the stumps. I've seen that before. Him and Kyle McCallan were renowned for trying a few things. And again, it's a tricky one as an umpire. Obviously, JJ wasn't ready.
I mean, you could see that just as he looked up, you saw the straight arm of the bowler. What? So, quite rightly, he just pulled out of it. White looking to get through his over quickly. This time just driven back past the bowler. Single taken. Yeah, Andrew Wright for years, stalwart of the Irish side. Has gone into the admin side, but still playing here in the Bob Kerr. Balbirnie takes another single.
Guy's still batting sensibly, so that's good to see.
Yeah, taking the runs that are there, but not trying to manufacture anything.
Good job.
Nicely dropped down. How many shots did he play to that ball?
I know, and then the bowler running the other way. But again, what was that? 3 or 4, 3 singles, I think, off that over. So again, now, just ticking along.
White and the umpire having a discussion about that delivery that JJ pulled out of. It's quite funny because Andrew White knows exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I think could be an off-spinners thing. I know my brother's tried it before, and I'd say he'd probably have words with the umpire as well. So keeping everyone on their toes.
So Carmichael to deliver the 25th over.
Again, the wicket looks good, but again, it doesn't look like again, probably the overhead condition. It doesn't look like a road, so 300 might be a bit of a stretch. So I think the guys be thinking anywhere around 250 plus.
That would be an ideal sort of target to be setting, I think. I mean, the way they're going at the moment, without too much concern, you'd wonder, with all 10 wickets in hand and half the wickets to go, will there be a change of approach after drinks, or will they just slowly ramp it up?
think slow, as I said, the first 5 overs after drinks will be big for both sides. If we can make sure we're none down going into the last 20, and I said it before, I think Blake McDonald is due a big score. So if we can give him that platform going into the last 20, with one of these guys batting through, we're in a very good position. But again, Instonians have been very disciplined, not many extras, and not many bad balls.
The weather must be improving. When Niall starts taking down the walls of the gazebo, you know that things are a lot better.
Well,
A bit breezier now, but better.
It is, and I'm in shorts as well. It's a bit.
Yeah, that was a strange choice. See, Harry's gone with the puffer jacket and longs.
Yeah, no.
Tim's just gone with the longs.
Yeah, no. 2 Tectors fashion setters around the brook these days. Harry's always looking at the latest magazines to see what's.
Well, that's a lovely shot into Cyril's way. And it's how quickly he gets there. And that brings up a nice way to bring up a half century for Andrew Balbirnie. He moves on to 51. It's taken him just about 11 balls. And it's 2 6s and 3 4s have seen him through to that half century. It takes the score on to 96. And that's how it happened.
Yeah, as I said, that's trademark Balbirnie at his best. Anything a bit short, especially at that pace. I think the bowler's lucky that he hasn't ended up in the gardens. But again, a really good knock, and hopefully Andy can go on.
Carmichael putting a little bit more into that delivery. That ends the over. The players do head towards the pavilion, and the rain delay has made no difference. Drinks are coming out. Well, that's as you say, Pembroke in a very, very nice position there at drinks. How do you see the second half going, Theo?
Yeah, I think we'd be happy enough with that. Just a touch under 4 runs and over. Ideally, probably a few more runs on the board. But as we've said, wickets in hand is big. So again, a big 5 overs after drinks can set us up nicely with all our batting remaining as well. So it'd be nice to see Andy bat the way through the innings and everyone else bat around him. But again, JJ's been excellent there as well. Instonians have been very disciplined, not giving us too many bad balls. Any bad balls have been put away.
And that's shown by the extras, 89, 7 extras in that first 25 overs, and that's a very disciplined performance from Instonians. They did have a very early LBW shout that they will feel aggrieved about, Pembroke will feel relieved about. If it had been the other way round, it would have been the same, no doubt. But apart from that, Pembroke, well, they're 96 without loss. Garth and Balbirnie closing in on the century. Andrew's just reached his half century, and Pembroke in a strong, good position at the drinks break in this first innings. Right, Theo, we'll take a short break there. If you just flick up your microphone upwards, that mutes you, and then we'll take a short break and we'll come back after drinks. Well, many thanks to Theo for joining us for that 10-over stint, and we'll talk to him again later on. Normally, I'd have Graham here now, taking you around the grounds. Uncle Johan has arrived. Well, many thanks to Niall and his technological know-how. There is the card so far, as you can see. 6 bowlers used by Estonians, and for them, not a wicket between them yet. You can see the bowlers up front doing a fine job, and did have a close shout, but no wickets down. And you can see Andrew Balbirnie, 51 runs from 81 deliveries, 90 minutes. 3 4s and 2 6s. He's joined in this partnership by JJ Garth, 38 runs from 70 balls, again 90 minutes. These two have been together since the start, and he has 2 4s and 1 6. So it's been steady stuff. They're up to 96 without loss at drinks, and both sides, well, I think both sides, the Estonians would have liked to have taken 2, 3, 4, 5 wickets.
Yeah.
But
They
Pembroke
take
haven't
one
got
of the-
away yet.
No, but as always, as we always say, it's set up nicely. This next 10 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the bowling has been good. There's nobody being...
Disciplined.
Yes.
Disciplined.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to hear Theo's views on things, looking at it as a former player, former captain.
Recent, yeah.
You can see that part of his heart wishes he was out there.
Oh, of course. Being an All-Ireland winner, this competition had meant something. Just
Ozzy says he has 4 medals. I asked him where his All-Ireland medal was, and he was talking about Leinster Cups and Alan Murray medals and the medals that he won. He's looking to get those framed along with the team
picture,
photos, which would be really nice. So if anybody out there knows who does framing, or framing are us, or whatever that may be,
Well, there was Place and Swords did one for us.
you might pass those details on to Theo later.
Oh, it's quite a while ago.
Amanda knows somebody who does it, but it's very personalised.
Yeah.
Does each frame individually, so it's not the cheapest of things.
No,
but
because the one we got done was her father's. Oh, that's well bowled and filled. Yeah, after her father's death, it was given to us. Now, it wasn't probably the shirt he wore, but it was his number and the club, because he played for Clara, and he was on the county winning team.
Yep.
So that was a huge deal.
Amanda got my bought me a Lions jersey for Christmas a couple of years ago, and then she said,
down the track.
Andrew White off to celebrate, and he has to turn around and stare dumbfoundedly at the umpire. Does the teapot.
Outside the line is what
Looks at the
Balbirnie is
batsman.
trying to suggest. And now they're trying to run him out, claiming the ball isn't dead. Now it's fun and games.
It's all fun and games until it's not.
Yes.
So
Till the umpire takes offence.
here it is again. It's really the wrong end for us to have a good judgment on it.
He looks to
Outside
play
the line could be the call.
Yeah. He was looking to play leg side. Now again, we can't tell with the body's in the way.
Yeah. So
I think the umpire should have come up and done that, and he's eventually coming up and doing it. Should have been a bit quicker there.
these two have taken the score on to 97.
It looks like there will be one early finish today. There'll be definitely Balbriggan 97 for 8 against Leinster. Well, Leinster bowlers Joey Carroll is having a good day. He's got 4 wickets. He bowled well here yesterday, and he's continued that form into today.
Here on Sharp, he's in touch from Sydney.
And Danny Hogan in Barcelona.
We're having viewers from all over today.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if we got once to 5 continents? That'd be great.
7 continents.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's unlikely. Not out of the realm of possibility.
Why wouldn't some scientist down in Antarctica
Nothing else to do.
say, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
I'm in 3 months of darkness, and I can watch how dark it is in Sydney Parade at the moment.
Okay.
It's the graph more than
I was sticking on the possibility of 5. Well, okay, we'll go 7. Always go for the higher.
Heat detector will be back on comms soon enough. Hopefully before you catch your flight, Danny. I presume he's there to catch a flight and he's not working in Tyrac.
TL, not HT.
Theo,
Oh, Theo. Oh,
Yeah.
we'll have Theo back on, certainly.
if we can afford
Nicely
him.
tucked around the corner by Balbirnie. All very sedate single. Fielder out in the deep. Robertson now bowling from
St. John's Road end.
switch of ends for the left armour.
Well, obviously the senior spinner in the side wanted his that end.
Well, he's
More experienced.
no, it's not that even. I mean, Robertson is the inter-pro player now. He is the best spinner in the side.
No, mate.
White has the guile and the experience. There's no doubt about that. But I've seen
Oh, well bowled.
Robertson bowling in the interpros, and Kean, he's an impressive bowler.
Well, again, maybe because he's the better spinner, he's been given the task of defending the shorter boundary. Because left arm around with the wall on the leg side, he is coming into the body, and that is the shorter of the boundaries today.
Well, a very interested viewer coming in from London, brother of Andrew Balbirnie, Jack, tuning in, and I see Barry McCarthy has just turned up. Another man who's turned up in shorts.
And the number is the same.
99 on the board and 99 viewers or devices.
Which means our viewing is probably in the hundreds.
Oh, thousands. Like that, there's at least a couple of hundred scientists in Antarctica around one screen.
Nicely pushed back down the pitch. These two working very well together for Pembroke. They've taken them to the brink of 100 now. 99 without loss after 27.
Actually, speaking earlier, you said we had a viewer in from Mountjoy Prison, so we could have the whole prison sitting around that one device.
Well, yeah. What was the name of... Remember the Italian job?
Yes.
Noel
Great
Coward.
movie. Noel Coward as Mr.
Mr. Bridges.
Mr. Bridges. You always call him Mr. Yes.
The only way the whole prison is watching is if Mr. Bridges has decided to watch it. Otherwise, I suspect there'd be difficulty. I see Ashley has changed partner for his laps now.
Yeah.
Earlier on, he had Candy.
Crowd's gone wild for the 100.
Yes.
Yes, you can see.
Everyone around the ground on their toes.
Acknowledging that Pembroke have reached 3 figures now. Yeah, Ashley Balbirnie has swapped to the Candy on crutches for Luke in the pram. A nice handbag, Ashley.
Yeah. Luke with the directing as well. Down the track.
Slapped back past the bowler. Andrew White.
Just be the single. Yes, Self-Preservation Society. Great ending to a movie. I read once that they had planned on a sequel.
Yes.
And it was going to be the Marseille Mob. Because obviously
it was about recovering the bus from the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, and the Marseille Mob.
But hasn't been done. And I don't think it will be now.
Unfortunately. Great movie. A little bit short from White there. But Bernie rocks back. Has he been doing so well all day? He really has picked the length well. And he has loved just like a couple of sixes into the leg side. He's pulling on the ball very well.
Going along at 3.8 at the moment. White.
He takes him on. That's going to be out though.
Oh, Garth falls for it. As I said, the guile and experience of White there. And it sees the end of Garth. And that is the first wicket to fall with the score on 102.
A fine 40 from Garth though. It really has set it up nicely. You couldn't have, at the start of the day, Pembroke certainly would have bitten your hand off for a 100-run opening partnership. So it's It is the start they would have wanted. Granted, they would have loved for Garth to go back.
We've seen Garth play that
Yeah.
shot so many times successfully. You're not going to give out when he leaves one just right on the rope.
Well judged by the fielder.
He knew exactly where that rope was, and Garth is on his way. And that's the first wicket down. JJ Garth departs for 40.
Just the 80 deliveries.
And that is the first wicket to fall from an Estonian's point of view.
So Blake MacDonald comes to the crease. Always difficult when you're the next batter in when a good partnership is going.
Yep. Garth out for 40. 80 deliveries. 2 fours and 1 6, but he was the perfect foil for Andy Balbirnie, and he did a super job for his side today, seeing them through to drinks and beyond. Andrew White trying to rush McDonald. Again, it's that run-up starts before the batsman is actually set.
Yeah.
White
Cheeky.
trying all he knows. All the Garland experience. And it's worked in that over, and Estonians have picked up their first wicket. 102 for 1 after 28. And we'd love to see.
I'll just give you a couple of scores in the between. So, Balbriggan.
So long as you bring me the Cork and Kerry clash.
Oh, yes, I will.
That's the one I want to hear.
Balbriggan, huge trouble, 100 for 9 in the 27th. CIYMS, 87 for 2. Looks like that's a lot of interruptions. They're only in the 18th. Marion, 91 for 2 in 26. Phoenix, 120 for 4 in the 29th. Lisbon
stopped you after the Lisbon result.
Yep, Lisbon 93 for 4 in the 20th, after 20. Clontarf 90 for 6 in a wee bit of bother. And Coleraine 30 for 2. So no other play. That's getting a lot of rain, I would say.
Oh, this has been lifted into the leg side. The fielder won't get there in time. Picks it up after one bounce. McDonald having a fortunate start with a little sweep around the corner that took a top edge. Well, got away with that one. What Pembroke don't want, of course, is to lose wickets in bunches now. Well, it's good to see the best cricketer in the Bannigan household is out practicing with his dad.
The third best.
We'll have the camera turned on the net now. Brian takes up a very familiar guard.
No pressure.
And at the same time, Balbirnie takes on the fielder for a single and gets there quite handily. Very straight bat from Dad, treating the bowling with respect. Freddie keeping him busy. In the net next door, Gordon Clark and Ethan Clark also working hard on their batting. Robertson tosses one up. Okay. Rocks back and cuts him past the short third man down towards the gate. He will pull it up. No, he won't. It reaches the rope. That's a lovely shot. Late cut.
Beautifully judged.
And it flew away to the boundary. Yeah, lovely shot. The bowler thought he was in with a real chance there. That's how late he was on it. But a super shot. 4 runs. Another one cut late, cut square on the offside. 2 fielders chasing after this. It's not going to reach the rope on this occasion. It's at the wrong angle. But they do get through for more runs.
3 to McDonald. Sorry to say, there is no live score from the County Kerry game.
112.
Yeah, they may not be playing, but there's nothing up from the National Cup for that game.
112 for 1 then. That's the score on the board. Andy Balbirnie is 56. And Blake has moved on to 6.
Well, no, that should be more. I think, because you got the 4.
It may be
and
7.
Yeah.
Andrew White in the 12 jersey, getting through his overs very quickly.
Oh, smart, well fielded. Oh, we've had a yes, no. Gets back though, enough time. That was great fielding.
That's a super piece of fielding. Gets the congratulations of his teammates.
That's 4 saves and almost managed to get a yes, no run out.
This one driven up on the offside. There is a fielder on the fence in front of the clubhouse. That'll just be a single to McDonald.
Yeah, you can see White's bowling from different areas of the crease.
You can see
pace.
that these two haven't batted together too often.
Yeah.
Still sort of feeling each other out as to how do you call. This one just pushed into the leg side. Cade Carmichael is patrolling for the single. It got past him.
But you can already see from McDonald playing that reverse sweep. He wants to get on top.
Yep.
He doesn't want. He's not a batsman who sits back. He attacks and wants to be on top. Sometimes good comes off, sometimes not.
Well, Theo thinks he's due a big score.
Well,
How great it would be if he got it today. Another fine piece of fielding in the ring by Estonians. Keeps that to a dot ball. White will be very thankful for his fielders at the moment.
Well, they're doing what they need to do. Back your bowler. It's all runs saved. 8 at least in this over. Oh, that's got
to be close.
He's not. He has been gone now.
That's a second wicket. White picks up a second with the score on 114.
Now,
well, we said he was due a big score. He still is. He heads off to the sidelines. Andy Balburney back again.
Interesting. He did not appeal to the umpire.
Jacob departs for 10, and White picks up a second wicket, and it's the experience and guile of the chairman of Irish electors who is picking up the wickets. White knew that was out. I think we all knew that was out.
I agree. I've just heard umpires talking about those type of appeals over the last couple of years.
If they don't turn round to the umpire, it's not an appeal.
Yes, and no, he did start off the very first appeal. He did look at the umpire, but the running down the track without the, there is risk of being in trouble.
No problem with that. He stutters. It's a timing thing. It's to try and put get the batsman's timing off because he's running in. He's stopped. He's running in. So it's just pose a different problem. Well, Jack Tector strides to the middle now. There's a man in form after his knock last weekend against Merriam, 94, and a last wicket stand of 58 with Paul Lawson to break Merriam Hearts.
I would say crush. Stomped, ripped out of their beating their chest and stomped on.
Robertson now from the St John's end.
Oh, straight away. Oh.
Keep an eye on the ball if you're in the crowd. That is what I would say. Well, that's a super start.
He actually nearly hit his own mother.
It was Candy, yeah.
It was Candy. But also the spectator walking up the wall.
So a super shot here. Again, if you're short, Balburney will spot it early and he looks after it.
Just over Candy's head.
Is it a quick digestive?
He's just testing her recovery, really.
She ducked instead of catching. So new ball, or
a different ball.
A replacement ball.
Replacement ball service. Good few people walking around now as people still leaning over the wall in an attempt to retrieve the ball.
Yeah, it didn't
you
look
need a small child.
Yeah.
Back in Victorian times, you'd have
the
found
chimney sweep. Yeah,
you'd have found a small child you could just throw over the fence.
And there's always more around. Like they don't need replacing.
Bill Whaley thinks that he can see it. Candy just calmly still sitting there, despite her son's efforts. Dale now. Beanie.
No sign.
1 second, they're saying to the umpires. And here we go.
Dale has seen something.
I told you, small child would do it. Failing that, it can be Dale. I thought the whole point of putting that fence up was so people couldn't do that.
Yes. Unfortunately, that fence is taking a bit of wear and tear.
A wave down the wall from the fielder. Taking absolutely no interest. You see Amanda going past.
All we're missing now is a few seagulls.
A quick word of Candy.
Yeah, asking her why she didn't catch it. After all this effort, the ball could still be unplayable.
The umpires will take one look at it and say no. Anyway, all is back. Dale will return to Pembroke. Or is he staying there for the next one? You wouldn't know. Anyway, play resumes. Robertson, Balbirnie, dot ball. Yes, Jack Tector, he's the next man in. He's coming in at number 4.
Mm-hmm. Stray's just a little down leg side. Should be wides.
Well, that's going to run all the way to the fence. The umpire
leg.
signals leg byes, 4 of them. And suddenly the score into the 120s.
Yeah, like Instonians would have been buoyed by those 2 quick wickets and hoping now.
As I said, if they could take wickets in clumps.
Yeah. That always will slow a rate down. But this has been an expensive over so far.
Again, just turned around the corner, easy single.
Well, 2 boundaries in the over so far. This is getting your 1s and 2s. Make it a big one.
This brings Jack Tector on strike for what will be his first delivery. Current run rate just getting close to 4 now. The rate starting to pick up even with the loss of the wickets. I think we are into the second half now. 20 overs remain. For Pembroke with 8 wickets in hand. We'll want to make the most of those. Tector using the inside edge to squirt it out to square leg.
Well, it's just where, well, Pembroke showed when they bowled against Marion last week, you can do a lot in the last 10 overs to stop a run rate. But there was a lot of shot players to come in for Pembroke. So they'll just hope to keep the momentum, even if they lose a wicket, to keep the momentum.
Well, as long as Andy's there, Andrew Balbirnie, he's already on to 63. His own shirt number for the national side.
Yay.
63. And they've got to the end of the 31st over. The score on the board is 126. And 2 wickets down.
Again,
Andrew White is the one who's
picked up the 2 wickets so far today.
Yes, indeed.
Well, there's a lot to be said for experience.
Well, he will continue. Keane Robertson, the spin twins, slapped out towards the clubhouse. Just another single for Balbirnie.
Well, the key for Pembroke is as few dot balls as possible. If they're picking up a run of ball,
well, I hate to say it, Graham, it may be that this game is about to suffer another delay.
It is dark to
the rain off to the left is well, threatening, I think is the word.
Yeah. It's given the look like a bouncer would if you're cheeky.
White with a new batsman in front of him. Jack Tector will be experienced enough to know what White is at.
Doing the track.
This time the fielder comes across and there will be no single. Nice solid defence from Tector on this occasion. Has anybody else from around the world got in touch? Where do we say? London. Barcelona, Dublin 1, I'll say. Leopardstown, Sydney, Beijing. So great to hear people all over tuning in. I'm assuming our regular viewers in the Dublin 4 region will be enjoying this game. Hoping Mary Sharp. Hope Mary's all well with you.
White ball given. What's the appeal? He's appealed for LBW, and a wide has been given. Andrew White looks bemused because he is positive it hit something. I'm sure he'll be asking, "Are you sure, umpire?" But as you said, with all the people watching, it makes it worthwhile sitting here. Whoa, that's deep.
That's bowled from about 26 yards. Yeah. Just tossed it down there. And well,
you want to be careful, because if you bowl from behind the umpire, he has to have a view. So he could call a no ball.
He has to have doubt.
Well, no, yes, but he could do it.
Discussion going on, and we'll go on forever.
I doubt he would, but I'm just saying.
White's still discussing with the
there
umpire.
Is a possibility.
He's just winding the umpire up now,
yes.
I think.
Well, like I said, sometimes umpires need to get cheeky back.
So the score after, what's the scoreboard say now?
1-2-9
off
30.
Yeah, it's off 32 now.
Yeah, 1-2-9 off 30, so they're a bit behind on the main scoreboard. Could be frozen.
And at this stage, we'll make a change in the commentary box now.
Just as a few droplets of rain hit. So, welcome back, Heatley Tector, to the box, just as we are in such a delicate stage of the game.
Thanks, Graham. Yeah, it's fascinating, actually. I'm fascinated by this.
It really is a heavyweight boxing match.
Yeah, it is. Big time.
Jabbing
Big time.
going on.
Yeah. There's a lot at stake, and
The reason I'm not moving, they're not moving.
you know,
you just wonder what stage Andy is going to kind of loosen the arms and risk that shot.
Yeah.
But watchful again, he doesn't want to expose a few youngsters to this experienced attack.
Yeah, and it is very experienced.
Oh, there we go. That's a chance. No, just over the head.
6. Yep.
6 more to the scoreboard. Brilliantly judged. But of course, Balbirnie not only does he has batted here so often with Pembroke, he's batted here so often in Interpros.
Yeah.
So he knows the ground.
But there are also few sweepers better in the game than Andrew Balbirnie. He is quite fantastic.
Our
fellow comms man.
I'd say yes.
Well, he broke
Mr. Sweep.
Mr. Sweep broke many a good man's heart.
I often wondered, if ever there's a T.O. Lawson trophy, it should just be a broom.
Yeah, clever. So that's the end of the over. Balbirnie maintaining strike, taking a single off the last ball.
It brings it. Yeah, we're just a little catching up to do on the scoreboard. You can see it's kind of frozen there on 120 on your screen.
Yeah.
The main board is showing 121 off 33. 121 for 131. Sorry, my apologies. 131 for 2.
I've got to find out. Would you know how many overs has Andrew White bowled, please?
Just getting that up. Because again, I'd say Pembroke could be glad to see the back of him when he does stop bowling.
That's exactly why I asked the question. Yeah. Exactly.
He has bowled 5 overs.
Was that all? Okay.
For 2 for 14. Playing a miss.
Oh no, it's just jumped up to
Okay, there we go. Yeah. There we go. We're back live on our screen.
It's a good shot for no run. You just sense probably somewhat similar, well bowled, very well bowled, similar to yesterday. You know, this is a big partnership.
Oh, absolutely. Because again, there's a couple of fine players, but young players to come in.
Yeah.
The The two most experienced batters, I would say, left in the lineup are right there at the moment.
By distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well bowled. He just looped that beautifully as soon as it left his hand.
He's as cute as a fox. He's a great bowler, Andrew White. Well played by Tector. Just pushed with soft hands
Just finding
through
his,
mid-wicket.
just finding his feet at the moment.
Yeah.
Just a 10 balls face. So he's aware that one of these two need to be there at 45-50. Ideally, if Pembroke are to have a challenging total.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Here's the batter's scorecard. Andy Balbirnie, as we can see, 74 not out with a very healthy strike rate. Excellent knock by JJ Garth for 40.
McDonald just started to get going and just picked the wrong line and missed one.
I was standing right behind for that delivery, the LB.
That certainly
and it was beautifully bowled.
Yeah. Certainly looked to have hit him kind of middle and off.
It was beautifully bowled.
You could understand he was trying to get on top of White.
Yeah.
He'd used a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
He was just trying to sweep him to get maybe him off his line and length, but White won that battle. So a change of bowling. We're going back to the opening bowler.
Yeah.
That's well. He switched ends.
It's a gorgeous shot.
Straight onto it.
Will they get three? I'd say they will.
Yeah.
An easy three. Yeah.
We were only discussing earlier, wondering if you would bowl this end, because this seems to be the end opening bowlers do generally choose.
Yeah.
And here he is for his second spell from the St. John's Road end.
He's a big, strong boy, isn't he? When you look at him, you know, he's a fine athlete, lovely run up, very rhythmical.
Well, it's not one of those run-ups where you can see lots of energy being expelled. He's saving it all for those final couple of yards, as it should be. Smooth.
Yeah. No, he's...
I often wonder, would it be lovely to face some of these guys as long as they promise not to bowl. Oh, that's flicked right between the fielders. Dissects them beautifully. That's 4 more to the total. There is a man at deep backward square. There's a man at deep mid-wicket. But Balbirnie just dissects them.
Absolutely beautiful from Andy Balbirnie. Just flicked off his pads.
You can see it there.
Dissected deep square leg and deep mid-wicket perfectly. Gorgeous cricket shot.
Oh, and he goes again.
And that's gone this time.
You can't bowl short to him. He's shown all day long he's picking the length brilliantly. Anything short is being dispatched.
Again, this is such a strength of his.
So still. Length picked. Boom.
Just look how quickly he gets in position there. Gorgeous. I see Andy's son is bowling to his mum in the nets beside us.
Hopefully he takes after one of his uncles with the bowling.
Yep.
Jack, of course, took many a wicket.
He wasn't far behind him either.
No,
he was a great bowler, was Harry Balbirnie.
And then, of course, Andy the odd time has a golden arm.
In come Dadswell. Nicely played from Balbirnie.
Look, that's
a good call. It's a good call.
But looking to put the pressure on the fielding side.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what you need to do, because this is now coming into the last third of the innings where they want to try to accelerate.
Yeah.
So, that's the end of the 34th over. The score has moved on to 154. That's a very good over from a Pembroke point of view.
It was a big over.
Yeah.
6, 4, 3,
2 or 1 there.
16 off the over. Very healthy.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing how
So White continues. Just a little gentle push and an easy one for Balbirnie into the leg side.
Yep.
As it gets a bit darker.
In comes White, right arm over. Jack Tector goes down the wicket. Plays it nicely.
Uses
Good
his
footwork,
feet, uses his feet well just to negate any trouble.
Pebbles Rock was anxiously waiting there, I can tell you. It's a good shot again, nicely played.
Yeah, you do really have to have your wits about you when you're facing White. You don't know when the ball's going to be bowled.
Well, I mean, his stats for Ireland are fantastic, and he is.
But that one's just a bit too short. It's going to be cut off in the deep. That very, very deep boundary.
It's 2 runs. It's a good result. Pembroke will be happy with that.
Oh, temperature really has dropped here.
Big time.
Nicely cut.
Nicely cut. It's beautifully cut. It's good fielding.
Yeah, saves a couple of runs because there's nobody on the cover boundary.
I think is that Nikolai? No, it's not. Is it Dadswell? It's a big man anyway.
Yeah, Dazzles weren't 17.
Okay, I think that could be Nikolai Smith. Did very well.
Well, it could be. He could just have his jumper on.
Yeah, could do. Yeah.
I can't blame him. I'm thinking of getting the blanket out of the car. It's so chilly now. So, end of the over. Score has moved on to 158. So, moved into the last 15 over spell here. This is.
Give me your, from a Pembroke perspective, what would you be happy with from here?
260. You would 100 runs from 15 is, is a minimum because it's 90 deliveries.
Yeah.
So you are looking at, obviously, again, we always said wickets do change any run rate or score line, but 260 minimum, 280, 290 ideal, 300 plus, you're in dreamland.
Nicely played. The Joe Root shot.
Yes. You didn't quite have that hand on the bat running up. Yeah.
We're only talking about him yesterday, Graham, and in my opinion, right now,
he's best in the world.
He's the best in the world.
Yeah,
he's just, and it's so beautiful to watch Root play.
He was very unlucky how England disregarded him for a number of years in the ODI and the T20s. That they just considered him, not a T20. His strike rate and his runs were still good enough, better than some who were getting in the team.
Sure, look what he did in the SA T20 this Christmas.
Yeah.
Just look how brilliant he was.
But again, we often say he seems to have been freed up since the captaincy was taken away.
Yeah, and when you look at Joss Butler, you could say the same thing about him now as well. And
it is the unfortunate thing. They often say when a batsman's in a slump, or is it the captaincy, and often it could be a factor. But it's just sometimes batsmen get in slumps.
Nicely played, just off his hips, out to square leg, an easy single.
But yeah, I definitely have Root the top of my the magical four as they put it. Longevity.
And right now I'm saying by a distance as well. I think there are a few.
Oh, that's short. And that is pulled into
that's
cow
a really
corner.
good shot. Will it go?
No, the fielder cuts
very
it off.
well fielded.
Just as a couple of drops of rain come down.
Great bit of fielding though. Timed his slide to perfection.
Yeah, that was Robinson with the fielding there.
Yeah. It's been a profitable area, that sort of late run down to gully, hasn't it? Down to third man.
It seems to be the safest shot when any time they're bowling back of a length, they just use that as the
another good over for Pembroke.
163. So they're keeping the board moving, which is the ever important thing here from a Pembroke point of view. You see it here? Yeah, lovely slide.
Yeah, here's Cian
Yeah,
Robertson.
he's showing the studs there a little, so I want to watch himself.
Perfectly placed.
Yeah, perfectly placed. So White's going to continue by the looks of it. And why wouldn't you with the fine bowling and fine figures? He is probably the man who's kept a leash on Pembroke the most today. They've really had to consider every delivery.
It'll be interesting to see, do they hold him? I don't think I would. I think if I were Nikolai Smith, the captain of Instonians, while he's bowling so beautifully, I'd be tempted to just keep things going.
Shot.
But that's a gorgeous shot.
Well, you can just see the Pembroke players are moving to the covers now. There is a bit of rain in the air, a few little spits of it coming down. They're getting ready because when it does come down, it'll come down heavy.
Yeah.
But yeah, White's bowling with no cover boundary fielder. So if you do pierce the infield, it is going to be 4 to the wall.
It's beautiful scoring your boundary off the first ball of the over, isn't it?
It
just
sets it up.
Totally.
And like that now, they should get 2 here.
They might get
Fielder,
2. It's up to Andy. No.
They call.
A good quick call as well.
But you've got 5 off 2 deliveries.
It's a great start.
You get another
Another 3 or 4, and it's a 9-10 ball over very quickly.
And you don't need to do anything crazy. Couple of 2s, just good placement, but that's well bowled from White.
Yeah, he bowls that loopy dip beautifully, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Must be so tempting as a batsman just to.
Yeah. Well,
your eyes might light up, and
that's how he got Garrett earlier. Of course, he
got
it.
Shot again.
Oh, very good running. They go for Tector's end, but he's safely.
Yeah, no, it was good
home.
running. Very good running.
Again, 2 deliveries to go in the over, and they have 6 from it.
Yeah,
so
it's been another good over. Just the accelerator pedal has just been slightly. The last 3 or 4 overs.
The key will be if they get runs off White. That's the key to a good total, because if runs are going at White's end as well as the bowler from the Jones Round end, that means it's a good score. Yeah, they're really looking. Players are getting anxious. It's getting heavier here with the rain.
Dark now.
Played into the leg side. It's going to be another easy one.
Nicely played. Plays that shot off his hips well, does Tector.
Yeah. So that moves the score to 172 from 37. Yeah, 9 runs from that over. Fielders, batsmen, umpires coming together. They're being watchful. This is when you need to trust a groundsman and his local knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like they are going to come off.
Well, I think that's a good call. I think it's a good call.
No, they're not. Sorry. Is he? No. And just as it gets heavier. So maybe they should. It has gotten heavier here just since they had that little chat.
I think they are coming off, are they?
No, they're going. They seem to be. His bowler's going to his mark. Do you know who's great for a groundsman for calling the weather? McDermott at Carl McDermott at Clontarf. He could tell you exactly how the cloud was coming over, and he'd get you off that pitch.
Yeah. Former groundsman now at Clontarf.
Yeah, did you get any job after that? Did you go anywhere?
He has gone to
Lords, of course.
He has gone to, well, yes, he has, but the other McDermott.
Oh yes, Mount Temple.
Went to the Mount Temple School, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good guys to play against.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
They're lovely cricketers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just over the top of point.
Good shot, though. It's a very good shot. It should run away for 4, will it?
It does.
Again, same as the last over.
Start with
Graham,
a 4.
Start with your 4.
If you can.
If you can, and press the button from there.
You see, he just leans it. We've changed the bowling. They've taken Dadswell off.
See the big difference there. Full blade.
Yes.
Full flashing blade of the bat, Graham. And that makes such a, if you're out then Good luck.
They've gone back to the other opening bowler, James McGee. His first spell was from the St. John's Road, so he's continuing from this end.
Yeah. Played a lot of
A short cut.
It's a very good shot again. Nicely played.
Yeah.
Good start to the over. 5 off 2, exactly as we spoke about in the previous over.
But it just takes the pressure off the batsman. They can just knock it around and wait for that bad ball. There's now Balbirnie on strike. He'll be watchful.
It's been a useful little partnership, this.
Yeah. It's already past the 50 run mark.
Yeah.
It's 58 runs.
Yeah, it's been very useful.
Because with that, 2 wickets fell relatively close together.
Yeah,
there was a bit of a, they would have been worried in the Pembroke, sideline just. But no, 58 runs.
It's been a very useful partnership. Yeah.
That's played into the covers. Just
Nicely
be one.
played. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you take what's on offer, and that's all that was served up to Balbirnie, that delivery.
2 deliveries in the over. I'm glad to see the Pembroke players moving away from their cover position.
They get to the trees, and that's where they hold position.
Yeah.
And then they stroll back again. But it's a good sign that they're moving back to the benches.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely shot.
That is a glorious cricket shot.
Should only be 2, though. Player comes around from square leg, cuts it off, but it was beautifully played towards the cow corner position. But another 2 runs added to the board.
Again, it's been another good over, this 9 off the over so far, I think.
And that's like, and Hector's just, he's slow start, but he's just shown he's moving up the gears a little, into third.
Yeah.
Well bowled and well batted.
Yeah, been again.
So that's 180. So yeah, that was another 8 run over.
Yeah,
so
very good over. Andrew White continuing his spell.
Yeah, this will be his 9th. So just 2 overs left. So obviously they're not going to hold them back.
No.
You can't see them holding them back for 1 over.
No, that won't happen.
No.
And they're right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he wants to keep going as well. I'm sure he said to his captain, look, I'm in rhythm, I'm in form, I've taken a couple of big wickets.
Yeah, if he takes 2 in this if he was to take Balbirnie or Hector now, and then maybe 1 other in these 11 deliveries,
that would be a huge day's work. Yeah.
Switches the momentum.
Oh, big time.
Balbirnie just pushes it, beats the sliding tackle from White. Just to add 1 more to his total. Means to score to 181. So at the end of this, we'll have 40 overs bowled. So this is when Pembroke will start.
Nicely played again.
You'd be looking at hoping for the 8, 9 and over in the last 10.
Well, certainly the last 5, you'd have to say, have been Pembroke's.
Yes. No, they negated those 2 wickets falling.
Yes, big time.
Short, cut away.
Nicely played.
That's going to be 4, and that's 100.
That's a marvellous ton.
That's a great knock from Balbirnie. And the crowd rises to him, a magnificent knock.
Well, that is, and I see Ashley and Candy either side of the lamppost.
I tell you, if it meant him getting the 100, Candy would have taken one in the head.
She very nearly did.
Yes, but she would have taken that if it meant him getting the 100. I was only looking at the stats here, and I haven't mentioned it yet because I didn't want to jinx anything or get any commentator curses going. But obviously, his last 100 for Pembroke was in 2017.
Wow.
Because obviously he doesn't play a lot of games. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, well.
And it means a lot to him.
What do they say about class?
Yes.
Yeah.
It means a lot to him to get runs for Pembroke.
Yeah. Of course it does. He's a Pembroke man through and through. Has been a great player of Pembroke. Nicely played by Tector. Should just be the single. Again, it's been another good over this.
Yeah. No, they've the last couple of overs from White, even though he's been the best bowler of the day, they've just managed to get those 7, 8, 9 runs from him.
Here we'll see this now. Just rocks back onto the back foot.
And dissects
cuts it square of the wicket.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
And again, he was bowling with no cover on the boundary. So anything that got past the fielder was going to be 4. So that's the end of the over. That's 188 on the board. I know it's 186 there. There we go. It catches up. 188 for 2 from 40 overs. So 6 and over brings us to 248. So that will be the minimum Pembroke will be hoping for today. Oh, that gets through the bat.
No, I think it hit the bat. We'll see now.
Yeah.
I thought there was timber on that.
Let's see what's the signal. No, he's given it as bat, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, there was timber on that.
Yeah. Here we go with the replay. Looked to be a gap with it. Maybe a little ball out. See, I never see. This is the funny thing. When I sit here, I never really look at the monitor.
Yeah.
And so I don't see everything.
Yeah.
I just like looking at the live play.
Yeah. Well played. Good shot.
I know it's obviously a better picture looking at the monitor. It's just habits.
Yeah.
So, but Pembroke were able to add 1 to the score there. So, 189.
Now, certainly, if either Tector or Balbirnie are here in the 46th / 47th over,
it's 250 minimum.
Minimum. I think you could even put 15-20 onto that, Graham.
Yeah. Because again,
it's a good shot.
Yeah, that's going to be 1.
It's a good shot, though.
Because you would think who are going to be the bowlers who are going to bowl at the death, because like that Dadswell has bowled 8. This is McGee's. I'll just check again. Sorry, I much prefer cricket clubs. This is McGee's 8 as well.
Okay.
So
White has bowled his allocation, has he?
He's one.
He has 1 left. Okay.
Good calling.
Good call. It's been the hallmark nearly of this partnership is the really clear calling, taking singles time and time again, even calling for the second early or indeed no.
Well, it's the key to good partnerships when they trust your partner. If he calls, go.
Yeah.
Gotta trust that he's got the right call.
Well, I think, as you say, they're 2 very experienced cricketers, these 2. Nicely played. Just running it down to 3rd. I see Tim and Harry Tector down there.
By the way, how is Alice's injury coming on?
Slowly, to be honest.
But she's been careful.
But she's been careful,
That's
and
the
she
right
has
way.
to, I think.
Yeah, right way to do it.
And it's killing her because she loves cricket.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, I know.
She's mad on it, Graham.
Yeah.
But you just have to.
No, she's right to do so.
She just, she's nearly 6-7 months now since she came back from Bangladesh.
Yeah.
But look, she's
a lot of cricket ahead of her in her life. Oh, brilliant delivery.
Well bowled.
Brilliant bowling from McGee. Gets through the gates.
That's very well bowled.
Top of the stumps. Takes the bails.
I'd like to see that again now.
And that's Tector gone for 25 off 30 deliveries. Good batting.
Yep.
That's super bowling for McGee though. He got one to come back in.
Yep.
Found the hole in
here.
yeah, in Tector's defence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just came back in a little hole. Yeah, just
Good
beautiful
delivery.
bowling. Beautiful bowling.
Good delivery.
As we were saying earlier, though, the key for Pembroke is do they allow that wicket to slow their momentum? The key for the new batter is to keep the runs ticking and let Balbirnie have as much of the strike as possible while he gets his eye in.
Is this McDara?
It should be, yeah.
McDara Cosgrave,
Yes,
yeah.
it is McDara. I recognise his left black wristband that he always wears.
Yeah.
A man in fine form this season. Second in the Leinster runs board. Of course, he's playing with Trinity in the under-23, so it's across a multiple of teams he's getting his runs. No, but he's getting the runs.
Yep.
And, and we may see later as well his off-spin. He bowls very well in the T20s with that right arm around off-spin.
And talking about off spin, here's one of Ireland's greatest, Andrew White. Just starting out in his final over. I'm amazed the number of delivery, but he bowls from about 25 yards.
Yeah, there was a
really clever.
There was a player in Phoenix who used to like to do that as well, Masood. He played for Phoenix Ones back in the early 2010s before he moved home. But he used to like that, mix up his
delivery stride.
where he bowled from in the crease.
Yeah.
Or back at the crease sometimes.
Yeah. You see a lot of pros doing it now.
Anything to put the batsman off.
Of course.
And also because so many batsmen are staying back, trying to get under the ball or something, they might try to mix it up. That's good batting.
Very good batting.
Yeah, and the wicket has just fallen, so Pembroke having a little slowdown. But this game, they're picking up the singles. Yeah.
Really good figures from White.
Yeah, two for 36 off the 9, but now he's gone for a couple of singles. They're looking for
two. Get two here. They will get two, I'd say.
Oh, that's brilliant
That's
call.
Brilliant cricket.
Smart cricket, being awake to the possibility. And again, both batsmen trusting each other. So what should have been a dot ball was turned into two, just from a little fumble and quick thinking. There's the little pause from White.
Great experience this for Cosgrave, to be facing a bowler of White's magnitude and his skill sets.
That's what you play the game for. Oh, he's got away with one. Gets a little tickle, beats the gloves of rock.
Will it go?
It's going to be dragged in brilliantly by the fielder just in front of the boundary rope. And just keeps it to two, so 2 runs saved.
Looks as if he's slightly injured himself.
And that was James McGee with the fielding.
Brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
Even after bowling 8 overs, showing the energy his side needs.
So that concludes Andrew White's spell. He puts on his long sleeve sweater. Really good.
Yeah, it's not quite up to date. We'll add. He had a couple there, but 2 for 43 off his 10 overs has been the difference today. Like, all the bowlers have been good, but White picking up 2 important wickets has made a huge difference to pulling back Pembroke. So we're going to have McGee to continue at the St. John's Road end.
We're also going to have a change in the commentary box. It's hello and a good afternoon to Craig. Shot. Lovely shot.
Nicely
Well
fielded out on the fence of Cyril's way. Yes, I've missed a few things happening. A few wickets have fallen. Andy Balbirnie reaching his first century in 8 years for the club. And again, when you talk about such statistics, he was with Middlesex seconds, he was signed with Middlesex for a while, and then his international commitments and everything. So, and he hasn't played that many games for Pembroke over those years. It's not like full seasons and he's not reached the right mark.
Not at all. He has been a fantastic cricketer for so many years now.
Well, he's another one, and basically Sydney Parade has been his back garden his whole life.
Yep.
He's spent more time in this ground than any other, I suspect.
I do hope that both Harry and Jack are with us. If you are, afternoon, lads. Mum and Dad are here, of course. I'm sure you're enjoying watching your oldest brother do his thing for his beloved Pembroke. Well bowled.
Jack in touch with us from London earlier on.
Okay. Now, interesting as to what Pembroke would settle for now.
Well, 200 up now, of course.
Yep.
That certainly would be one of the landmarks. Certainly a much better batting performance than it was in the first day of the weekend, yesterday against Leinster. That game eventually rained out. Very much to Pembroke's advantage, I feel. At the moment, big discussion between the umpires and Estonian. Pembroke batsman unfazed, but certainly full discussions going on here at the moment. I have no idea what they're talking about. I can't feel it's the weather.
Nope, certainly not that.
Pembroke's run rate now up as far as 4.77. They'll be looking to push that onwards now for these last 7 overs, 7.5 overs. Big appeal signalled as wide, nothing on it this time.
The keeper didn't even go up there.
No.
There was nothing from Rock there.
Well, this is the period of the game now where, with 7 wickets in hand, you'd expect the batsman.
Now, McDara has a big role here to give Andy as much of the strike as he possibly can.
In fact, McDara himself, the leading run scorer in the club at the moment.
That's well played. Very good cricket, exactly what we were talking about.
Just rotate the strike. No dot balls from here on in, I suppose, would be the mantra, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Ashley has returned to his first lapping partner, Candy, having seen son Andrew get to his 3 figures.
That rain is heavy now. Craig, you can...
That's a nice shot
Gorgeous
down
shot.
the field. There is a fielder down there.
They should get an easy 2.
2 runs picked up handily enough. It's just about pushing this total as high as they can now in these remaining overs.
Looks as though potentially the umpires are taking the...
Yep, it looks like they're going off. The Pembroke players now starting to move across the top of your screen down towards the covers.
Yeah, the umpires are removing the stumps.
And the rain now coming down here as well. And once again, James McGee in talking to the umpires, or to one specific umpire. The other one seems to be doing the listening. But their arms folded in the middle. The arms out. Pleading, asking. It's definitely a questioning body language. Umpire just stepping in, word on the shoulder. And now Dale just moving everybody off the pitch. Can't have your discussion elsewhere, gents.
Now, if I were James, I'd just be making my way off the field to play now.
Yeah, you've had your say, and the umpires have given him leeway to do that. So we shall wait and see what happens there. There's another rain delay. this time in the 43rd over, with Pembroke on 206 for 3. Second set of rain today. First was at 6.5 overs, and we've managed to get through another 36 overs before more drizzle than rain. The forecast was for a very overcast day today. It's been slightly more than overcast as the covers go back on now. But this game, it's intriguing.
Oh, it's
everything you want the All-Ireland Cup to be.
Absolutely. It's a clash of the heavyweights, really. Two really good sides. If
one of the Main Street turf accountants was running a book on this competition, then these two certainly, and I suspect the rest of the draw as well, was happy enough to see Instonians against Pembroke and Donna Manor against Merriam, because it means that two strong teams will be out of the draw for the next round anyway.
Yep.
So we'll wait and see which names are to go into that hat, and we'll take it from there. But at the moment, the umpires strolling from the ground. They're not even putting the hoses out. This is how minor this drizzle is, and I honestly don't think it'll be too long before the umpires turn around. They might not even reach the pavilion. Is it still raining out there, Niall? Niall, our weather expert, he says there's still a bit of moisture falling, but it's more we're not hearing it on the roof, and that's usually the sign of rain.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a fine mist as much as anything else descending on the ground at the moment.
Interesting though that the umpires haven't left the field of play yet. They make their way slowly towards the pavilion.
Yep, they may be heading for the shelter of the Pembroke Pavilion. Well, I don't think they'll be too long. Dale putting out a few hoses. I don't think it's because he feels that there's that much rain in the air. And I think
it's sort of a different day, isn't it, to yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday you knew when it was raining.
Yes.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Now the question will be when the players do come out, and Pembroke still, let's assume that they still have these overs. They'll obviously be going for fireworks for the remaining overs. But, 206 from 43, 7 overs to go. We're just talking about 42 deliveries, 43 deliveries to go. So that takes them up to 250.
Yeah,
so
I think Pembroke will be put another 15, 20 onto that.
Yeah. So that 270 figure you were discussing earlier would be about...
I think that's certainly the figure that Andy Balbirnie would have in the back of his mind.
Yeah.
And I'm sure skipper Paul Lawson...
Well, he'll be sending the big guns in now with that many overs. I expect almost Sam Murphy to have his pads on now. Sam, who carries a very heavy bat.
Yeah.
And that might be just what Pembroke are looking for. He did so well for the seconds in the Tulane Cup the other day.
Yeah.
They put on 74 in the last 7 overs.
Yeah.
And it wasn't all 6s and 4s either.
Yeah.
Sam was more than content to take his turning 1s into 2s and dot balls into 1s. So, it'll be interesting to see how Pembroke go on from here. But we reckon that a target of around 270 they're going to end up setting for Estonians. And that would be, a big improvement on yesterday's batting performance.
Oh, no, they've batted very...
indifferently yesterday.
Yeah, and they've batted very well today.
Yeah.
I mean, I know...
Theo was talking about, after drinks, owning that session after drinks, the first 5 overs. Because from 25 to 30, you're then in a position whereby if you haven't lost any further wickets, you're into the last 20 overs positively. Whereas what we saw yesterday with the Premier League game against Leinster was, after that drinks break, Pembroke lost 3 wickets within about 4 overs. And it really did put the kibosh on that innings. Now, luckily enough, the rain came and saved Pembroke yesterday. But today, they've done it perfectly. They got through the drinks and very carefully proceeded on from there.
We are losing overs.
And now the word is that overs will be reduced.
That doesn't
and we're at that
surprise
stage.
After that, we lost a half hour.
Yeah, the half-hour leeway is gone. So now we're into losing overs, and again, it will be interesting to see what DL does to Pembroke's score if they don't get out.
I think Pembroke are in a good position from a DL perspective. They've only lost the 3 wickets.
And wickets, DL and wickets is everything.
Everything.
That's why Rush were so badly punished when they declared.
Well, here is the Pembroke card to date.
Yep. Andrew Balbirnie, as we can see. A really, really brilliant 112, not out. JJ Garth, I thought, batted beautifully for his 40 runs.
Well, what I liked about JJ's knock was he went through the horrors early on. Dagswell
There was
bowled
one
really well.
particular over from...
Yep, from the far end.
Yeah,
and
I
Shane
agree.
Dagwell had him.
Yep.
Dagswell had him in all sorts of
He
trouble
did,
and
yeah.
looking for the edge and everything. And we said at the time that if he
Yeah.
could fight his way through that,
Yeah.
and he did.
Yeah.
And that was a lovely knock and a great partnership for
Yeah,
Pembroke.
It was. Yeah.
They got 102 for that opening wicket, and that really put the base down for Pembroke. Sorry, I interrupted you there, Heatley.
Not at all.
Just as about you were about to talk about Blake and Jack.
Yeah. Again, Blake, I thought, looked as if he was just about to kick on.
Yeah.
Got a very useful delivery. I was standing right behind. It was sort of Andrew White at his cunning best.
Yes.
It was a beautiful delivery. And then Jack came in. I thought it was a really good partnership between Jack and Andy.
Yep, he was sort of shepherding Andy
Yeah.
towards that century
Yeah.
and doing a fine job of it too.
Yeah. It was a,
But then got a beautiful delivery.
did get a good delivery, but it was a good 25 and a very useful 25 at an important stage.
Yep.
And McDara's come in and is going at a run of ball. So he's got to be happy with that. In terms of the bowling card, Craig, I'll let you...
Well, the standout for me has been the guile and experience of Andrew White. He's bowled from behind the stumps. He's staggered his run up, staggered his arm coming over, anything to try and upset the batsman, but doing it without dropping the ball short, or sometimes you try to be too clever for your own good. But he's too experienced for that, and the 2 wickets he's taken have been so important to Estonians, getting rid of Garth and McDonald. McGee, the other wicket taker, he had a fine spell opening up. But the bowler for me, Shane Dadswell, he's been very probing. He caused that difficulty for Garth early on, and he's been economical. Cade Carmichael doing a solid job as a
there's
change
one
bowler.
of the sort of quiet men of this bowling innings, Cade Carmichael.
Just getting through his...
Just getting through his overs quickly.
Yep.
You know, terrific figures, 7 overs, 0 for 27, going at less than 4 and over. As you say, you sort of haven't really noticed him, but he's bowled 7 overs.
Got through that
He's
very
done
nicely
ever so well.
indeed.
Cian Robertson as well, also bowled 7 overs, and it's been a good bowling performance on the part of Instonians.
It's been
very
very
good, very disciplined.
And the fielding too.
Oh,
They've
first
been
class.
certainly backed up by
Absolutely.
their fielders. They've been committed
Yeah.
and sure.
Some of the fielding out here, sort of at cow corner or indeed point, has been really good.
Yep.
Really good. Very committed.
My favourite bit, though, was the Maradona moment. The fielder in front of his own supporters.
Andrew White.
In front of his own supporters,
Brilliant.
hooking it back with
With
just
his
the
leg.
1 foot.
Yeah.
The other foot tucked under.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to get done for a 2-footed tackle,
Well,
that was
I
for
know.
sure.
I know Andrew is a great Arsenal Football Club man. Loves his Arsenal. So we'll have to give him a bit of stick about that. But it was a brilliant bit of fielding on his part.
And there you see the current situation. The rain still falling. It's not it's not what I call rain. It's more thin drizzle.
Yeah, it's spitty, isn't it?
Nearly
Yeah,
nothing,
nothing,
Niall
yeah,
says.
okay.
There you go. This is the sort of weather forecast you want on TV.
Yeah.
Bloke just standing outside going, yeah, nearly nothing.
Exactly what we want.
There it is from
There you
inside the comms booth,
Yeah.
the comms gazebo.
Yep.
And there it is from outside, nearly stopped. Well, still no action coming from the pavilion. Dale normally is the first one to venture back onto the ground. But no sign of that at the moment.
Yeah, and as has been mentioned, we're into an overs loss scenario now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see
Yeah, will be.
what happens and who tells us what. Well, while we've got the moment, Railway Union are playing up in CIYMS, and CIYMS at the moment 149 for 4 in the 28th over. So
it's okay.
Railway doing okay there.
Yeah.
I think Railway would be happy enough at that at the
I would
moment.
have thought so.
Merion 175 for 5 off 42 overs against Donnamana.
Donnamana will be the happier of the two there, I would have thought.
I think so, yeah. Phoenix are in play, and in the 45th over, they're 215 for 6.
Phoenix batting.
Against Malahide, that is.
Okay.
So it could be a Premier League game.
Yeah.
But with 5 overs to go, Phoenix looking like they're in a decent position. Lisbon against CSNI. Well, Lisbon have reached...
NCU clash.
Yeah, there'll be a crowd at that one.
There was certainly
138 for 6 off 32, Lisbon are. And it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. That's evenly balanced at the moment.
Lisbon, for me, would be one of the favourites.
Yeah.
You were talking about the bookies.
Yeah.
But these two, well, Lisbon be right up there as well.
Another side that have shot off to a great start to the season.
Absolutely.
Clontarf against Rush, 176 for 7. I think Rush would be happy enough having them 7 down at this stage.
Big time.
9 overs
Sorry,
to go.
where is that game?
That's in the ball ring.
Okay, yeah. Yes, I'd agree with you. Rush will be, I would have thought, the happier of the two there.
Here's an interesting one. Up in Balbriggan. Balbriggan were all out for 102. And you'd think... Against Leinster. And we saw how good Leinster were yesterday. And you'd think, that's going to be an interesting one. Leinster chasing 103. Well, they find themselves 24 for 4.
Oh. For 5.
For 5.
Oh. My money is on the brig, to be honest with you.
I'm going to nip into that match. I'll go back to the other scores around the grounds in a second.
Ireland's 2 for 7. Della Oliveira 3 for 17.
24 for 5. Wow, that is going well.
Person in double figures and he's out, Mitchell.
That's some game going on there anyway. But returning to the overall scores, Fox Lodge, I don't know if they're a northwest side.
They are, yes. They're very close to Breedy and Donnamana. Great club.
They're obviously getting a bit of rain up there because they've only 9.3 overs done. Fox Lodge, however, reached 81 without loss.
Wow,
going
great
along
start,
at 9 and over.
Great start.
They're going well. The University of Galway, great to see Connacht. I see Connacht are now a signed up province with Cricket Ireland.
Yeah.
Great to see. And the University of Galway all out for 164 against Terenure. So you'd expect Terenure would normally get that game, but it's down in Galway, and that could be the difference between the two sides.
Tricky score to chase, one of those mid-range scores.
Yeah.
Dying to hear the all-Munster clash.
I'm trying to find. That's the one I'm looking for.
Dying to hear between Kerry and Cork County.
No live scoring from down there. That's the problem with that.
Yeah.
The Hills, well...
if anyone knows any score between Kerry and Cork County, please let us know.
Absolutely. Yes, the Hills put up 203 for 9, and Ballyspollen 14 without loss after 5. So they're getting into that game. So those are the scores that we know about.
Some very interesting scores, some really interesting games. It is, of course, an Irish Senior Cup and National Cup weekend. So much at stake for so many great clubs up and down the length and breadth of our great island. And none as intriguing as a heavyweight clash here in Sydney Parade, where after 42.5 overs, Pembroke are now 206 for the loss of just 3 wickets. The innings has been anchored in wonderful style by Andrew Balbirnie. He is 112 not out. He has really been quite superb today.
And the way he's paced his innings as well. There's been no rush, no panic. He seems to have a lot of time, and it's been a super knock to watch. And as I say, or as Graham said, first century for Pembroke in ages, but what a joy. Worth waiting for, I think, would be the tagline with that one. 112 from 132 and currently undefeated.
For fear of repeating myself, what did I say about class?
permanent.
And there's no man who's classier than Andrew Balbirnie.
Well, certainly the finest homegrown batsman Pembroke have ever produced, I'd say. Now, my knowledge only goes back 40 years out of the 130 odd of Pembroke. But I think you'd be hard pushed even looking through the record books to find a better player.
Mind you, when you see the current Irish squad who are about to take on the Kings of the Caribbean, the West Indies, with 6 players in the squad. I mean, it's a remarkable achievement. It takes me back, and I'm going to test your knowledge here, Craig. YMCA, there's a man standing on my right, my great old pal Johnny Bell would probably know the answer to this. YMCA, similar to Pembroke, at one stage had 6 internationals at the same time.
Stewie Taylor.
1. Mark Nolte. 2.
Jonathan Kerr.
3.
Alan Lewis.
4. Angus Dunlop. 5. Keith Bailey.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, so 6. So when I look at this brilliant Pembroke squad, I can't help but reminisce to my own beloved YM, and we had.
In the clubhouse, was it 3 of them taken at Lord's? And I think it was Stewie, Bales, and
Mark Nolte.
They used to be in the old clubhouse.
Somebody was speaking to me about the old clubhouse in Claremont Road the other day, and I said my main memory of that clubhouse was just how long the trough was in the gents. Went on forever.
I thought you were going to say the gents' showers, because the splinters in the heel of your feet went on forever. But it was a great clubhouse.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, back in the day.
Lots of happy memories. Yeah.
Yeah. Reminiscing.
Yeah, we are reminiscing, and of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, you have to, though.
Amanda's here, and of course Amanda would know YM from that vintage better than most as well. She would remember so many of them. Of course, her brother
Angus Dunlop here on the ground today, watching this clash.
Of course, absolutely. Brother John captained many a YM side for many years as well.
When you won the Senior 2 Cup, you were captain.
He sure was. Side I played on.
My goodness, the memories are coming out now.
That was one of the great days in my, I was going to say illustrious cricketing career, but I'm afraid I'm not quite sure what the opposite to illustrious is.
On that note, I think I'll leave you.
Oh, but sure. Great days, great fun. Loved every...
I remember you said to me there was one time you bowled me in YM and I hit it through the slips for 4 and you came down the wicket. Buzzer, that's the worst shot I've ever seen in my life.
To which you probably replied, "You ain't seen nothing yet." Challenge accepted.
Oh, sure. There were such fun days.
And of course,
days.
Johnny had the absolute joy this week of seeing his own daughter record her first half century. It's amazing how cricket just goes on and more memories being made.
May I add to that, to see her daughter getting capped at Super Series level as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's been a great week for the Bell family.
At the end of last season, Zoe Bell was a 13 player who would play on the seconds. And since then, she's become vice-captain of the seconds, playing every game on the first, and now getting Super Series as well, and all in the space of the first 3 months of the season.
Great young girl.
And she's done really well.
She's great. I've seen Zoe since she was a little girl.
You can actually see her blossoming now.
Absolutely.
When she's suddenly realising that it's very hard when... This is her back garden. Another person who's grown up in Pembroke from day one. And it was very difficult for her when she first started playing on the first to be playing with Shauna and Claire and Mary Waldron and these absolute legends of the game. And she was all sort of that imposter syndrome. You know, what am I doing here? But now you can see the self-belief is coming in and yes, no, I do belong here. And that half century during the week for the twos will only add to that. And I think it's brilliant.
She falls into the category like so many young Irish cricketers, of coming from a great cricketing family.
Well, it's
Parents
an okay cricketing family, let's be honest now.
Well, I'm not talking about cricketing ability on the field of play.
Good.
But I am talking about her
Love of the
dad,
game.
who knows more about cricket than most men I know, has watched it all his life and has a great passion for the game.
Well, Johnny's probably forgotten more about Pembroke than I know.
I also gotta get my own little chirp in here. Johnny, of course, played for YM. He did. Yep.
After I left Clontarf.
Yep, that's right.
Before you found your home, Johnny.
Yeah, it's been here ever since.
79.
4 years ahead of me.
Yeah, you're 83. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 80, class of 83, Johnny.
It was.
Played my first game in Ireland for Railway Union.
Did you?
Yeah. I was introduced to somebody in Railway. And
There's a stat I never knew.
They asked me to play, and I said, yeah, I'm available. So I went over there. Didn't know anybody, hadn't netted or anything. Went over there, saw some lads warming up, joined them, warming up, catching the ball and everything. And they said, so who are you? And I said, I'm playing for Railway. They said, that's the other team. I'd been warming up with the wrong team. Played one game for Railway, and then Johnny Lyons. The late great Johnny Lyons,
Now,
Johnny
there
and
was
Morris.
a cricketing legend.
Oh my word, a legend! And as you said before, not necessarily for cricket ability,
No,
but he had a love of the game. His
He
love
also,
of cricket.
dare I say it as well, he's one of the few media men who did our beloved sport such service.
Oh, he did.
He was fantastic, Johnny. He loved cricket, and he never failed to give it a mention.
No,
You know,
he was always very good in that
Do you
regard.
remember Heatley? We interviewed him during the World Cup. 2015.
Yeah.
Tails and buzzers.
Yeah, I remember Johnny Bell, who's with us here, just talking about an interview that Johnny himself did with the other Johnny, with Johnny Lyons. That was a great interview. But really what came across in that interview was his absolute passion for cricket, Johnny. He loved it. He loved cricket, and cricket loved him.
Well,
He is sorely missed.
His greatest story, of course, was he was working for 98 FM at the time. Dennis O'Brien, Cable and Wireless, the whole thing, very big in West Indian cricket, and the 2007 World Cup was held in the West Indies. And Johnny happened to be in 98 FM, and Dennis O'Brien got in touch with him and said, Johnny, do you fancy going to the World Cup final? They'd go out for a drink and whatever else. And Johnny was good company, whether you're a king or pauper. He was an absolute fabulous guy. And Dennis O'Brien says, oh no, I'll bring you over. So for the World Cup final, we'll be back by Monday, and you'll be back on air. Grand, okay, all boxed off and everything else. So they went along, watched the World Cup final, and then Dennis O'Brien said, well, where's Johnny gone? They didn't see him for 2 weeks. 2 weeks he disappeared, and finally turned up back in Dublin and said, hiya lads. Just been on an absolute week in the West Indies of just enjoying life. And that was Johnny. Johnny enjoyed his life first before everything else. And of course his poor brother passed away last year, Morris. And again, I played many a game with Morris down on the lower teams, and for a gentleman off the pitch, and once he crossed that line, in the mould of, dare I say, Louis Hoffman.
Exactly.
Totally different person when they crossed the rope, and when they came back again, it was all done within 5 minutes.
And the two of them, Morris and Johnny playing together.
Oh, that was always a nightmare. The arguments those two would
Johnny
have.
would say, Morris, I'll set my own field, thanks very much.
But when you think,
And then it wouldn't be able to do it anyway. He didn't like the interference.
I can't help but say the kindness that Morris showed to lots of cricket people away from the field of play as well. He was, if you had any connection with cricket and you wanted a word of advice, there wasn't a nicer or better man to go to.
Absolutely.
He was fantastic.
He did the conveyancing on my first house.
Okay, yeah.
And again, absolute gentleman.
To his fingertips.
When I first moved over to Ireland in 1980, we moved into Deer Park, and obviously, being a 15-year-old English boy in Ireland, I was quite quiet about things. But the first people I happened to meet were was Johnny. Johnny was more my age than Morris. Johnny and Morris, and then another guy called Derek O'Connor, who held the record for the 100 metres for Ireland for a number of years. Very fast, got a scholarship to America on athletics.
Who did?
A guy called Derek O'Connor.
Derek O'Connor.
And he was also up in Deer Park. Derek was so funny. He turned up for the NCAA finals, and he was running 400 metres at this time. And 7 black guys came out onto the track, and then there was this one white Irish pasty. Didn't take the sun at all, and the surprise on the commentators' faces out in America about Derek, but he was a fabulous runner and got a good education from his sporting ability, which is the way those scholarships should be used. It looks like we're going to be losing overs now, and I think, yeah, you're speaking into those, Johnny. That's where we're getting your voice from. Go on.
Is that all right then, Louis?
There we go.
Yeah, just got a WhatsApp message there from Louis to speak up. I wouldn't be known for being quiet. Neither would you, Louis.
I got to say hello to Louis. I missed that.
Which Louis are we talking about
Louis
now?
Hoffman.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I missed that great game in Merrion last Monday, but I saw plenty of Louis Hoffman. Big Lou was on fire, as only he can be. Great man.
I think he even spilled some of his pint, which he doesn't normally do.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen the liquid come out of the glass, but before it hits the floor.
Great cricket man, great Pembroke man. Louis Hoffman, of course.
Yep.
Played his first game here in 1983, the same year as you. Yeah.
Part of that era of Byers and Robin, Hughes, and to learn how to act as a young man in Ireland. Oh, that was some education I got in those years.
A few legends on that side when I hear you mentioning those names. Crikey.
Yeah, you'd see people coming into the dressing room and you wouldn't know who they were, but Hoffman and Byers and Hughes there were some names back then. And those are in the days when you used to, when drink driving was don't have the fifth. You know, now it's don't even go past a bar. But in those days it was don't have more than 5 pints.
Five and drive, wasn't it? In those days?
Don't drink and drive, you'll spill it. But times have changed all for the better now, though.
Absolutely.
But it's lovely to reminisce and to hear stories about old cricketing pals, past and present, and it always brings a smile to my face.
Over 40 years in Pembroke now, and the same with you for YMCA, etc. The club almost seems to stay the same, but it doesn't. It evolves every year. You're losing 10%, gaining 10% in membership each year, and it just gradually evolves. And suddenly you turn around and go, where is everyone?
Well, when you look at the three of us, with Johnny Bell here, Craig Senior and myself, Heatley Tector, when I look at the pleasure that the sport has given the three of us.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
You know, look at what it has given us.
Given me almost everything.
Almost. Well, I would say the exact same.
I would say it too. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and
Pembroke is home for me.
At times when you're having a bad day or a bad week, there's nothing like a cricket boundary.
Oh, there's nothing
like
those. Like working in court as I do now, you get to the end of a case and you've had people in front of you arguing over their children or using their children's weapons in divorce proceedings, etc., and all heated and everything else. And then you come down here and watch a women's seconds game. And in the space of those 3 hours, everything else just melts away. And you're just here with... And I still can't get over the fact we're only 2 miles away from O'Connell Street, which is in the middle of a busy European city. And yet, even with the ground mics turned up, all we can hear is Johnny. You know, there's no traffic, there's no aircraft going overhead, there's just no seagulls. You know, it's almost like village cricket, but in the middle of a capital city, and it is absolutely fabulous. And the people you meet, is what makes it really. I mean, nobody says when they've retired, I miss scoring runs or I miss taking. No, you miss the dressing room.
Oh yeah,
you miss your teammates.
The reminiscing,
and creating new memories.
That's what it's about now. And probably between the three of us, we've probably the bones of 150 years of pleasure. But that's the reality, and that's what the sport has given us. And
we hope that we provide that sort of enjoyment to others, whether it be through this stream or just being available in the club and people come up and talk to you or have questions, etc. So we're always absolutely delighted to be here, I know I am, and even if Noel wasn't providing the streaming service, I'd probably still be down here as much. But,
Yeah,
but
of
just
course you would.
I'd be doing a lot more laps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I couldn't help but think someone commented on Ashley Balburney's lapping this morning stroke this afternoon, and you can't help but think of the late great Peter Prendergast. And even on a day like this, he loved an All-Ireland day.
He did.
He loved it. He would be down early, he'd take 10 overs, maybe nip home for a cup of tea and a sambo or whatever he did.
Yeah,
And I got to mention Orla, his daughter, today.
Yeah.
Yet again, another brilliant innings from a really world-class cricketer.
Well, that's
because
what she
that's
is.
what Orla is.
Yep.
She is a world-class cricketer, and I do hope in some shape or form that Peter is seeing his daughter achieve such incredible heights yet again. She gives so much pleasure to so many of us who love the sport.
Well, the wind's picking up again here. I think there might be some more raindrops on the way, but you're absolutely right. And it's been tricky in some respects, because I've seen people doing laps and they'd be wearing a baseball cap and a puffer jacket, and my first thought is, oh, there's Peter. And then you suddenly realise that, no, it can't be Peter. But yeah, he's still here doing his laps as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, he was such a fantastic man.
Sure, we used to base the weather forecast for the day's play basically on what Pete was wearing. And he'd come down. He'd come down. If he had the beanie on, then you knew it was a cold day. If he had the puffer jacket on as well. But the big thing was, if he was wearing long trousers, you were unlikely to get any play.
Brilliant.
He was brilliant in that regard, and I think he enjoyed. He got to the stage whereby he carried the two hats in his pocket, depending on how the day was going. He'll be greatly missed by a large number of people, and in fact the turnout at the funeral showed in what regard Peter was held.
Well, I mean,
he was an absolute fabulous
he
guy.
was obviously a wonderful family man, a wonderful husband, and a wonderful dad, and if I may throw into that, a wonderful cricket man. Loved cricket, massively knowledgeable, great player, great supporter.
I did love Derek Vincent's article.
It was brilliant.
Stop.
I did try reading that out to Amanda, and could feel the lump in my throat getting bigger and bigger. You know, it's such a good article by Derek.
I've read it a few times, Craig, and it's one of those articles that you could read many more times. And there was so much in it that you could relate to.
I thought
there's so much in it that you could relate to.
There was a bit where Derek talked about them being seasonal friends, because at the end of the cricket season, Derek would go off to rugby and Peter would go off to football, and then they pick it up again straight away where they left off at the first net session. And I've had people within Pembroke where that's happened with me an awful lot, whereby come the end of the season, you don't see these people for 7 months, except maybe winter nets. And
it's a great expression, seasonal
friends. I thought that absolutely hit the nail on the head, as they say.
Well, hasn't it been a very tough 3, 4, 5 months for the cricket community, with the losses that we've had? We've talked about Peter Prendergast. In the same mould, Robbie Stanton. Another great cricket man. His beloved club were Merrion, and Robbie's still playing up until last year. You know,
he got a ton last year.
Yeah, he did get a ton last year. I will always remember, Robbie and I shared a room in Dhaka and Bangladesh together, and we had such fun, the pair of us, just laughing and joking, and of course watching cricket. And Robbie never missed a ball. You know, he had a passion for cricket, I suppose, like the four of us here have. Just loved the sport.
And he was just a true cricket fan. He loved everything about it.
He did.
Great to talk.
Emily asking where her shout out is from you today, Healy.
Oh, I've got to say, that's Emily Kelly, and that's my Jack's girlfriend.
There you
And
go.
Emily has moved over to Sydney. And we all miss you, Emily. We think of you very often. And I'm delighted to see your message, and I'm delighted to see you're watching cricket. And you missed a great day last Monday, my dear, because your boyfriend had a great day for Pembroke. And it's only a matter of time before Jack gets over to see Emily. But lovely to have you with us, Emily. I hope you're well, I hope you're keeping well, and I hope you're lashing on that factor 50.
Well, the sound of the helicopter passing overhead. We'll just cut down the ground mics for a minute. And while we do that, and before we show you, the covers are off. The stumps are back in. There is a chance play might recommence again very soon. Before it does, we'll just take you around the grounds. So, starting with the National Cup, Bangor, 144 for 5 in 30 overs against Leash. And that will be an interesting finish there. National Cup does throw up some lovely games.
I love it, Craig.
I almost prefer the National Cup.
I love it.
You've got the big boys in the Irish Senior Cup, and you're going to see centuries and good bowling, etc. But sometimes the National Cup throws
that
up
first fixture that you speak of is
Bangor and Leash.
A belter, an absolute belter.
40 years ago, there would have been nothing between the two of them. Yeah. Glendermot playing St Johnson, and Glendermot 114 for 9 off 30 overs, leaving a fair amount back in the shed there, it would seem.
Two great clubs from the northwest.
Adamstown have gone up to Bonds Glen, and they have Bonds Glen 186 for 8 off 37, and that match is in play. It's National Cup, of course, 40 overs, not 50.
Yep.
CIYMS, their game's been reduced to 44 overs, and after 30 overs, the CIYMS have put up 165 for 4 against Railway Union.
Okay.
Merion doing quite well against Donna Manor. They have reached 205 for 6, and they're in the 48th over, so they're going to end up about 220. Which with Donna Manor's big hitting,
will fancy that.
Yeah,
they will fancy that.
They will indeed. County Galway, the other Galway side. We heard about University of Galway earlier, but County Galway all out for 184, and Wexford Wanderers 18 for 3.
Oh, game on, big time.
That could be an interesting one.
My fancy there is runs on the board, Craig.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'd rather be there than not. Phoenix have reached 253 for 9 in their overs.
Good score.
That's in the Irish Senior Cup, so that's 50 overs. And
I may just very briefly, I've got to say hello to my old partner in crime, the great D.A. Lewis, doing some coaching up in Phoenix, and I know he listens to the stream very often. So if you are listening, Lou, good afternoon to you, and well done to your Phoenix Chargers. Very good score, that.
Getting back to the National Cup, Fox Lodge. Here's one for the statisticians. 1-1-1 for 1.
Aha!
But it has taken them 18 overs.
Richie?
To get there.
Hardest performance.
University of Galway, 164 all out. Cherrenure 25 for 1 off 3. So that's fireworks department down there in Galway. Lisbon, 167 for 8 in the 39th over of 47 against CISNI. That's going to be a tight game.
That's a tight game, I agree.
Pembroke here, still in the batting part of their innings. Andy Balburney on 112 not out. Pembroke 102 for 3 in the 43rd. Clontarf 217 for 7 in 47. So obviously throwing the bat time at the end of the innings, and we'll see how that goes. Leinster now 30 for 5.
Good Lord.
Chasing 102 in Balbriggan.
Now that's a game we're going to keep a very close eye on.
I think we will. I think we will. And there are two other games. Coleraine 131 for 3 in 30 overs. And the Hills posted 203, and Ballyspalin a 62 without loss of 15. So those are the scores around the grounds.
Some crackers there, Craig, that you've gone through. Some absolute belters. And as we've gone around the ground, we're coming back to our own ground. 206 for 3, just one ball remaining in this, the 43rd over. Andrew Balburney on strike. It's a good Yorker.
Well, I think at this stage it will be hell for leather. Nobody has informed us as to what the overs have been reduced to, if they have. Maybe it's appeared here.
suspect the idea was that it hasn't.
Well, maybe it hasn't as yet. Certainly nothing. Certainly nothing there. I'm grand at the moment, thank you. Now Bernie.
43 overs.
So 43 overs gone. 206 for 3. Back after the rain. Well, we've had the 102 partnership between Balbirnie and Garth and a 78 partnership between Balbirnie and Tector. This one between Balbirnie and Cosgrave, well, 14 at the moment, but it's only just begun. The run rate is creeping up towards 5.
Still not going out there.
McGee it was who bowled that one ball to complete the 43rd. And now Robinson back on at the nursery end. Nicely played out on the leg side. There's plenty of room out there. Balbirnie looking to take 2. Misfield by the fielder. As Balbirnie gets back on strike. And that's what Pembroke want at the moment. They want the man who's got the 3 figures to his name. He's hit 6 4s and 5 6s. And his batting rate getting closer and closer to that 100. Suddenly a lot brighter in the gazebo once we take that wall off. They're looking for another 2. This time it's too firmly hit. The fielder getting into that one quite quickly. Just a single.
Keane Robertson, this is the left arm finger spinner.
I've seen him playing in the Interprovincial Series.
Fine player.
Fine player. A few spinners around these days in that Interprovincial Series. Another one punched down the ground by McDara.
Very good.
Bat on ball. That's the important thing for him at the moment. He's going along at 100. And that's absolutely ideal. Every ball he faces just to get down to the non-striker's end. Balbirnie again takes the single. It's great to see kids just playing in the nets.
Ah, it's the sound of the ball on the wooden frame I love.
Yeah,
I love the thud.
Yeah. Will do.
In comes Keane Robertson. McDara Cosgrave. Nicely played. Should just be the one. Is just the one.
So that's the news from the scorers. This is 49 over game now, and it will just be a break in the innings, not tea.
So they've had their lunch.
I think they've had tea, and they've done everything they can to make sure, but they still lost an over each. So it will be 49 that Pembroke will be facing here, and it will be 49 that Instonians will have to chase down whatever score Pembroke put up. So that means then this is the 44th, and that's it completed. Good over for Pembroke. 2-1. Is it 2-1-3 or 2-1-4? Let's have a look. 2-1-4. So 8 overs coming from that. And again, without any urgency or fireworks or explosive displays, 8 and over.
It's
5
where,
overs
it's
to
where
go.
Andy has been so good today, Craig.
Yeah.
You know, he, I'd say in the last 10 overs, you could count on one hand the number of dot balls he's faced.
He's been on top of everything. Now, McGee.
Got to thank Niall for my lovely cup of piping hot coffee. All part of the brilliant service here. Thank you, Niall. It's lovely. Just exactly what the doctor ordered.
This will be McGee's last over. And how he'd love to break through. It's in the air.
Here's
The
a
fielder
chance
is
to break
there,
through.
and he has. And that's the end of Balbirnie. He went for one too many. He went for it on length, and McGee has done exactly what he wanted to. Take the wicket, and they see the end of Alburney, which with 5 overs to go, well, they'll be delighted at having got Andrew out finally. 118 to his name, and that is a super knock.
Absolutely brilliant innings. His teammates and indeed all of Pembroke and indeed Instonians take to their feet to give him a standing ovation, and boy does he deserve it. An absolutely brilliant knock.
Well, he has done an absolute fabulous job for his team. Welcome back. I mean, last time Andy was on the first, or not, yes, before this weekend, the last time Andy was on the first, he said it was the first time in so many years he was down at number 7.
Yeah,
and he couldn't
was
remember
telling
the
me
last time it was a DNB.
Yeah, I was laughing. I'd say it was probably an under 13 game when he was about 8 or 9 probably. But a brilliant innings comes to an end. Very good catch. Watched it well because it was dipping.
Yep, got his hands down underneath
it. Exactly.
Was always in control of it. And McGee will be delighted. His second wicket of the innings. And here is the replay. You can see Andy onto it early.
Just
a
the
bit
toe
too
end.
early.
Yeah, and just the toe end of the bat.
Too early.
Yeah. Very good catch.
And that meant that it fell inside the rope. And there was the fielder to hold on.
Your bat looks like Fiacre Tucker to me.
And now we're into the fireworks part, one feels. It will be swings of the bat. Well, Shane Daswell was the catcher, and no surprise because he's been professional and excellent in everything he's done today.
Oh, he has been superb.
He has had a fabulous day,
yeah,
and he'll be delighted with that catch, seeing the end of Balburney.
His boundary riding has been of the highest standard. Yeah, the new bat is Fiacre Tucker. Fiacre, of course.
Oh, the bowler disappointed with that decision from the umpire. Wide. And great to hear from Ian McElwain, which means we have a viewer in Saudi Arabia. The bars have obviously closed over there for the day. And Ian joining us online.
Great.
Another legend of my time in Pembroke.
Lovely to have him with us.
Fine bowler. Never really got the recognition he deserved. Could have gone higher on the teams.
It's well bowled. Beautifully bowled. He has bowled that nipper. That nip back ball.
Just to look at that.
Yeah.
The ball comes out of his hand faster than his run-up suggests.
Yeah.
Well, 98 devices currently tuned in. We hope you're enjoying this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup clash. Pembroke entering the final straight of their innings. There'll just be 4 more innings after this. Rain has meant that both sides have lost 1 over, which, considering the conditions, I think has been fortunate.
Remarkable, nearly.
Yeah, I know they've taken tea at a strange time and etc., but it has been a super performance.
Well, you've got to give the umpires plenty of credit for the way in which the game has so smoothly run its course in difficult circumstances.
Been a few chats with the umpires from a couple of the Estonian players, McGee being one of them. Another single taken out on the offside.
Just pushed to sort of deep point.
And of course, Fiacre Tucker, he's the only Pembroke man to captain an All-Ireland winning side.
Never thought of that.
Back in 2019.
A game I remember very well.
And Pembroke, of course, who held the trophy for a couple of years, based on the basis of no competition because of COVID.
Yep.
But,
that's right, Shafi was captain in 2019.
He was indeed, that day out in the hills.
Oh, a famous day for the club.
Well, as you say, if you can remember it, you weren't there.
Yeah.
It's like the 60s.
Yeah.
But yes, it's just towards the end of the Pembroke innings now. The field well spread. There are plenty of singles on offer, and it's what Instonians don't want is loads of boundaries.
Well bowled.
Through quickly by Kerr. He called that exceptionally quickly.
Well bowled by Robertson.
Talking about legends, one of the legends we were talking about earlier, actually watching today, Michael Byers, Michael W. Byers. So, great to see him tuning in for this game.
Good afternoon, Mickey.
Dave O'Riordan tuning in just for the stories of the old times, I think.
Yeah. Prez and a former Prez.
Yes, indeed. That's nicely driven down the ground. The bowler couldn't get down to it.
Should just be the one.
Keane Robertson went from enjoying his dive, relaxing on the ground, and suddenly there was a call of 2. He leapt to his feet. Those are my figures you're messing with.
Yep.
But again, bowling so well from that nursery end. Well, I think we'll see Paul Lawson at that end later on. And again, choosing not to take the second.
Yep. Wise move. I don't believe there was ever 2 there. And talking about Pembroke legends, I've just seen one of them down the far end of the ground, Henry Tye. Now there it is, a Pembroke legend.
Well, that's you look up legend in the dictionary, I think you'd find a picture of Henry, president of both clubs, Pembroke and Monkstown. Played for many years with great distinction for Monkstown, and he coached them. I remember him being coach when I was involved in Monkstown very briefly.
Former president of Cricket Ireland as well, of course.
Yep. And was responsible for the accreditation. Oh, that's a super shot.
That's a glorious shot.
That's the Kerr.
Absolutely glorious.
That's the Kerr Pembroke were looking for. And he lifted that one beautifully over towards the clubhouse.
That is as good a shot as we've seen, and we're going to see it again here, Craig. Just look at his footwork here. Giving himself room, getting that front foot out of the way. Beautifully hit.
He was waiting for the length. He was ready to dance down the track if he wanted to, but he felt that with that length delivery there was no need, and he lifted it beautifully to the chapel. And 6 more runs onto the total, and that will be a big help for Pembroke. 228 now for 4 after 46. Last 3 overs to go. No 50th over. Cross that one off the book.
Yep.
228. Well, maybe that 270 is a bit beyond Pembroke now, but it'll be interesting to see where they go with these 3 overs. Well, certainly be 2 there.
Good start. There should be an easy 2 there, which there is, of course.
And I think
good start to the over.
I think you're just going to see swinging bats now. This is the T20 part of the innings. Plenty of wickets in hand, and this is where we were talking about the importance of those wickets in hand. Whereas if Kerr gets out, you've got Sam Murphy coming in, that's okay. But if you had that coming in the 25th over, Pembroke would have been in fear of running out of wickets before overs. But on this occasion, Pembroke seems to have paced this innings really well.
Bolton, who's been in such good form as well.
Yes.
Sure, he'll have the pads on, even though it'll be for a short while. Should he get in, or should Sam Murphy get in?
Or Dan Murray.
Or Dan Murray, of course.
You know,
of course.
This is the thing about these new lineups, is nobody's established themselves at the tail end. Yeah. And is it, you know, if there's 3 overs to go, do we send in him or do we send in him? Or if there's 20 overs to go, surely it should be the other way round. And there's all that tinkering that goes on.
Yeah, well, Skipper Lawson will have a little bit of thinking to do.
That's a cracking
Nicely
shot.
hit. Should just be the 1 though. Well done by Robertson. Picks it up very cleanly and dispatches it very quickly out of his left hand.
Well, this has been a good performance by Instonians. I've been very impressed in the field. The bowling has been tight, few extras, It's been, they would have hoped to have taken more wickets. This one slices
Here's
back.
a chance for another wicket, and
there
it
it
is another wicket. Feed Tucker.
Well, live by the sword, die by the sword.
Very good knock.
Yep.
Very good knock.
9 off 6 deliveries.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that at this stage of the innings.
If every batsman who comes in now has a similar strike rate, you'd be happy enough.
You'll see the dismissal here.
He was looking for the Gardens.
Yeah, he was.
It slid off the side of his bat, and short third did a fine job of getting round, keeping his eye on the ball all the time, kept his footwork together.
Again, I agree with you when you talk about the quality of the Instonians fielding and, may I add, catching.
Yep, it's been top class.
None of them have been easy.
No.
You know, that Balbirnie catch out at the wall there,
Taken about 6 inches above the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. And dipping.
Yep.
And dipping.
No, they've done really well here. Have Estonians. They've sort of picked up wickets just as batsmen are starting to look set.
Yeah. Been a good over this for Instonians.
That's well
It's been
done.
a very good over. One of the great nicknames in Irish cricket. I see Rocky going past us there. Of course, Pebbles' dad. You know, Rock, Pebbles.
Yep.
It's brilliant.
The poor lad.
Yeah.
It's bad enough having a surname of Senior. But
Yeah.
Rock, I'm sure
Yeah.
there's all sorts
All
he's heard
sorts,
over
yeah.
his career.
Of course there is.
And as well as Saudi Arabia, we also have Smithy, who's down in Austria, Vienna.
Oh, Vienna.
Not a hotbed of cricket,
No,
but
no, but
great to know we have viewers there.
absolutely. He's got him, I think. Yes, he has.
Yep. Sliding in at Dara Cosgrave. He just tried to squeeze it out to third, and if it had been any other part of the innings, he could have kept that ball out quite handily, but he was trying to score from it, and that was the difference.
Well, Cian Robertson has bowled very well, particularly since play resumed. He has bowled to a very tight line and length, tied up, you'll see here, particularly to the right-handers. He's tied them up, he's squeezed them. You can see him coming wide of the wicket there. Very good.
Dara trying to give himself room, if anything.
Yeah.
He just took himself far enough away.
Yeah.
No, you're going for the stumping there, are you?
Yes, I'm with Niall.
Well, 2-3-1 for 5. And indeed it is Bolton who comes out.
A young man who's impressed me no end this season. No, that's Sam Murphy, I
was going
think.
to say, that's left-handed.
Yeah, that's Sam Murphy.
Will Houston watching with great interest at the moment.
Oh, is Will not standing today?
No, he has a day off.
Okay.
He offered the Umpire Association 1 day of work.
Okay.
And they chose yesterday. He was down here for the Leinster game.
Yes, he was standing yesterday, correct.
Yesterday, he sent Sam back to
Yeah.
Chase bat. This is what I love to see in the nets. It's just one guy by himself. Comes in, fetches the ball, goes out, does his run up, runs in, bowls at the stumps again.
Brilliant.
Then comes down to fetch the ball.
And he's got all his gears, Pembroke gear on him.
Nice shot.
Nice shot
just
by
edged
Murphy.
away. Beautifully
They
done.
should certainly get 2, if not 3. Will they take a third? No, they won't. Excellent start by Murphy. He'll be very happy with that.
And he knows how to score runs anywhere around the ground. It's not just a...
He's a senior cricketer for a long time, Sam Murphy.
It's not just the blacksmith, the village blacksmith coming out and hitting a lot of
It's a
balls.
wide delivery, surely. Yes.
It's very close to a no ball.
Yeah. It was
Very close to the edge
a
of
no
the
ball.
edge of the thing.
Yeah.
Edge of the strip. That's that noise you like.
I love it, yeah.
Murphy goes big.
And he's going to be caught though.
And
yes, very safe hands.
The man in front of Dale's shed sees the end of Murphy, and this is what you want from Pembroke at this stage. There's only 2 overs left. You want guys to come out and just throw the bat and see what happens.
Of course.
It does seem like the Pembroke innings is subsiding, but they're looking for boundaries, and they're looking for big boundaries now. 233 for 6, 234 for 6.
Got to say, I'm sure Pembroke would be very happy now if they could post 250.
Well, 3 wickets in the last 3 overs. There are times when it does take you by shock, that noise coming out of the nest.
Yeah, it does.
There's a bit of the rifle shot about it. It's sniper somewhere.
Well, having 4 children at home in Delgany, we had just outside our kitchen. That noise was the most familiar noise. I'd nearly say 365 days of the year. In fact, I remember Anita saying it was what she missed most when we moved from Delgany.
Was the noise.
The noise, yeah.
Well, a century up in one respect for us here. Over 100 devices now tuned into this stream. Bit of interest around the country and in fact around the world. We've already described how from China to Saudi Arabia, even to Leopardstown.
Great. Well, it's no more than this brilliant service deserves such a fantastic service. Niall and yourself and others involved provide. It's just wonderful.
Don't exclude yourself either, Healy.
No,
you may be new to the team. But you're certainly part of it.
I love it. I love every minute of it, if I may say so.
It's a great way to watch the game.
It is, yeah.
And as Amanda would say, and a great way to stay in shape. Good crowd outside the bar now. The chapel has emptied out. Sunday service. And I see a few glasses over there. Or do I see a lot of coffee cups? It's one or the other.
Probably a bit of both, I would have thought.
Yeah, you could do with soup today.
Yeah. Yeah. Well bowled again. Cian Robertson has done a really good job for his team here.
And quite rightly, I've been pulled up. I must mention also, we have viewers in Belfast today. Obviously, fans of the Estonians team. They're tuning in as well. And we're delighted to welcome them aboard. So thank you very much for getting in touch.
Absolutely.
And the Estonians follower on our live chat seems to think that this is advantage Estonians, and they'll be able to chase down 236 as it stands at the moment. In fact, 238 after 47 or 48.
Well, they're a very strong batting unit, Instonians. So I understand our Instonians friend saying it with justification. But we all know chases and cricket. And there's a big 6 to start the over.
That is a very big 6. Dan Murray, well, he doesn't have many nerves playing for the first team in the Bob Kerr. He just sees the delivery. He immediately knows where he's going. They're almost playing on pitch 3 there. It certainly wasn't going to be signalled a wide, that was for sure. And it disappeared out of the ground. 6 more runs to Pembroke, and that takes them up into the 240s. 244 now.
This is where I say 250. I think there's a little bit of chasing in 250, Craig.
There is indeed.
Murray
oh my word!
Trying to repeat the exercise, and he does this time with a 4. So 10 off the first 2 deliveries.
He's certainly giving the bowler something to think about.
Here we go.
Dadswell might be better off just bowling Yorkers at the stumps, because Dan Murray seems to be leaving them unattended.
Well, 10 off 2 now is a very profitable start to the final over.
Is that
Nikolai Smith, the Instonians captain, having a word with his bowler?
Perhaps he's making the same suggestion, because the batsman is moving around so much in the crease.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it's Bolton. who's facing and playing these magnificent shots. He really is after the bowling now. And he's gone again.
That is some cricket shot. That is some cricket shot.
Well, 16 from the first 3 deliveries, and he's changing the face of this game. And how important it is these last few overs going into the break that you feel that you're moving forward. And as much as our Belfast viewer thought it was advantaged Estonians, well,
maybe the little bit of momentum has just
changed away now. Over 250 on the board, 255 now for 7. After 48, we're into the last over. The score on your screen hasn't kept up.
I spoke about Bolton a few times, and forgive me for saying it, but he is a fine, fine young cricketer.
Certainly has bunches of potential. And that's showing there. Super shot there. Now, a great piece of fielding. Keeps it down to a single.
Piece of fielding.
But having found the gardens 3 times like that, the bowler must have been fearing it again. But what a classic shot to play out in the offside. It shows he's not just a one-dimensional baseball swinging.
17:04.
Yeah. Now Dan Murray to face.
How valuable will these runs for Bolton be? They really are. They've, I think, changed the...
Wow,
that is a fantastic shot.
That will make the highlights real.
That is a fantastic shot.
You will see that shot again. And as I say, nerves from Murray? Not at all. Just gently as you like, as if he's playing Stumpy in the nets, which he has been for the past 12 years probably. And he just says, no, I'll have that, and plays it away beautifully, and that runs away to the boundary. And that has brought up 260. So that guess of 270, well, these two certainly helping Pembroke get closer and closer to that figure.
Final ball of the innings. They run. And they scamper through for a single, and that concludes the Pembroke innings. And it concludes it in some style. What a brilliant 22, if my maths are correct. 22 off the last over.
And what a last over it was for Pembroke. And what a difference it makes from 238 to 260.
Virtually going at strike rate of virtually 300.
Yes, he didn't hang around, did he?
Did he?
Didn't hang around.
Absolutely brilliant.
So 261 for Pembroke.
Now I think Pembroke, if I were Paul Lawson, I'd be putting that in my pocket and running with it. I think it's a really good score, because I thought the bowling display from Instonians was disciplined, I
felt it was better than 261 anyway.
Yes.
220 maybe with that bowling performance.
Don't know. I think Pembroke got everything out of that.
Yep.
When you look at the Pembroke batting yesterday, which was really indifferent, to come out today, and in my opinion, they got every run possible out of it.
Yep.
The way they started, JJ Garth and Andy Balbirnie.
Century up top,
and
Andy, following his own advice, didn't have to do that much fatherhood work today.
Yes.
Spent more time in the middle, and I think he enjoyed that more than chasing Luke around the bar.
Absolutely. Here we are, if you want to run through the batting card.
Andy Balbirnie, well, he was the backbone, the pedestal on which this innings was built. 118 from just 138 balls. He was out there for over 3 hours, and those 5 sixes were an absolute delight. His opening stand with JJ Garth was 102, and they saw Pembroke through all the way to drinks without losing a wicket. Garth then fell, and McDonald, well, he looked like he was on the verge of getting into this innings when he got pinned by Andrew White, LBW. And then Jack came in, and the two of them put on a very, very reasonable partnership. I think it was 78 in the end. But it was very valuable as far as Pembroke were concerned. Yes, 78. There you go. That's not bad from memory. Before Jack was caught, it was an absolute delicious ball from James McGee that took the edge and went through to Rock. McDara Cosgrave, he provided good support when Andy Balboni was in full
Did
flow,
very
having
well, I
reached
thought.
his century. Yep.
Did really well.
And then Fiacre Tucker came in at the end. And
did also very well.
he scored
150
at
at
150,
you know.
and he was coming in with so few overs left to go that it really was about just show the bat to the ball. And then, Bolton with 19 off 7, nearly scoring at 300, and he started that last over with 6-4-6. Sam went for the big shot. It wasn't to come off today, and then Dan Murray, when he played the most audacious shot for those 4 runs that he scored. It's one that you will see on highlight packages to come. Pembroke end up here. Is this it here? Have you timed this beautifully now, Niall? You have. Look at that.
That is gorgeous.
In the last over of a Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup game, Dan Murray having the absolute confidence to play that shot and to play it well. So all in all, Pembroke did really well, and that last over of 22 runs, getting them up over 260, but the bowling was very good at Heatley.
Absolutely. 4 bowlers used to their max. James McGee, Shane Dadswell, Cian Robertson and Andrew White all bowled exceptionally well. Possibly the pick of the bowlers today was the brilliant Andrew White, just going for 43 of his maximum, picking up 2 crucial wickets at a crucial stage as well. Thought James McGee did really well up top, bowled exceptionally well. And I've got to give a shout out to both Cade Carmichael and Cian Robertson, both of whom did very well indeed. So 49 overs is the length of game being played here today.
It will be a short turnaround because we've already had the tea break in lieu of the rain break. And so we'll be back in about 5 minutes now, I'd say, when we will see if Estonians can chase down Pembroke's 261, and we'll see who goes into the hat for the next round of the Bob Kerr. But until then, we'll take a short break. Well, welcome back now. We're back with you for the second innings. It was only a short break. We'd already had tea. And at this stage, joining me in the commentary box for the opening start of this Instonians innings, Graham Mooney. Graham next to me as Bolton after his amazing last over.
Yeah, some striking. Picked his positioning he selected the boundary well. Like that here at Pembroke, there are some shorter angles to go for, and he did so very, very well.
Do you have your phone open on NV Play by any chance?
Sorry, I will do now in 1 second.
No,
inside edge
there. So, with the addition of DL,
Nice to meet you, yeah.
the target has been adjusted, and the target now is 269
off 49.
Off 49 overs.
So, yeah. So a rate of 5.49. Obviously not a huge jump because of 1 over.
Well, it's a big enough jump because not only is it 7 additional runs, but it's also an additional over.
Yeah.
So between the two, you suddenly find that Well, it's the opening partnership of Captain Nikolai Smith and Cade Carmichael. I'm more used to seeing Cade Carmichael in the middle order.
And Bolton hoping to.
Yes, I do is the answer to your next question.
Will you marry me?
That's punched away through points. It's the first runs off the bat for Instonians.
Oh.
And Cade Carmichael and his opening partner, Smith, getting underway.
Very similar to Pembroke's first runs. It was a back foot punch through the covers for 2 off the bat.
The wind has picked up a little bit, and you can see that with the effect it's had on this camera that you're seeing now. Instonians underway.
Pembroke starting with their usual 2 slips. They do like that. With a deep fine leg and a deep third man, the 2 men outside the ring.
Looking for those slips. Now, Estonians have pulled a fast one on me here. I had Cade Carmichael wearing number 8 earlier, which is the jersey he wears for his interprovincial side as well, and I suspect should he be in the Irish green, it would be the same number again. But here,
he's switched.
The batsman's wearing number 88.
Cheeky. Well, it's showing Nicholas Smith. Yeah, so 88 would be Carmichael, yeah.
Nicely punched away. Super shot through the point region again. It will just be, it will be 2. Jack throwing himself to the ground. Future legend of the club there, Jake Bell, going past. He's going down to the nets to join the carnage that's going on down there. And that is the end of the first over. And the score, 4 without loss.
A legend on or off the pitch, because I suspect probably both. If he stays as cheeky.
And as we suspected, and as has happened so many times this season, Paul Lawson will take the second over.
Well, it's a tactic that
it's worked.
Pembroke, well, whether it be Paul Lawson or Harry Tector, Pembroke like opening with spin.
With an off spinner.
Yeah.
No Gavin Hoey in the side today. He's been called up by the full Irish squad, as has Tim Tector, and joins Pembroke's other internationals. And we wish them all the best against the West Indies up in Breedy next week. 3 T20s scheduled. Breedy sometimes falls victim to the weather. Sight screen's being moved at the far end. The SMC print and design sliding across your screen. as the diesel train from Wexford slides through Sydney Parade as well.
Yeah, God help the West Indies if it's even a little bit colder than this.
It's not warm here today. Good crowd now down for this All-Ireland game. Lawson's first ball just played away.
So, yeah, Lawson starting with cow corner and deep mid on. So obviously hoping to entice the batsman into a rash shot.
Just pushed away on the leg side. They'll be looking for 2 again. It's all... They could have taken the 2 in the end. Decided not to. And certainly Jack Tector patrolling out there in Cover's corner. He's waiting for the big shot down towards the railway, down towards Willfield Road. This one punched down the ground, but there is a fielder, comes across. Fiacre Tucker it is. The accurate work. So just 48 overs to go then.
It just shows you though the different types of cricket matches you can throw. That's a low flying helicopter.
That is a massively close helicopter.
See an air rescue. Oh, big appeal. Big appeal.
Lawson goes for the big appeal and then, well,
pitching outside leg maybe.
Either way,
it's not
a nice question to ask. He's coming around the wicket and quite wide as well.
Yeah, it would have been around that. We can't tell obviously from this angle, but it looked to be around that.
Umpire's decision was not out. This one a bit wider and played away through the ring on the offside, and that one runs away for 4. And Smith in some touch today. He's going about this with some intent.
Yeah, Lawson disappointed with himself because obviously with the field setting he has, he doesn't want to give any width on the offside. I was going to say the different types of cricket matches to give the different drills, because the Leinster Balbriggan game is going to be an absolute thriller. They need 42 runs with 4 wickets remaining.
No guarantee they'll get those runs either, the way that game's been going. Lots of wickets.
Yeah, and Russia started off losing a wicket in the first over, so they're 0 for 1 in their chase against Clontarf.
Still no word from anybody out there of what's happening at the Oyster Oval. Yeah. Nobody got a phone number for the clubhouse down there. That's how we used to do it. You used to have to ring a clubhouse.
Yeah. I remember answering calls from the Irish Times on
Sean Pender.
Results. Yeah, given the results.
Sean Pender used to be the man who would... And the Sunday Tribune used to do a lot of cricket, junior cricket results in an effort to fill up their newspaper. Yeah, and that was always good, answering the phone to that one. Yeah. Craig Senior got 3 for 21. Sometimes you would ensure your own name appearing in the papers. Yeah. It's the only reason I ever bought the Sunday Tribune was for the cricket results. Tribune now. Is it still going, the Sunday Tribune?
As far as I haven't
bought a newspaper in so long.
Yes.
I find newspapers no longer give you the news, they give you their opinion of the news.
Exactly.
And not worth reading. Punched across into the leg side again. There are 2 fielders after this, and they will pick it up. Oh, that's a nice bit of fielding. McDarragh Cosgrave chasing that down. Nice slide.
Timed it perfectly.
Again, I think the moisture we've seen landing on the pitch earlier on is a great help to you when you want to slide. Not quite putting down washing up liquid on top of plastic bags or whatever to slide on.
But your comments about the paper, well, we'll wait till after Bolton runs in. That's nicely played, but no run. Yeah, always reminds me of the Yes Minister sketch where
who reads what newspapers?
Yeah. So you read, you read the Guardian.
Star wishes it was run by somebody else.
By Russia. Yeah.
Yes,
and if you read the Sun, he just
that was Bernard Woolley's line in the whole speech.
Yeah.
And the Times is read by people who do run the country.
Yes.
And what about the Sun?
Yes,
they don't care who runs the country,
as long as.
Well, Fiacre Tucker, he saw that very early on and went in to collect it. No single there.
And it's as true today as it was in the 70s.
Well, the only time I've actually seen it is very true what happens in the civil service. Yes, Minister, written by Sir Anthony J. He got so much of it right that I think the Conservatives used it as a manifesto. Bolton
short,
again.
poor
That's
delivery.
a classic shot. Onto it
6.
so quickly, and that is a flat. You won't see much flatter than that. Never got above
Waist.
8 feet.
Yeah.
High, the apex, but it flew away to the boundary.
You can't bowl short down leg here, not to that boundary.
No, and Bolton has found that out to his cost.
He's not quick enough to bowl that delivery. It's not coming up much above the waist, and it was punished. Much better.
Through,
It's out.
and Murphy takes the catch.
What a catch.
And that is a super piece of work by Sam Murphy. Well, he may not have been first choice for this with the Irish captain if the Irish keeper had been available, or even if Greg Hollins had been available.
Wasn't injured yet.
But he got injured last time out.
Oh, there's the Irish keeper. He's smiling at that one.
And he is delighted to see his... Well, Sam Murphy doing an absolutely fabulous job here. This is a great catch.
There is a gap here. You can see it between first and wicket keeper.
Carmichael came forward to drive at it.
Well
He's only got an edge. First slip, didn't even look at it. It was like, yeah, you're going to catch that. That's yours. And a wicket falls at the end of the third over. Bolton makes the breakthrough.
And that's Smith gone. The
And
skipper.
the score 17 for 1 off 3.
So the skipper departs.
First wicket down.
What
Now remember, Pembroke didn't lose their first wicket until the 28th over.
Yeah.
And here we are with 1 down already to Estonian. Of course, that means nothing.
Yes.
And anything could still happen in this regard.
It just takes one person to not kick on like Andrew Balbirnie in the first innings, which they can rotate around.
But Carmichael is a good wicket to take, that's for sure. He's a fine player with the bat. But on this occasion, he's back in the clubhouse, not having reached double figures.
But boy, that was so... He just pitched it up.
Yep.
Got him driving, got the edge. Nothing short. Thank you.
There we go. Carmichael's still on your screen, but you can see it's somewhat shaded now in the grey.
They never wait for the scores.
Well,
but all the stuff they have to do.
Scorers, yeah. It's like a wicket falling at the end of an over.
Yeah, it's nothing worse.
Always a nightmare. And that's what happened there. Oh, there's a mix-up between the calling there. A yes-no call. And you don't need those. Well, you do need those, but like a hole in the head.
Well, not if you're the fielding side.
Well,
that's what you want. Oh, it's a chance.
No, wide of slip. Balbirnie, it is a slip, and he's usually very good there. He's spent so much time there now. He knows what he's doing, and that one going well wide of him, and they'll pick up a couple. Neil Rock it is who's in now.
So left, right hands.
We know just what Neil is capable of.
Oh, that is it.
He's out. He's got it. It's an appeal.
He's not walking.
Been given. He has been given, and Paul Lawson has a second one.
And he's not happy, but it was caught. It was taken.
Neil Rock, well, he's debating whether he touched it.
Oh, okay. Well,
it was certainly held up, and it certainly was caught. There's no doubt about that. He's wondering whether he took it or whether it was just turned. And that's a nice shot from Susie Whaley through the nets. But that is a beautiful delivery.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Losing wickets in clumps is not good.
As I say, this one, he's turning it away from the left-hander, don't forget. He's an off-spinner. It's coming away from the left-hander. Well, it comes in towards him.
It had to hit bat. I think he was questioning whether it carried.
He wasn't questioning whether it's carried, because if he was, he'd have turned around to question Andy. Yeah. But on this occasion, he's been given out, and that's 2 down now. Another wicket falls, this time in the 4th over.
Last ball
with the score on 20.
No offence to Paul, I don't think he turned it that much.
20 for 2.
That he got to first slip.
Well, it would be an interesting one to ask Neil about. But
you can do that.
I'm not rushing up there at the moment, that's for sure.
Where's our roving reporter? Go into the Lions Den, please.
Jake, would you go up and ask?
Did you hit that?
We'll ask Jake Bell to go up and speak to Neil Rock. Might be the safest way of doing it.
But yeah, Pembroke cock a hoop at the moment. 2 quick wickets.
J.S. Siggins nipping in with a quick comment and then deleting it very quickly. One of our comments earlier on YouTube was that Neil Rock was going to score 200 today. And obviously that's not the case now. Nikolai Smith, the captain, he's got to be sort of standing there going, what is going on?
Yeah, when you're at the other end,
2 down. Rock also departs. And Lawson has his wicket.
And there's nothing better for the adrenaline than a wicket. Now you just have to control it. But 2 and 2 overs.
Now,
just what Pembroke wanted at the start.
To answer a query we had earlier on about how many balls we're using.
Yes.
Paul Lawson at the end of that over was next to the umpire and threw it to a player. So I think it's the same ball being used at both ends.
Okay, so we were
Cricket Island's cost-cutting exercise continues on to this. Yes,
it's not like the senior league here, because you can't. I don't know what to call it, because it's not the Premiership, it's not the Championship, it's the senior club.
Senior league.
Senior league at the moment.
Seems to be a good way of doing it.
Yeah, the senior league. They use two balls.
Well, this will be an important partnership for Estonians now. You've got the professional Shane Dadswell in with the captain Nikolai Smith, and these two
got to bat deep.
They've got to take it closer and closer drinks.
They got to bat deep here for Instonians. Again, don't look at the scoreboard yet, because a lot can happen in the last 5 to 10 overs. They just need to bed down, get themselves to 25-30. That's off the pads.
I don't know. I don't know if that was by the pads, and we'll never know again because Niall's not going to press the replay button.
Really not?
I see Gavin Hoey down today. It's great to see Barry and Gav down, and
Lorcan.
Tim was down earlier, Lorcan down.
Harry.
They're all on a day off. They're not allowed to play today, but great to see them down supporting the club, supporting their teammates, and hoping that Pembroke get through to the next round when they'll all be available.
Did nobody tell them they were dropped?
They weren't dropped, that's for sure. They were unavailable. But then again, what changes, assuming this goes well for Pembroke,
who do you leave out?
Who gets left out?
Well, that's the question we've been asking all season. Who's your best 11? Everyone has a different opinion. Nobody's right. You're only right when you win the match. You're always wrong when you lose it.
Yep. Well,
even when you win matches, people will say you weren't right in selection or something you did.
Fast food guy in Northern Ireland says, I'm calling it. Daddy to score a ton.
Oh.
Well,
who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy? And
this is getting like the New York Yankees. They used to have a chance. Oh, Shane Dadswell. Okay, Dad. Who's your daddy? Yeah, Dad to score a ton. Yeah, now we get it.
Well, I would say it's well within his possibility.
Oh, of course.
From what I've seen so far of him,
a skillful player.
He's a very, very fine cricketer. Bolts putting one down outside off, and the batsman quite sensibly just leave that alone.
Let's have 8 overs of that, please.
Well, Pembroke would certainly accept 8 overs of the ball just going through to the keeper. It would make it very tricky.
But that's the job. Remember, it's not about the wickets necessarily. It's who's got the highest score. So just as many dot balls, build that run rate.
Build the pressure, build the run rate. That will bring its own opportunities.
Good fielding, and again.
That was not getting past Fia Kratuka, no matter what.
So, I would say you'll probably see Figure from the St. John's Road end with his leg spin. McDara possibly nursery end with off spin. Obviously, Paul Lawson bowling away here, off spin at the nursery ends.
20 for 2 then from 5. Same spot. Pembroke was 17 without loss, but as we say, that opening partnership for Pembroke was absolutely essential.
Bedrock.
102 they put on in 28 overs, or the 28th over it was when Jonathan Garth finally fell for 40.
It is upon this
Pembroke are off to a super start here. 2 wickets in the first 5 overs would be better than they'd hoped for.
Oh, absolutely.
Paul Lawson.
Nothing against me, Figures, please.
Oh my word!
Right
That
across
was
the
a
line.
risky little shot.
Obviously looking to that square leg area.
Yeah, well, there's a big gap there. Jack
Risky
Tector
though.
well in front of square.
Yeah.
Fielder behind square, but the square leg itself,
He's
plenty of room. But that's what Lawson wants. He's
Play
encouraging him to play out there. They just take a single.
Again, he'd be hoping if he's playing that wide outside his off from outside his off stump, a miss hit pop up.
Yeah, you could see Bolton here behind point, taking one that just screws off a leading edge or something like that.
Or just pop into backward square there.
Or Andy Balboni at slip being in business.
Again, well flighted. It will be a single. Nicely played.
Well, they won't mind that too much at the moment.
No, because all it takes is one lapse in concentration from the batsman, and he'll pop one up. That is always the hope.
Lawson again having to go out to the side. They have taken tee. Oh, just excruciating for Lawson. If he had been, 9 feet tall and jumped, he was in with a shout, but it was just lifted over his head. And after 6 overs, the score has moved on to 24. That's the one that Lawson thought he was in for. 6 overs gone. 23 on the board. What I like about his action is it's very smooth.
Oh no, he's a lovely run up and smooth action. I would just sometimes.
I think he'll add a yard or two of pace.
That's what he's lacking.
Oh, he will add those, though.
Yeah. No, it's still a young lad. That's why he needs to concentrate not on the short delivery. He doesn't have the pace for that.
Not at the moment.
And the pitch isn't. It's not bouncing. It's not coming up off the pitch.
It's not lifting.
No. That's a great shot.
Bill Wadey doing the fielding there.
That's a fine shot. He found the gap beautifully.
Gets back to the fielder on the second bounce. He's feeling his arm a bit there now.
Retirement came a couple of years late.
See the replay of that bit of fielding.
We won't.
We'll see it later.
Oh,
that's a bit uppish.
That's 6.
Only just.
Well,
you could see he actually got really underneath it. Got really underneath this one.
Oh, you get
He's into position early.
Well, he's doing what Bolton did in the first innings. He was getting outside his off stump and playing it to the leg side.
Yep, super shot.
Yeah. Needs to be full.
Another one that's up in the air. This time there's a fielder underneath it. Could Pembroke be picking up the third wicket? And they have!
What McDarragh Cosgrave!
McDarragh Cosgrave takes an absolutely fabulous catch. He got himself into a difficult position. We talk about fielders getting their feet set, and he did.
Yeah.
But in the wrong place.
Yeah.
But he made the adjustment.
That's making the highlights reel for the awards night.
But certainly that was one that he could very easily have just gone over his head. He just come in underneath it a little bit too much, but he was willing to fall.
And also he held on to it when he fell.
And here it is. It just goes straight up.
Again.
You can see Fiacre Tucker had some interest in it, and he left it alone then.
I'm glad they called.
And he's going back, and then
always over his head.
Over his head.
And he held on.
But his hands did a super job, and you see the applause along the bar there.
Super.
And that's a third wicket down. And now 35 for 3.
Yeah. No,
and they're in trouble.
Very much so, because again, And that's why Bolton just needs to keep pitching it up there.
Well,
It's
certainly the short ball isn't one for him.
No.
Not in this game, not on this wicket.
Not on these
There'll be
tracks.
other days where his pace will get it up there or thereabouts, but not today, not on this track.
That's where he wants it every ball. Full, outside off.
Well, the new batsman quite sensibly being cautious there.
Another ooh and ah from the fielding side. He uses his feet, judges it very well.
Sam Murphy just checking out his own arm.
Keeping the batsman honest because he did leave his crease.
Lots going on here. Another one just let through. And you know what? It's exactly what he should be doing. You know, stop going for the boundaries. The previous batsman, well, he found the boundary quite nicely. Can I just say, in his defence, Jay Siggins deleted his previous comment by accident, and then he put it up again.
Okay, what was it?
And that was the one where somebody else had put up.
Oh, the 200.
The 200 for Pebbles today. But again, I'm sure Pebbles is in watching this on YouTube just to go back over his own delivery. He certainly wasn't content when the umpire gave him out.
Again, Lawson just straight back onto his line and length. Once he gets into a rhythm, he's like that piano, just tick, tick, tick.
Metronome.
Thank you. So we make a good team. Oh, he's appealing. Big appeal.
The umpire seemed to think there was some bat involved.
Yeah, possibly.
It was just the way he was tapping here.
Yeah, a bit of glove. Trying to put Lawson off that rhythm by using the reverse sweep.
Unable to do so on this occasion.
Yeah, it wasn't pitching outside leg, that's for sure. But
no, it might have hit him outside off though.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's very much. Lawson
Back
again.
to live action now.
And just a little tap into the leg side. Easy one. That's what Instonians need to do. Just little ones and twos, get the scoreboard ticking again.
Well, the scoreboard ticking along. 35 for 3, 36 for 3 now, off 7. Lawson again to bowl the 8th over. And this has proved to be a very good opening partnership for Pembroke on the bowling side.
Again, reverse sweep. That's brave.
Well, it's great to see, though.
Yeah.
It's great to see. Well, it is the experience, and we saw him using that experience when he was bowling. Andrew White, who's trying to mix things up here a bit.
Yeah, he's trying to put again.
Is he confusing himself?
And again, and he's got almost out. Balbirnie almost judging that perfectly. 3 times he goes at it, and he gets it on the 3rd go, but a chance.
It's a very risky shot to be playing this early in an innings.
Again, it's a 50-over game. It's not T20. 49 overs, but still.
It's a long game.
It's a long game. You have time. That's a lot. That's a big risk-reward shot at this stage. If they lose a 4th here, especially to something like that, they won't be happy.
Lawson continuing from what is a very overcast nursery end. The flag just about full at the moment. There's enough of a breeze going across the ground.
Intermittent breeze, though.
Good. Well, Con's Nook full at the moment. Lawson down. Oh, nicely backed up by JJ Garth. That wasn't going anywhere, that was for sure. Yeah. Another over goes. And a strange over, because you'd have thought somebody with Andrew White's experience would know that the situation does not call for reverse shots at the moment. Now, maybe he's trying to show Lawson something else, and then he'll slip back into his normal. But at the moment,
well, we saw Blake McDonald do it in the. He's trying to move the field, but we saw Blake McDonald do it in the first innings to White.
38.
But it was a different situation with different runs on the board and only 1 wicket down.
38 for 3 off 8.
All you can say is brave. Bolton to continue. That's again good length, driven straight.
Nice bit of fielding.
It's short cover, hoping for a mistimed drive.
So 130 required in 41. We'll have to start using the calculator function on our phones soon. Find out what the required rate is. Oh, I'm sure
It'll
that
be on the Irish, yeah. it'll be on
MV
there.
Play will no doubtedly have that. Cry of catch. I don't like that, but it seems it can't be stopped sometimes.
So at the moment it's showing still only 5.63, so it's not a ridiculous run rate. It's
No,
about your
it's
wickets.
still a high one, though.
Yeah,
It's still a high
it's
one.
manageable.
It is manageable. It's not outside the realms of possibility. There's no doubt about that. There's such a long way to go.
Lots of room to get ones and twos down the track. Slaps just straight to Lawson.
But at the moment, you get the feeling, oh, Pembroke are very much on top.
Oh yes, you can't take 3 wickets at this stage of the game and not be.
Go round the grounds at the
Yeah.
end of the over.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I only printed 3. Paul has 1 on the pitch. Instonians have 1 and the umpires have 1. I can only do so much.
Yeah, print 3 as opposed to print 4.
It didn't occur to me. I'm just so used to printing 3.
You're grand. Media centre always last to hear about anything. Will Houston broke the mould yesterday with the umpire telling us what was happening.
And we got lunch thanks to it, or tea. It's still down on the screen. I can pop down at some stage and get another one if it's coming into any more rainfall.
Well, let's see how we go. Little clumps of people walking around with their puffer jackets on or puffer gilets.
Yes, a fine selection available at Ed Sports.
Yeah, well, yeah, those Pembroke coats and training tops. I have a Pembroke jumper in my bag.
Yes.
I thought I'd bring down an extra layer just in case.
Well,
Just in case the first 6 layers didn't do it for me.
Just keep putting it there.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Although, do you know what? I'm quite happy to see the occasional short ball coming in. Oh, I'll tell you why.
I know. Keeps them honest. I know.
The same way that Andrew White playing that reverse 3 times makes the fielding side go, oh, we're going to have to make a change because if he's going to keep doing that. Now, the trick is don't make a change and he'll get caught at slip anyway. You know, Andrew Balburney was not too far away from that previous one. Bolton in. An edge goes past, slips, outstretched hand. Just the 1 slip in place now, of course. And they will come back for 2. Nikolai Smith, well, so much depends on him now, I think.
But that's why just keep peppering that length. That's very, very good length. So, yeah, quickly around.
No.
We just go quickly around. Someone gives some of the other scores. In a reduced over game to 41 over, CIYMS, they still haven't finished the first innings according to this.
Well, maybe we'll see them down in Park
Railway,
Avenue next week if they're not going to get that game finished up north.
Yeah,
of course, any replays have to be played at the away ground. Ooh.
Marion finished on 2-2-2 all outs. Donovan at 12 for 1 off 7.
You can't say it like that. You have to give it your best James Cresswell impression.
2-2-2.
Say that score earlier, we had a 1-1-1 for 1.
Yeah, that's a fine shot.
That is the shot that White needed to play, and that will be a boundary, and that's a fine boundary. Lawson into his 5th over.
Phoenix made 253 for 9 at the Village. Malahide 44 for 3 off 11 in reply.
Just haven't had time.
Lisbon 180 all outs. CSNI 14 for 1 in the 5th. Clontarf 247 for 8. Rush 19 for 3 in the 7th.
3 wickets down in 7 overs. Rush are going to be in a bit of trouble there.
Balbriggan looked like they could.
We'll come back to that at the end of this over.
There's the reverse. Big appeal again. No movement from the umpire.
Not even walking away. I like the umpire who walks away because then you know straight away it's not out. This umpire, straight as a statue, and remained as a statue.
I'd nearly bring in a gully.
Well,
if he's going to keep playing,
would you take the slip away and move him out wider?
No, bring gully. Point down into a gully, wide.
White just playing this one back down the pitch, and you can see he's trying to use his experience here.
I just bring, is it Bolton there at backward point? Just bring him all the way around.
Would that go in the bin by any chance? I just can't flick from here. Lawson in again. Looking to get out of this over. Looking to take another wicket. Looking to attack.
Sweep.
White again with the sweep. This time there's a fielder in place and there'll be no single there.
He just looks. He's playing sweep, reverse sweep, sweep, reverse sweep.
Can you imagine meditating in innings?
Yeah.
What are you going to do today? Well, I'm going to sweep and then I'll reverse sweep.
And then I'll sweep and then I'll reverse sweep.
Well,
as long as he stays there, Instonians
he's going
won't
down
care.
the track to Lawson now, and then comes back.
Smart.
But he set himself up just a couple of feet further down the track there. He's just edging down. It's all right, you don't need to bend down. You're fine. You're absolutely fine, ladies. It's on the tool camera. If you see on top of the sight screens.
I'm not quite that tall, am I?
Yeah.
No, you'll be fine.
The reverse. And this is why I would have had Bolton in that position.
I
know.
I don't mind. I'd leave it open for him because if he's going to keep playing that shot, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, end of the over.
10 gone?
10 gone.
Score now 45 for 3.
But as you cut me off, I was just going to say, looks like Balbriggan are pulling off the Great Escape.
Well, you could go back to that now.
Balbriggan were all out for 102. Leinster 77 for 9.
Oh.
They need 26 runs off 27 overs with a run rate of 0.96. It's old school cricket. Only 1 wicket remaining though. You just block, and hope for 20 odd wides.
Well, as we enter the 11th over here at Sydney Parade, there's a change of bowling at the St John's end. Mark Berry coming on.
Leinster have moved on to 92 now. They just need 11.
How
They had a big over
how many
there.
wickets in hand?
It's one.
One.
It's one. 19, 2 for 9. They had a big over there. So somebody decided bang, bang, bang is the way to go.
Well, Mark Berry then from the St John's end. He's bowling to White.
Oh, super fielding.
And JJ Garth, well, he's back to his best. We saw him earlier in the season fielding down at third man when the side were hiding him, and that was more because of injury than anything else.
Injury.
He's back to his best now, patrolling that area just behind point. What people of my age would call Jonty Rhodes position.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I'm sure that there are more up-to-date heroes. But again, Garth doing the fielding. Berry going a little bit short there. Oh, no, lads.
No need.
Oh, my goodness. What a dreadful way to get run out that would be.
Yeah, Leinster just had an 11 run over. Yeah. That's what kind of... They've obviously decided if they get the chance to go for it, and then they're hit 5 runs in the next over to bring them to 93. But it must be no nails left in Balbriggan today.
Yeah, well, 10 required. But that may be the way to go. If you've got number 11 in with you, and you just go for it. And if it comes off, great. And if it doesn't...
Sorry, it wasn't your day. Is there a super over?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, so Niall could have Niall's dream. Super overs. It's all he ever wants in life.
There are 2 super overs on the bowl out.
Yes, that's what he wants. But that would be something. Leinster Balbriggan could end in a super over.
Well, we saw, what was it? The T20 was a super over this year that saw Lisbon defeat Phoenix.
Yes.
Not Merion, though.
No, it was Phoenix in the final.
Yeah. No, sorry, I just think that when you're thinking of finals being lost, surely it's Merion.
Well, in tight games being lost.
I don't know.
Much to our pleasure. But no, was it not Leinster actually in the T20 final? Because
it might have been, yes. Because they won the T20 here in the Alan Murray, yes. But Lisbon it was, who went out to Spain to take part in the ECN.
It's a good line from Berry. Just finishing that over off.
And that is the 11th gone. And the score now 47 for 3. Now, just by comparison, Pembroke didn't lose their third over until the 45th over, third wicket. And there is the card so far, and you see catch. One to the keeper, one to slip, and that was a great catch.
Mid-wicket.
And the other one at mid-wicket when
Dadswell
got underneath one. He was on 14 off 11 and not really batting to the conditions or the match situation.
Well, he just hit a 6 in the over as well.
Yep, and he went for another one.
Yeah.
It's a change of bowling now at the nursery end as well. It will be Daniel Murray. He came in and played that audacious shot in the last over, sort of scooping it over short third, and it ran away for a boundary. Now
the
he's
freedom
here.
of youth.
Now he's here for his bowling, and we'll see how he goes. Big movement of the side screens. Well, you had Lawson who was going round the wicket.
Yeah.
And now you've got Dan Murray, another seamer, coming over the wicket.
Well, our Pembroke's three seam options today are Murray, Berry and Bolton. So we'll see the third seamer in the side now.
Good time for him to come in. The 12th over. Good line of length to start with for Daniel Murray.
You would say the quicker of the three. Cozzy.
Dara Cosgrave fielding down at third man. Niall out checking the weather. Bit shorter from Murray. Didn't really get up though.
They're going to come back.
No, they're not. Andrew White, maybe with a few too many miles on the legs, deciding against a second.
Well, and a bit early to risk it.
Yeah, no need to take these risks at the moment. That's why I was disappointed with Shane Dadswell. I thought he had the potential to go on very well here today, and he just took one too many.
Well, as I said, 6 in an over. You didn't need to in that over.
Murray to continue. White comes down the track and then plays with a very straight bat. You can see him coming down the track just to stop anything getting big on him.
Yeah.
You need a bigger hood, Graham.
I know, this is the tighter hood. It is just that little bit chillier here at
Where's
the
the
moment.
beanie I gave you yesterday?
It's in the car.
Yeah, you need that.
I'm washing that before I wear it.
It's only been on my head.
Oh, has it? Okay. I thought you found that in the sheds.
No, that was mine. I had that made.
Oh, okay.
But now I have so many hats and baseball caps and my new favourite one, my Lions floppy.
Oh, yes.
But it's proper floppy, not floppy like the umpires are wearing, but actually hangs down. It's more like a wedding hat with a Lions badge on it.
It's what all the cool kids are wearing this summer.
Well, it's certainly what the cool kids in Australia will be wearing in a month or so's time, once I get over the flight.
Hey, don't forget, if you do get injured, I will take your place.
I realise that. It's a kind offer. Effort ball from Murray. And if anything, White turned that into a Yorker by taking that step down the track.
But I like that length.
Yep. Nice
Right up
full
there.
length.
Attacking the stumps. No width. Yeah.
Rain. Yeah. There and there. No, but that helped take up the half hour. Played away on the offside. Nice bit of fielding. JJ Garth again. It's becoming very good.
When you talk about just reliability in the fields, you know, in these last few years, Garth's fielding has always been top notch.
48 for 3 from 12.
In fact, I think you can watch back on our channel the highlights of that great day he had in the field.
Yep.
With the direct
the 4
hit
run-outs.
Yeah, the 4 run-outs.
I mean, when you've had 3 run-outs
and the
ball goes to him again,
run!
Why would you take the single? It was like Merion's batsmen that day
they weren't watching what was happening. They were in the dressing room not paying attention.
Mark Berry then from the St John's end, and at the end of this over, there'll be a change in the commentary box. No, I'm going to leave you here.
Oh, okay.
And that's a nice shot through the onside, down towards the Kerr Park. And once again, it's Bill Whaley doing the fielding, and that big arm again, finding Fiacre just inside the rope.
Just a bit of WD-40 needed on him.
That's a nice shot. Picked it up beautifully.
Just a little full on the legs.
Yep, and that's what it was. And it was tucked away quite nicely. Went for the boundary. 4 more runs onto the total. And we haven't actually spoken about the total much recently, but they've got up to 48. Well, that's 52 on the board now in the 13th over. They're going along at a good rate. Yeah, it's those 3 wickets that are the problem. And if Pembroke could take another 2 or 3 before the drinks break.
But this is why Instonians shouldn't panic and just play
cricket.
Yeah, just the boundaries are coming for them. just tap it around, take ones where they're offered, twos when it goes deep into the outfield, and
Andrew
you'd be
White.
surprised where you'll be at 30 overs.
Andrew White is using his experience here because he is backing up well.
Yeah.
The question being, how quick is he at turning back? And he was fine on that occasion. But you see, he does take a good lead.
Oh, that's going to be race down. It should just be the one. It was bowled wide of the crease, so it was a safe shot.
Tucked away there. Captain, well, I think the rest of his team are probably delighted he's still in the middle, because if he'd come back to the dressing rooms, there may have been words said. 3 wickets down in the first 10 overs.
Well, it's not what you would have talked about at tea or in the break of what the plan was.
No.
But like anything, all good plans
Yep.
are thrown out the window when the first ball is bowled.
Smith has moved on to 20 now. He's the one who's trying to provide the solidity that this innings needs.
Oh.
That one just chipped up a little bit.
And a direct hit from good fielding from Lawson.
Yeah, and Sam Murphy just acknowledging the fact the ball had hit the stumps with a little appeal from the far end. And that is the end of the over. I'm going to take a break. Graham, I'm going to leave you and Heatley together for until the 20th over, I suspect. Is that okay with you?
That's fine with me. I don't know if it'll be fine with the viewing public.
I'm putting it in boxes.
Okay. So, yes, end of the 13th. 54 for 3. It's on a knife edge, really. At the moment, it's very, very finely balanced. And we welcome Heatley back.
Thanks, Graham. Lovely to be back, and this game is poised beautifully, I think. You know, we talk about key partnerships, but, you know, Nikolai Smith, really good cricketer, has played so much inter-pro cricket, and Andrew White, as we know, one of the all-time greats of Irish cricket.
Yeah.
So, you know, these are two very capable cricketers at the wicket.
These definitely are the 2 wickets that Pembroke want to see the back of.
Yeah.
Ian, just a little punch into the point area. No run taken. Simple cricket. That's the key for Pembroke, just to keep patient. Just doing the basics right. Oh, we have a viewer in Denver, Colorado as well out there.
Oh, and
welcome.
Welcome. And Craig, while I have you, I have to ask you.
Bit of bat in there. Shout for
the
LB.
Balbriggan Leinster game.
Graham has the details.
9 down.
It's 9 down. They needed 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
It needed 11. Yeah, the closest match definitely today so far. Leinster are 100 for 9. They need 3 runs.
3 runs, okay.
Rian Cassidy batting.
Okay.
And Devin Keenan. Too high, too leg side.
That had nothing going first.
No. It should be a leg by. It will be the signal. And is. Yeah, what a game at the Jack Harper Memorial Park.
Fantastic game.
Just shows you sometimes big scores isn't what makes good cricket. It's just a hard-fought match.
Talking about good cricket, we've got some really good cricket here in front of us today. It's the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. 2 great clubs battling it out. Pembroke and Instonians.
I am, yeah. Very much so.
And the temperature drops, the wind picks up. You could feel maybe something in the air.
We're into a game now once 10 overs have been bowled.
And of course the 3 wickets won't help. I'm surprised actually they're not putting Douglas loose up on the board yet.
Certainly I would have thought it. If I were an Instonians batter, I would insist upon it.
Yeah.
I'd like to know
I would
exactly what's required.
Yeah. End of the over. That is 14 gone. 57. So slightly ahead of where Pembroke were, but of course it's the 3 wickets that will always be the difference.
Yeah.
So Berry to continue.
Of course, you know, Berry would be very familiar with all these Instonians players. He's played against them on many an occasion. In comes Berry, right arm over the wicket. White just punches it to the point fielder. JJ Garth, a man who's made that position his own for a number of years now.
Oh, yeah, he's always been very, very good in that position.
Brilliant fielder, absolutely brilliant.
Oh, it's in the air. They're
Here's
interested.
a chance. No, just
One
in the
bounce.
gap.
Balbriggan have won. Balbriggan have won by 2 runs.
Go away. They got the.
They've won by 2 runs.
Wow.
Leinster all out for 100s.
Who was the last man out and how out?
Azar to Ali out. Caught.
Caught. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that wasn't a million miles away from an outstretched JJ Garth hand.
All right. Sorry. Hollard to Cassidy. Bold Hollard. 13.
Okay. Cracking game though.
Oh, they'll be going running around the gardens in Balbriggan tonight.
Rightly so too.
Well, you can't score 100 in a senior game and expect to win, but somehow they managed it.
Yeah.
Leinster will be kicking themselves.
They will, because they're a good side, Leinster.
very good side,
I was talking about it to some of the guys down there, and I was saying I really don't know of a better bowling unit in Leinster senior cricket this year. They're so impressive, I think, Leinster. You know, and they have, whether you want to call it the advantage or not, of none of their.
So end of the 15th. It's 59 for 3. That means there are 34 overs remaining. It's a run a ball. So
Run rate has obviously been on the up.
just slightly. Again, I would still say manageable if they keep their heads.
Yeah.
It's again about getting into those last 5-10 overs with the right men at the crease.
What's this partnership worth, I wonder?
It is. They came together on 23.
It's a good partnership. 30 odd. Nothing wrong with that.
35 for 3. Sorry, 35 for 3.
Yeah, still 24. It's a good little partnership building. It's a crucial one for Instonians, as it is equally for Pembroke. They will be so keen to break this partnership.
I think one of the keys for Pembroke here is to get through as many overs with the right bowlers.
Yeah.
They'll want to see, have the right bowlers at the end with overs, just in case. That's down leg.
Should just be the single.
Easily pulled around the corner by White.
We've been talking about great sweepers of a ball. Obviously, Theo Lawson and Andrew Balbirnie. Put Andrew White into that category. Tremendous sweeper.
Yeah. It's a beautiful shot to have. Yeah, I love a sweep.
And, it's a very difficult shot to execute. The great sweepers make it look easy, don't they?
Until my back went, I actually wasn't bad at it. Because it's a great one to get you out, just tickle one around the corner.
Yeah, well.
Especially if his spinner is on, and he's, bowling on a right line. If you can get your leg outside off and just get him around that corner, get yourself off strike.
Yeah. The sweep, like all batting shots from my perspective, was impossible. Should just be the one. He's got to get it quickly. Little fumble, but
he got to the ball.
No damage
enough,
done.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah, it's exactly what he did. He got to the ball very quickly.
Yeah, it is a very good fielding unit here, Pembroke. They've shown that already in the field with the 3 catches taken.
A very young side.
It is.
You know,
the average age. Yeah, obviously, you know, Andy and Paul dragging it up, but not old men. So
not far from it.
Yeah,
and 2 wonderful cricketers as well. So you throw that into the mix.
But like that, the Daniel bowling at the moment is still 17.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just finished 5th year.
But give me a side with Andrew Balburney and Paul Lawson any day of the week.
Yeah. Again, White just using his feet. But again, it's well pitched up by Murray.
Yeah. Isn't cricket fascinating how the run rate can escalate just so quickly?
Yeah. Well, you often see it in T20s. 2 overs can make all the difference. 2 overs to the bowling side or 2 overs to the batting side can change a game.
Yeah.
And obviously in the 50 over, it's a bit more than 2 overs, but you know, as many as you can get through. It's often why I like to see 2 spinners on.
Yeah.
Just to, you know, let the batsman suddenly look up when it's 5, 6, 7 overs gone.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got 2 seamers anyway at the moment. Berry is continuing from the St. John's Road end. It's full, driven.
It's well fielded again. Very good piece of work.
Again, wouldn't be unhappy with that if you're Pembroke, because if it holds up at all or mistimed, you could see that just being taken by McDonald's there.
Tell
in
you
the
what's
covers.
been very evident in this innings is how beneficial and fruitful the full length ball has been.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautifully struck.
Gorgeous shot.
Just again, he drifts onto the legs and it allows the batsman just to lean in. Just drives it into the vacant.
What a misfield there.
K's corner area. But again, you can
shot.
see that's just. Oh, well, he picked it upside
That was
off.
a
My
gorgeous
apologies.
shot.
Again, I don't look at the screen, I look at the play. Berry back on it though. That's good to see.
Yeah.
But again, we were saying it there in the last innings though. Yes, there was a boundary, but you also need your 1s and 2s.
Oh. And I thought that's where Pembroke were very strong today.
That's far from over, so obviously.
No, absolutely.
Like, oh, that's super fielding.
It is a great bit of fielding.
So, I'd hate to think people were talking as if this game is dead and buried. It's far from it. But that'll be the key for Instonians, just getting those 1s and 2s moving along.
Well, I've got to say, when you talk about this youthful, really athletic, splendid fielding side, I've got to say good afternoon to Breen O'Rourke, who does such work with these guys beforehand, and he's worked with all these guys for so many years. You know, one of the absolute great men of Irish cricket is Breen. But it's no fluke and it's no coincidence that they're young, they're athletic, they're mobile, they're agile.
Well, just a 4 from that over, just the 1 boundary and nothing, and 5 dots. So that'll be a little disappointing for Instonians. But as all the great coaches out there always say, it's the one element that any player can improve.
Yes.
Their fielding. You know, obviously there's natural talent with bowlers and batsmen, whatever, but as a unit, you can always just lift your game in the field through just sheer practice.
Yeah.
So, Murray to continue. Into his 4th over.
Very nice, Dan Murray.
Murray right in the pipeline of really splendid young cricketers coming through here in Pembroke, so many of them.
He can bat, he can bowl, he can field. He does, yeah, and he's cheeky to go with it. And you need that little bit of, you can see it in his shot in the first innings, the reverse.
Yeah.
You just need that confidence. And it's great to see that confidence at that age. But of course, also he's only one of a pair. His twin brother Luke, unfortunately, not here today. He's a fine player also playing on the ones this year. Bit of bats.
Nope. Off the middle of the bat.
Yes. That's one you definitely review as a batsman.
Oh. Yeah.
But again, it's fine bowling. He's making white play. He's keeping the ball right up there, not making it easy. And you can see on our screen the strike rates. Yeah. But again, well bowled.
Very well bowled. Yeah.
See, this is where I would love for the bowlers not to chase wickets. Keep the pressure.
Yeah.
Just don't chase it. Let it come to you. Again, fine bowling.
The key now for Dan is to get out of the over. That'll be uppermost on his mind now. And Andrew White, no better man to hurt you.
Yeah, if he does.
When he knows you're young and relatively inexperienced at this level. But Murray has done so well and continues to do very well. Excellent.
Yeah. Again, Pembroke won't be unhappy with just a single.
No, not at all. It's an excellent over.
Yeah, one off the over just. 67 for 3 in the 18th.
Yeah. You would think at some stage, Graham. Oh, the seagull has gone with the packet of crisps. There we go.
They are, and he won't be giving that up. Shouldn't have left that on the
seagull with the crisps.
Yeah. I tell you, they're.
Oh, there we go. Brilliant camera work.
He's trying to open it. It's an unopened packet.
Well,
so
they're hunky dories. They're one of my favourites.
But looks like buffalo flavour.
Yeah, I love them. Oh.
Oh, no, he's flying out. He's gone. That reminds you of the clip of the seagull going into the shop and grabbing a packet of potato in the shop and taking it out.
I remember being on comms a number of years ago when a dog came on.
I was walking by you. It was at the women's T20 final.
It was.
Yeah, up in Breedy.
Correct.
Pembroke were waiting on the sidelines.
Forgive me, but I can't remember. Dazzle the dog.
Yes.
Dazzler. He was a legend. Dazzle.
Yeah, he got play.
He
went viral.
It certainly did.
Yeah.
I remember I was interviewed by many radio stations. It was my 5 minutes of fame, Graham. Oh, gorgeous shot.
That's beautiful batting.
Gorgeous shot.
From Smith. Again, he's moved into the 30s now with a decent strike rate, like considering the pressure they're under. He is key here. That's just fine batting. Half a chance for Barry. It would have been an amazing catch.
Oh, here we go.
Did he get the crisps open?
No, he can't.
Barry back on it, and that's better from Instonians. They've hit the 4 now. They get the score, keep the scoreboard ticking.
The gull is struggling. That's all I can tell you, Graham. I don't think he's got into the hunky dories yet. Oh, here come his buddies.
Yeah, they're going to share. Will they share?
Yeah, well, they'll all. It'll be a triple pack.
And they'll eat anything, seagulls.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen a seagull devour a whole drumstick. Oh, that's pulled out here to the onside. It's going to be 4.
Yeah, sure
Smith
is.
down on one knee and just lifts it over the infield.
Smith is starting.
Yeah.
If you look at his.
Well, he recognises the
His
fact
strike
that
rate.
the run rate, he comes outside, is off. He picks it.
It's good batting. It's in the
Yeah.
slot.
This is where Pembroke just need to be careful.
Yeah.
They can't let a batter get away here.
No need to panic, though. Here's
Oh,
a chance. Here's a chance. Will
gonna be
Murphy
difficult.
take it?
He
does take it.
What a catch.
That's a brilliant catch
over
from
his
Sam
head.
Murphy. That is a brilliant catch from Sam Murphy.
And it's happened again for Instonians. After a boundary, a wicket goes. Another big shot was tried.
Well
and
done,
all they
Mark
could do
Berry.
was sky it.
Well
Yes.
done, Mark Berry. You talked about having patience, and you talked about, just hitting your straps, hitting your line, hitting your length. That's exactly what.
But
Here
it
we
really
go.
is such a good catch because it's over his head. And if he was wearing a helmet, he wouldn't take that.
That is a superb catch from Murphy. Oh,
Pembroke are so lucky to have 3 excellent wicket keepers.
Look at Sam Murphy.
Four. Sorry, Kevin Ryan. Yes, sorry. My apologies, Kevin. Three on the ones and twos.
But that really was. You're right.
Yeah,
That was
and
a superb
our
catch.
future president sitting there watching. I better say 5. But no, yes, it's brilliant work from Murphy, and that changes the game all over again.
Yeah, well, we did talk about the importance of this partnership, and it has now been broken.
We see it was right full. It was a little too full to try to get under it.
Look at Murphy's eyes. Yeah. He never let it out of his eye line. Never.
Brilliant keeping.
Look at him. Watch this. Ah, that is brilliant. Oh, there goes the honky dories. There's the packet.
An empty packet.
The Gulls have done their job.
It was nice of them to return it first to put it in the bin. So it safely goes in the bin. A very, very empty Buffalo. So, well, 77 for 4 in the 19th. So much pressure now on the skipper, who remains at the crease.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice shot, and it's a great bit of fielding.
So that's Carmichael, I think, has come to the crease.
No, Carmichael was...
number 4, Robinson.
Keane Robinson.
Has come to the crease. So the 19th over finishes 77 for 4. But again, we're talking about run rates. At this stage, Pembroke were only 69. So it's your run rate at this doesn't matter. But they were 0 wickets.
Yeah. Well, that's time and time again, and it doesn't matter the format, Graham. If you can keep the wickets column down, you'll put yourself in a strong position.
Now again, really what Instonians need is for their skipper to go big today.
Yeah.
He needs that ton.
Big ton he's going to need.
That's a bump ball. I think that was a bump ball. There were cries of catches from some of the field, but it was a bump ball.
Right, yeah.
I think the enthusiasm is just energy. The energy in the field now from Pembroke.
It just bounced off the artificial wicket as well, just in front of the fielder.
Allowing them to run through for the single.
This is Keane Robertson. Bowled very well today, particularly in his second spell when he came back. Thought he did exceptionally well.
I tell you, there's nothing like a left arm off spinner.
He's a valuable entity on any team.
Again, good bowling from Murray. He's keeping it full, keeping it straight, forcing the batsman to play, but he's bowling to his field. In a way, I would say he's nearly bowling within himself, because you can often see Daniel loves to bowl a short delivery. He loves to, try and get it up. I think he's recognised the pitch.
I'm sure Paul has told him.
It's not there today in that pitch. That's brilliant.
There's a big appeal.
Full.
Not out.
They've run through.
They've run through, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what the call is. Whether it's given leg boys or off the bat.
I think it will be leg boys.
No.
No.
It hasn't
It's
signalled.
off the bat, yeah.
It's off the bat.
Well, that's the end of that.
Yeah, that explains it.
Yeah. But again, it's that full length that's caused problems all day.
Great steady run up. Yeah,
Oh, yes,
yeah,
big
big
inside edge.
inside edge. Good umpiring.
Very good umpiring.
There you go, John.
Yeah. Again, if you're the skipper, don't change a thing. Just keep building that run rate as much as possible. And as well, keep Smith off strike as much as possible.
Come on, John.
That's a fine shot.
Glorious shot.
Just that's brilliant fielding. No, he said it's four. He's admitted he's just touched the boundary line.
Yeah.
It's very good from the fielder. He made the effort, just couldn't quite cut it off. Fine shot from Smith.
Shows you how absolutely switched on and committed Andy Balbirnie has been today. Like, that is a brilliant bit of fielding.
Just couldn't keep it away.
Yeah.
Just another big
Gorgeous
hit.
shot.
Cut off this time, just the one. Again, good over so far. 6
Very
from.
good. Yeah.
And that is the end of the over. So the score has moved on to 84.
And with that, we'll have a change in the commentary booth. Thank you, Graham, for your excellent words. Back in to join me. It's hello and a very good afternoon to Craig Senior.
Well, you saw some excitement through those overs.
Terrific, terrific. I've really enjoyed the game. It's it's high intensity.
And again, the standard of fielding at this level. Some of the games we see down here, the junior teams, you see some fielding and ohs and ahs and he tried hard there.
Well,
this is all top class stuff.
Let me tell you, I watched a blast game last night. And the quality of fielding on display here is considerably better than I watched and saw last night, Craig. It is, you're so right, it is just first class.
From both teams?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, both teams.
And of course you also had the added excitement as Mark Berry comes in now. Just played out back to him.
Again.
But you also had the excitement of the fighting seagulls.
Yes,
fighting
brilliant.
with the packet of crisps.
Yep.
My goodness.
Well,
it didn't take long for him to break into the packet either.
they're like me. They love a Buffalo honky-dory.
Well,
I'm a massive fan.
oh,
That's a great shot.
it's early.
It's a chance,
and it's
though,
taken.
and it's taken. It's another brilliant catch.
Andrew White trying something a little bit too fancy for this part of the innings, one felt.
Nikolai Smith.
Oh, it's even more important. The captain on his way. Sorry, yes, indeed. Andrew White had already departed, but Nikolai Smith with his 38, he's on his way, and that's a good catch.
Very.
Down in the deep by Murray.
Yeah. I thought it was going to clear him at one stage.
Ambitious shot.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
It hasn't come off the middle of the bat, and as a result,
I love
Mark
Berry.
Berry.
Just the arm raised.
It's the Alan Shearer, just
Yeah,
the
it
one
is the
finger.
Alan Shearer.
The one
Yeah,
finger.
yeah.
Well, Pembroke will be delighted. They have Estonians 5 down now inside the first before drinks. Still a long way to go.
But Shearer was a magpie and Berry is a
Is he?
No, another animal, a fox.
Oh, yes, he is now.
He is now.
Well,
Yeah.
big smile on his face there.
Yeah.
He's delighted. Nothing nicer.
He's bowled very well.
He has
Craig.
bowled very well, but there's nothing nicer than when the batsman seems to be taking liberties.
Yeah.
What a
yeah,
bowler would
yeah,
consider.
Yeah.
Hang on, you're not doing that.
Yeah.
So to get him caught on playing a shot
Yeah.
like that, you know that Mark Berry is very happy with that.
Yeah. And you got to remember, he's played against these boys from Instonians a lot over the years from his Lisburn days.
Yep.
So he knows them well.
He'll be pleased with that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, very.
As is the whole of Sydney Parade.
Big wicket.
Good crowd outside the bar, maybe on the chilly side, puffer jackets galore. And now left-hander in now. He's in far sooner than the number 7 would have been hoping to come in. I believe Niall and Graham have nipped inside now to go and do some DL calculations.
Okay.
Adam Lai is the new batsman, and he very nearly feathered one through to Sam Murphy there.
2 young men. Cian Robertson, I beg your pardon, and Adam Lai. Adam has been a fine young Instonian now for a number of years.
After my comment to Graham about 4 wicket keepers in the club, we got a comment back from Kevin.
Yep.
Not deserved, but I'll take it. Absolutely. Kevin reclining in his chair back home, maybe even with a glass of red beside him. It's either that or else he's actually doing some housework and has the TV on in the background.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
It's so nice that people can get in touch. Theo Lawson in touch.
How's my friend Theo? Is he well?
Well, we enjoyed his stint in the commentary box earlier. It was great to have the insight of somebody who's been captain of Pembroke for so long, would have played with many of this side, would have seen the likes of McDara Cosgrave coming up through the teams. Dan Murray in now.
Yes, Dan. Yes, Dan.
What did Dan the best for his cricket development was going off to South Africa, that exchange programme.
Absolutely.
So many people. The exchange programmes we have around the world between Irish cricket, it's just brilliant to see.
You've really got to take your hat off to Brian O'Rourke.
Oh, he's the architect of it.
He is the architect of most things Irish cricket.
The first development officer.
Look at the current Irish side. Is there any of them who haven't been under his tutelage at some stage?
Murray,
good shot.
Whipped away through the leg side on this occasion.
Should just be 2. Jack Tector out on doing boundary riding duty.
No, it's
good throw.
Very definitely Breen the Great. The same Catherine the Great, Tsar of Russia, and
I often think
Alfred the Great.
And when you think of the quality of the fielding that we're witnessing in this innings, again, I put a huge amount of that down to B the G.
Yeah.
In comes Murray.
She goes a bit shorter, and that is a super shot, and that might just be picked up inside the boundary. Ball returned back in. It's a long way out there today.
It was only when I was doing a lap earlier, Craig, I realised quite the distance it is.
Well,
it's an enormous boundary.
Having seen Ashley Balburney completing at least 5 laps, you have to think to yourself that, he's done a couple of K there.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're down here for a women's thirds game, to do a couple of K, you'd probably have to do twice as many laps.
Yep.
Fired down the leg side by Murray.
Don't mind that.
I don't mind
a full delivery,
He's not going the other way, which would be just banging in short, and that won't work.
You felt he was sort of attacking leg stump there, just.
Fast food guy in Northern Ireland. Well, I don't know how long ago he put his comment up, but he thought with the short boundaries of the wall that Estonians were still in this game. And in fact, it was that short boundary that was the downfall of the last wicket to fall. Robertson having to play, well, he's running out of partners. That's the problem. They're both relatively new to the crease.
Yeah.
They have to consolidate.
Yeah.
And that will eat up valuable overs. I mean, there's 27 overs to go. And there's a lot of runs to get, 180 runs.
For those of you joining us this afternoon, hello and a very good afternoon to you. Just to let you know, this is a 49 over game. The game has just been reduced by 1 over, courtesy of a couple of showers earlier on in the day. So Instonians' target is 269 in 49. Rate is creeping, Craig.
Yeah, it's just getting up there now.
Yeah.
It was a few overs ago we noticed that it had gone to a runner ball when yourself and Graham were commentating. And now it's creeping up towards 7,
Yeah.
over 6.5 anyway.
Yeah.
So pressure will come from the scoreboard as much as anything else. The Poffmeister is here, Nigel Poff.
My old friend.
You can always tell it's a big game in Pembroke. Nigel pops down Sunday afternoon.
Former president of Old Wesley Rugby Club, the great Nigel Poff.
He's a member of a very small club in Pembroke of people who have scored 99 as their highest score.
Oh no, you never told me that, Nigel. How out, I have to ask.
Oh, run out, wasn't it? Caught
in the boundary.
Oh, well, yes.
The cruelty of cricket, huh?
Well, she's a tough master.
But Nigel loves his cricket. Always acutely aware of what's going on in the sport. Here's an opportunity.
It's
No,
going
it's
to
not.
reach the safety of the turf. It clears the men in the circle. There's a bunch of them after it, but it wasn't up there long enough.
Nearly could have been a no ball.
Yeah, it wasn't far off. It
Wasn't
was
far off.
just a bad delivery.
Yeah. Just
And played
sort of
badly.
slipped it, absolutely. Yeah.
You get the feeling if Andrew Balbirnie had received a delivery like that, it would have cleared not only the fence but the houses. Nicely tucked off his legs, away for a single. The trouble is, for Estonians, that singles aren't really what they need now. There are too many dot balls.
Yeah. The problem is with 2 new batters, as you so rightly said, consolidation is such a key ingredient in what it is they've got to do now. Oh, glorious shot. Well fielded.
Don't left-handers just look
Oh,
better?
I love them. I love them.
Is it because we're used to seeing ourselves in the mirror,
Yeah.
and that's when we think we look good in the mirror? But left-handers,
I have never
a certain
heard that
grace.
before. I know what I'm going to do when I get home tonight now.
You're going to bat
Absolutely.
left-handed in front of the mirror. This one carved away on the offside. It will
just the
reach
one.
Andrew Balbirnie down in Michael Sharp corner.
Yep.
But yes, and when you go to bat left-handed, it looks ugly as a right-hander.
Absolutely. Talking about Michael Sharp corner. Have to say hello to the Sharp family, Mary and Cleena and Kieran, of course. Massive Pembroke family. And there's another wicket.
Robertson departs.
He just feathered it through.
Yeah.
He chased it a little bit. It was one of those wide deliveries, which...
He'll regret the shot.
Yeah.
Oh, but press cut again. There you go. There's the team
Well
celebrating.
done, Amanda. Well done. Not
You're
at all.
Screen here, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Where's the mouse?
Well, it's a big wicket for the Foxes. Another wicket for Mark Berry. He's having a great day. And so Cian Robertson departs. Big battle on the part of Instonians now to chase this down. Mark Berry is having a great day, isn't he, Craig?
He is indeed. He is indeed. We'll get that score bar back to you soon enough. Don't worry.
Doesn't matter.
We can look at the scoreboard.
That's our job.
94 for 6.
Yep.
23rd over. And a change of bowling. McDarragh Cosgrave, more off spin to come from the far end, and I think this is a good move. You've 2 new batsmen, get your inexperienced off spinner on, let him get into a groove, and see if you can whittle away a few overs and perhaps even a couple of wickets.
Yeah. It's a big ask on the part of the men from Shaw's Bridge now. The total just becomes increasingly difficult to chase down. Skipper Paul Lawson marshalling his troops there ever so well.
95 for 6, the score. And as I say, it will be a change of bowling. New batsman in. We'll give you his name as soon as we have it.
So Adam Lai is on strike.
Another partnership falls for Instonians. 6 down now, 95 on the board. Adam Lai and George Cragen. We saw George Cragen bowling his first 2 overs in senior cricket.
Brilliant.
Delighted for him. And his mother was delighted as well, wasn't she?
Why wouldn't she be?
Absolutely. And now he finds himself in the middle with his side, well, in a bit of trouble.
The Cragen boys, 2 great sportsmen, both of them. Wonderful golfers as well.
You think that
I'm sure Mum and Dad...
these two could have met in an interprovincial youth game
Absolutely.
2 years ago.
Absolutely.
And here they are now in a Bob Kerr second round game. Both looking to make their mark on the game in Ireland. And again, the impetuousness of youth comes out in the Bob Kerr game.
Fielding. That is brilliant fielding.
And his first scoring shot is a shot like that. It's just the improvisation. That you grow up with it now, whereas we were told forward defensive. And until you've learned that shot, don't come back to me. I'll teach you another one next year.
I think it used to be said that the Yorkshire youths weren't allowed to hit a 6 for the first 2-3 years of their cricketing.
Well,
of their cricketing lives.
Yeah, you know, it's easy to play. If you played an unorthodox shot in the nets back in the day, you get shouted at.
Oh, you would, of course.
And now it's positively encouraged to spend hours practicing these new varied shots.
Stumpy, it's what's happening beside us here, Craig.
Yep.
It's fantastic. I mean, these 2 girls they're 2 hours playing here.
And there's no argument about, oh, I have to bat and you have to bowl and you keep wicket. And no, none of that. They just get on with it. Enjoy the game. Isn't that why we're all here?
Yeah.
Well, George survives the over. 95 for 6 off 24. And very soon we'll be going to drinks. And I'm suggesting perhaps chicken and sweet corn soup. Would be a great call right now.
Stop.
You know the way the Chinese drop the egg in there as well.
Absolutely love it.
It's one of the best, one of the most underrated. The amount of gluten they put in it, though.
Oh, I love it, though.
It's great. That followed by...
Had a wonderful Chinese, by the way, on Friday night.
Mine was last night.
What yours was last night?
I went with 4 starters and no main course.
What did you have? Give me your starters.
Ribs.
Yeah. Barbecue
prawn
spare.
toast.
Prawn toast, yeah.
Spring rolls.
Oh, gorgeous.
Chicken ball.
Oh, lovely.
And there was something else there as well.
Okay.
Wonton.
Wonton, okay. Love them all.
Oh, there's a big appeal.
And he's walking.
And he's given. He's on his way. That's the 7th down.
That's George.
No, this is George, isn't
No,
it?
that's Adam Lye.
Oh,
Yeah, Adam Lye is the left-hander.
and Berry picks up another. Just flicked off
Just
his
flicked
legs.
yeah.
And immediately didn't even look to the umpire.
No.
He headed off. He
He
knew.
headed off. He
Bat
knew.
under the arm. The bat under the arm.
Yeah.
It's an amazing sight. And it never stays there long. Nobody ever walks off with it still under their arm.
And drinks have been called
Well,
as the 7th wicket falls, I think.
it does indeed.
Yeah.
Score on 97, and well, par for par. Pembroke were on 96 in this over, but 7 wickets down as opposed to no wickets down, and that's the big thing here. The question, of course, is: did Estonians make the wrong decision with the toss in fielding first?
Well, I'm
Cup match.
terribly old-fashioned, I'm afraid.
Put the number on the door.
I love it, Craig.
You can
I
defend
love
anything.
It. Look what happened in
Yeah,
Jack Harper Park today.
absolutely.
Runs on the board, lad. I
Especially
often
in
think
cup
of the late
games.
great Ian Lewis.
Things,
He was a
things have to
great
be
man for runs on the board.
things have to be really. Now, I've played in very low cloud in Malahide where you had to bowl first because the ball was just hooping everywhere, and we had them out for about 30. I think it was one of those days. So once in a blue moon, but usually it's bat, or if you're in any doubt, bat, or if you feel you need to consult with the senior players in your side, they'll tell you to bat.
And when you say that, that applies to every level of cricket,
Yeah.
from the very best to, a 6th or a 7th team. I don't care, and everything in between. I love runs on the board.
I
Look
don't.
at that for a lovely shot.
I don't care how experienced or how good a side you are in the field or whatever else. The scoreboard pressure comes to everybody.
At every level.
Yep, every level. Test match players, the same as, well, Pembroke 6th.
I was a member of a cup team that did like to chase 3 years ago for the final chase.
Yep. So there you go. There is a break.
There's a great shot now.
The 2 batsmen already heading out to the middle. I think they're more thinking about getting home now.
I think the
3 wickets to go.
the M1 awaits them.
Yep. Yep. I mean,
But they're great.
we always talk about in Ireland, it's 2 hours up to Belfast or whatever else. You think of the players in Australia and the distances they have to go just to attend nets. They're travelling hundreds of some of those sides up in Queensland. It's almost, if you're playing cricket, it's an overnighter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over 2 weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one that always gets me, the way they play over two weekends. So you bat this Saturday and we'll bat next Saturday.
Yeah.
And that's the way they do it. But it's in Ireland, you could be in a different season by the time you come to next Saturday. You've played in beautiful sunshine, and then you come up and it's just overcast for the second innings. I find, whereas in Australia, it's going to be hot and sunny both days, and you'll be fine with that.
Well, I was always fascinated. My 3 boys who all played with Randwick, and I loved the Saturday after Saturday game. It was fascinating.
There's a clip on Facebook at the moment. I'm sure you're following the Randy Peets on Facebook. The current president, Mike Whitney, famously the left armour who got called up from club cricket in Gloucester to play on an Ashes tour and managed to get a fair few caps out of it. But he did a lovely piece of the connection with Ireland, and your 3 boys all having been out there, and Barry, and
I got to mention the great Johnny Stewart. What an absolute legend of Randwick Petersham he is, and of course Mike Whitney. And the boys are over in 10 days' time from Randwick.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
playing here.
They are indeed. They
Yep.
are indeed.
It would be great to see them over. It's a super club. Myself and Amanda went down to Coogee Oval.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
my daughter
Beautiful ground.
is living at the top of the hill.
Okay.
And you just go walk down the
Know
hill.
it well.
And it's a fabulous place. Nice clubhouse. Stand built into the clubhouse. I like that.
How many grounds are there when you've been in the field for quite some time that you run across the road and into the sea?
or across the road and into McDonald's.
Yeah.
McDonald's on the corner, never a problem getting tea at Randy Pete's.
McDonald's.
Yep.
There's a very famous chicken restaurant in Randwick, and can I think of it? Or in Coogee, should I say?
County Coogee.
County Coogee, yeah. I can't remember. Johnny Stewart, if you're listening, please remind me.
Mark Berry then to continue after drinks. And that is a super shot. That is not the shot of a player who's come in with his side at 97 for 7. That's absolutely cracked through the covers. I think we have 2 left-handers at the crease now. MV play to update us. Better ball from Berry. More circumspect shot from the batsman.
I lost the scoreboard, the scorebar, and I didn't know how to get back.
Yeah, no, that would challenge you, all right.
Where is it?
Oh!
What a corker. What an absolute corker of a delivery that was.
My goodness, that just cut him in half. It's a nice one as a bowler when you see the batsman folding up like that. Just crashing into what I suspect is a thigh pad there. It's either a thigh pad or he didn't miss leg day.
Yeah.
Yep. Another ball
that is
goes
an
across him.
absolute corker. Now that is a corker of a delivery.
He worked him over that over. He always had him in trouble. The batsman never really knew what was happening.
That is as good a delivery as you'll
see all day anyway.
Absolutely.
5 for Berry. Yep. 5 for 33.
5 for the wicketkeeper, 5 for the bowler.
Wow. Just look at this for a delivery, Craig. This is an absolute beauty.
The left-hander, he'd been worked over this over, and this time he had to play at it. He couldn't get his bat out of the way, and it took the edge, and then he looked up at the umpire, and let's say he wasn't overly surprised at the umpire's decision. Whoa, what a day for Sam Murphy.
It's been the Berry Murphy show.
Oh, they both have taken 5 wickets now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Dara Cosgrave will continue from the nursery end, and Instonians now, well, they're in big trouble. They require 166, and they basically have 24 overs to do it in.
Yep. So 8 wickets down, Instonians. Nicely played, beautifully played, just tucked around the corner.
Yeah, that run rate, it's still climbing. They were sort of keeping, they're still in the ball game. It's wickets down that's really costing them now. Just 2 wickets to go before the end of this game, the end of the weekend's cricket. I think there's a women's game on Wednesday here, and then next Sunday, Leinster Senior Cup quarter-final.
Next Sunday,
Pembroke firsts are here.
I'm in Derry next Sunday.
Londonderry,
yeah. Londonderry. It's Ireland, as you know, are playing the West Indies in a T20 series this coming Thursday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, don't think that I'm brown-nosing here at all, but I really hope Tim gets a game.
Oh,
it'd be great to see Tim and Harry playing on the same team.
That would be special, of course.
That's far a lot more air than McDarrett normally gives the ball. He's sort of trying to tempt these batsmen into something new. CIYMS in a bit of difficulty. 6 wickets down with 50 runs on the board. Berry does the fielding. Murphy does the collection of the throw. And really, are they the only two we need to name on this team now?
Yeah.
All a bit short and down the leg side. It will be signalled a wide, deservedly so.
Yeah.
But Estonians, since they lost those first 3 wickets so early on, they really have struggled.
I think there was an enormous amount of pressure on the white Smith.
Not out.
Not out.
Slide well in time.
Umpire not interested.
No.
Yeah, that partnership between Nikolai Smith and Andrew White was really a crucial partnership for...
If they were to push on.
Yeah.
You know, losing 1 wicket, unfortunate 2, it happens. But once you get to 3 and 4 so early in the innings, you're running out of resources, really.
Good to see a good crowd down
on a Sunday.
On a cold Sunday at that as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's coming up to 6:30.
I can see Karen McCarthy here, but I can't see if Simon's here. I'm still going on the Paul McCartney is dead. Well, Berry.
Rightly so, continuing.
Well,
he's had a wonderful day.
I don't think anybody's brave enough to suggest to him that perhaps he'd like to let somebody else have a go now.
No, that doesn't happen.
No,
rightly so too.
Down the leg side. Would have been a lovely ball to a right-hander. To the left-hander. Who's down as a wide. I do like Mark's economy of running. He doesn't have the longest run up, but he doesn't need it either. A lot of his power coming from the shoulder.
I would agree. Bowled again.
And it just, I feel,
Craig, you can
the
tell me.
shorter run up means he's a bit more accurate.
Who's that at first slip?
It's usually Andy.
It's not Andy,
but that's
though.
Blake.
Is it Blake? Okay. I thought for 1 second it may have been the captain. I was going to say unusual to see first cousins. Oh, now that would have been interesting had that hit.
Well, the captain is off at mid-on.
See him? Yeah.
And I would suggest that you could tell that first slip is an Australian by how wide his stance is. Irish slippers tend to have their feet closer for more,
very interesting,
more diving to the wide, whereas Australians, you're usually one of 4.
Yeah.
You're kind of, this is my space here.
Yeah.
So they can have the steadier base.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this stage we know we're going to get a result, and the likelihood is it's going to be a positive result for Pembroke again. It will see them into, what's the next stage? It's quarterfinals? Will be the next stage?
This is second round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've already seen that Leinster are out now.
Yeah. And the draw, I presume the draw will be very shortly.
Tuesday, usually.
It's Tuesday, is it? Okay. Ah, it's a great shot.
I would love to see...
Cracking shot.
I would love to see coverage of the draw.
Yeah. Here's our
Sammy the Seagull.
This is, to me, he looks the guilty culprit of the honky-dories.
Well,
he has a head on him.
What it guarantees is we'll see him for another 2 months while he looks for another packet.
Yeah.
Nice accurate again from Berry, making the batsman play. End of the over. 27 gone now. The score standing at 1-1-2.
There's a great shot of Sammy.
actually ahead on runs, but behind on wickets.
Skipper coming back into the attack, I think. Yep.
Well, I think this is a good move as well.
Yeah, so do I.
I think just mixing things up for these batsmen.
Yeah.
He knows that the scoreboard is playing nothing but pressure now. 155 required in 22 overs. Even my calculations means that's over 7. Here we go, sight screen movement again. Pembroke, of course, having invested in 2 new sight screens this year, which is why you see the double sight screens at both ends. Flicked away over square leg.
Nice shot. It certainly won't. Should only be the 2.
Casually taken. And you get the feeling now that we've reached the stage of this game where it will just meander to a close.
Yeah.
It's missing the tension of a close game.
Yeah. No, the
batsman may just choose to take on the bowling now. No point in.
You would have thought that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know.
No. This is slightly more than needing 58 off the last wicket. 155.
Talking about Jack, some game in Jack.
Oh,
here's a Jack.
Oh,
what a catch!
Who else?
What a catch!
Who
what
else?
A catch!
JJ Garth has brought Lorcan and Tucker to his feet, applauding that.
He has blue in his hands.
Oh, that was absolutely fabulous. Picturesque. We're in the right position. The camera was in the right position.
It was just gorgeous.
Gorgeous, gorgeous catch. And
from
you
a
see what it
cricketing
means.
context, a thing of beauty.
Oh, this is just a magnificent catch.
I actually thought it had gone past him.
Played out. And there
Great
it is, the
camera work.
two-handed.
Oh, brilliant.
Both feet off the ground.
Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant catch.
And it's great to see the players over in Con's Nook all watching that, all down supporting. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them there.
And 5, are there 5 internationals?
Well, not only that,
north,
but I'd say those 9 could have could have been the team.
Absolutely.
It would be interesting to see the 9, the 11 playing today against the ones on the sideline.
And so, 1 wicket away from
Putting
a big victory for Pembroke.
Name into the next round. Last man in, James McGee. Bowled really well earlier.
Bowled superbly.
Instonians would have been happy at that stage. I really think the turning point was Sam Murphy, not Sam, Bolton and Murray, that last over. 22 runs in that last over. Just changed the entire complex of the game, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Lawson looking to finish this game out now. McGee forces it away on the leg side.
Good
Jack
shot.
Tector patrolling the outfield. And they get 2 for it, just about. Super throw at pace. But well done to McGee. He was certainly on his bike.
It was a good pickup, but he got rid of the ball quickly here, Craig.
You could see him planning the throw in his run up to the ball. That is some arm. Rocketed in. McGee decides to go to the same area again. They'll be looking for 2 again. And they're going to take 2 again. This time Jack having to go a bit deeper.
Oh.
McGee throwing the dummy to the ball, completely confusing the keeper. But no extra runs to cost. And at the end of 28 runs, score on the board is 114. 117 in front of us. One of them is incorrect. Let's go with 117.
Yeah.
I think they're just missing that 3. Now,
So Berry will love to pick up a 6th here now.
Oh, yeah.
He would love it. Whatever about getting a 5 for.
you're happy with the 5-foot.
Getting a 6th is just...
You'll take that home with you anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
But see what you could win.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a great performance from Pembroke, this. Oh, it's a good shot. Very good shot.
Half fielded by Balburney. Tucker doing the tidying up. And my goodness, they had to hurry then. They thought they were safe for that run. It suddenly became a bit quicker. Yeah, so just 21 overs to go now. 1 wicket to go. I don't think we'll see those 21 overs. 1 wicket to go. And 148 runs required. It really would put Jack and Paul in the shade if Instonians were to pull this one out of the bag.
It will go down in the annals of Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup.
Pembroke infamy.
Absolutely.
The batsman on your screen, not correct, but the score does appear to be. Berry probing outside that off stump again. It's worked successfully for him so far.
Strong field to this on the part of Pembroke.
Five for 39 in his final over now, Berry.
Yeah.
He'll be very happy with his day's work, but by God, he wouldn't. You're right, he wants another.
Oh.
He wants another.
It's when you really get greedy as a bowler, when you get the 5 for, you always want more, and long may that be the case. I think for one split second he may have thought, I have it, but it wasn't to be.
Going back to that catch by JJ Garth, one of our contributors on the YouTube channel, asking, is JJ the best fielder in Ireland?
Certainly one of them, yes.
It'd certainly be in the shout, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Very much so.
Allied with his leg spin and with his batting, turns him into a fine player. McGee facing, Berry searching for 6.
Oh, well left.
Yes, decided he wouldn't be going anywhere near that one. And that's the end of Berry's spell.
Gets a great round of applause from his teammates, and rightly so. What a brilliant spell of bowling from Mark Berry.
He's running down to fine leg now. I think that's where
grabbing his long sleeve.
Yeah. And there is his spell. Well, nearly. Envy play will catch up, but 5 for 39 in 10 overs is a fine return. He has ripped the middle order out of Instonians and has put Pembroke very firmly on the way to victory. Paul Lawson now, the captain, would love to wrap up this game. Sam Murphy behind the sticks. He has 5 catches to his name. But catch of the day still has to be JJ Garth's.
Cousin to cousin. Paul Lawson with Sam Murphy. First cousins, these two boys.
It's in the air, but it does clear the ring. They'll get 1. Oh, the batsman tangle. The batsman halfway down, both ball watching and both running along the same track.
Breeze has picked up a little bit there, Craig.
Yeah, I think there is rain on the way. Do you know what usually happens these days? As soon as the last ball is bowled,
down she comes.
Down she comes. Just for us packing up here, really, I think God does that. Big backswing from McGee, but not a big shot. See how Lawson's coming into bowl already before the batsman sets, just like Andrew White was earlier. Talking of Arsenal fans, few are so fervent about it as Paul Lawson. JJ Garth is another one.
There's 4 of us here today, myself, I'm a big Arsenal man myself. Andrew White, fanatical on the Arsenal. JJ Garth, Paul Lawson. That's the 4-ball. That's the Arsenal 4-ball that I know of today.
I'm in a solo sport. Brighton and Hove Albion.
Okay. Good club.
Oh, well, we've been through
Good
the ringer.
club.
I remember when our chairman sold our ground and didn't buy another one. 180-mile round trip for home games, playing in Gillingham.
Oh.
But how different it is now. The Amex Stadium, the scene of the most famous upset in rugby history when Japan beat South Africa.
Yes, of course.
That was down in the Amex.
Correct.
You can tell how the cricket game is going now that we've got on to talking about football. 121 for 9, 30 overs gone. I could tell you there are 19 overs to go, but really there is one delivery required. And it's going to be Kerr with his leg spin coming on from the St John's end. And yes, let Graham in for a stint. 30 overs done. Heatley, thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Craig.
I hope
Loved
you've
it.
enjoyed today.
Loved every minute of it.
Women's thirds game on Wednesday.
Yes.
Slightly smaller audience.
I'm in Derry.
You can commentate from there too. So to see us through for this conclusion of this game, I suspect, it's Graham joining me here. Well, Graham, you've been playing with DLR. I don't think you need to.
Well, never say never in this weather at the moment.
Well, I think we're ahead on DL.
Possibly.
No DL figure up on the board. No need for it, really. Pembroke just require one more wicket. Kerr bowling his leg spin now that Mark Berry has finished his spell.
And what a spell. Good change of pace from Tucker.
Canny bowler.
Yeah. So experienced.
Well, I still see occasionally flashes of the Kerr who used to play on the fifths. And he came through. We had the succession, the 4 Tuckers. Each took their turn on the fifth 11. I think that each one of them enjoyed it.
Not for long, but they took their turn.
They all had seasons there.
Yeah. Donegal, of course, being the last.
There's just one wicket to go now, and one suggests that perhaps wicket-keeper and batsman having differing views.
No need for it.
No, there isn't. Not at this stage. Sam Murphy geeing up the troops. James McGee objects to the way he's doing it. McGee takes the full toss on, plays it square at the wicket, and Andrew Balbirnie, he's been fielding in Michael Sharp corner for a while there now. Started off at slip. Took that absolutely fabulous catch. I mean, the 2 catches, there have been more than 2, but the 2 catches that stand out, JJ's, just because of the angle we're at, we got such a good view of it. But also Andy's at slip was absolutely fabulous.
It was. I still think, that's a great shot.
That's a good shot. He's powered it down the ground past
Uses
the bowler.
his feet well. I still think McDara's, Cosgrave's catch, back over his head, running backwards.
Sam Murphy's one going over his head. Had to go back for it.
Yeah, but he has gloves.
There's a nice shot for the 4. Again, just inches away from the bowler's hand. And I suspect that if this was a closer finish, his hand would have been closer as well. But that one ran away for 4. Ficker won't mind that. He'd rather a batsman. Oh, my word. That's going to be called a wide anyway. Ficker just letting go of that one a bit awkwardly. As I say, it's been a moist day and it's cold hands, and it's not really the ideal day for spin bowling.
No,
Another one goes down the leg side.
Especially a leg spin, you're trying to get that grip.
You're trying to get it, with plenty of revs on, and for that you need the grip, and if it slips, well, it's gone. It just goes horribly wrong. That's better from Tucker. Played around the corner, no run.
I suppose you're just at this stage, Pembroke, just trying to entice that last big shot.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it?
Stumping. Murphy thinks he has it. Wide is given.
He didn't know it.
No, but it's you're trying to
He's trying to save the wide, I think.
Well,
But
you're trying to
good effort. Good effort.
Great hands, quick hands.
You know, he is quick there.
It was worth the shout. The foot did come up off the ground, but he was back down. You can see why he went for it.
Oh. Sounds like Heatley's doing a voice test on the Dougals. He's saying hello, hello, hello.
Test
it's all coming through on the Dougals.
Test
so
1, 2.
Somebody might want to warn him that his voice we can hear. End of an over. Fiacre Tucker gets through his first. And 18 overs to go now. And that one just flicked away quite nicely.
Nicely flicked.
130.
Oh, I wouldn't like to be running into Sam like that. Big lad.
Quite solid there.
Make a good first centre.
Just to let some of the Silver Foxes know that Sam Murphy has 5 catches today.
No, fine performance.
Bolton's batting was fabulous at the tail end. It's been a good performance all round from Pembroke here.
Well, Bolton had that little cameo innings during the week on the 2s where he saw them home in a run chase in a T20.
Yep.
So he has that ability at the end of an innings.
And he showed it again today. That's for sure. It's
That's good batting.
a side that's been shorn. I mean,
Yeah, how many teams can lose that many players?
right,
That shot there.
there is a team over there basically,
Yeah.
and this, Pembroke's
That also looks.
first 11 today. Well, they have worn the shirt so well, made us all proud of their performance.
I'd actually say that's also the police lineup. If you show it's like in the Usual Suspects, you could use that as the lineup.
Well,
Few
they
people
certainly think that this game is over. A few goodbyes going on there. That one getting past the batsman, and Paul Lawson wondering how it didn't crash into the stumps. But it didn't. So, with so little left in this game, many thanks to all of you who have tuned in today. The figure at one stage in excess of 110. So that's absolutely fabulous. To hear how widely we were being picked up today for this Bob Kerr game. Denver, Colorado, Saudi Arabia, Beijing, Sydney, Australia. It's been...
It's why we do it.
It's so pleasing.
Because it ain't for the money.
So pleasing that so many people still love Pembroke enough to give up their Sunday morning, Monday morning,
weird hours,
or whatever. So we thank you very much for joining us. We hope you have already subscribed to this channel. If you haven't, we hope you do. Perhaps you might want to pop in again in the future. Even if you're a follower of Instonians, just subscribe and keep an eye on Pembroke cricket. You may enjoy some of the games here. We do our best to give you entertaining games, certainly this season. And now Bolton, after his batting heroics,
He'll be hoping to just, after taking those early wickets, just to finish off with one.
Yeah, and you can see what Paul Lawson's thinking is.
Just try to
He
hurry the
may
batsman.
just bowl seamers from the St John's end and then try different spinners just to ilk out this last wicket. Last thing you want really from a Pembroke point of view is to be 10 overs in the field looking for the 10th wicket.
Although at the end of the day, just get your name in the hat.
Well, again, yeah, but it does take some of the gloss off that you're held up. It'd be nice to take the wicket, get inside, and celebrate the fact that you are into the quarterfinals, and one of the favourites
gotta be
is out.
Well, you've knocked out one favourites, but also, as we keep saying, there's strength to come back in.
This one played away on the leg side. Around the grounds, how were Merion doing? That was a big game. Merion and Donamana. Donamana would feel that they could chase anything down.
Oh, see, after chasing 300 in Warringstown, Absolutely, you'd have. Well, they needed 2-2-3. They're 108 for 3 in the 29th over.
They're really in that game now.
Yeah.
That's going to be a classic game. I'm sure Marion are streaming that game as well. You might want to switch over at the conclusion of this game.
They, of course, don't have the wonderful commentary.
They don't have any commentary, wonderful or otherwise. And many thanks to those people who contributed on commentary today. Theo came in for a while, and Heatley, yourself, and myself.
And our guest from Instonians.
And Rosie from Instonians.
No, still playing.
They're still playing. It's an exciting game up in Merrion against Donnamana.
Malahide and Phoenix are still playing. Phoenix made 2-5-3. Malahide 149 for 5 in the balance.
That's in the balance.
But Phoenix, you would say, in the ascendancy.
Leinster are out. They lost to Balbriggan in an absolute thriller.
CSNI are going out. They are 63 for 9 against Lisburn, who made 180.
And how is CIYMS doing?
That's against Railway, 1 second. And that's a dot ball. They made 252 for 6 in a reduced game to 41 overs. Railway 78 for 1 off 14.
In with a shout then.
That's a good chase so far.
It is indeed. So, another over slips by, this 10th wicket partnership, just holding things up for Pembroke now. They're as good as in.
Clontarf should
134 required from 16 overs.
Clontarf should be going through against Rush. Rush are 154 for 8, needing 94 with just the 2 wickets. And an interesting one in Coleraine. Coleraine made 237 for 3 in 44 overs. North County 82 for 3 off 15. So 141.
Some good games out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's see if Paul Lawson can finish this one with a Pembroke win. Oh, he came down the track. Oh, Lawson will be wary of that now. There'll be one who throws down the leg side, and looking for the stumping.
Yeah. This is where you need to have a little signal with your wiki. Little,
Kevin and I spent many times signalling each other. Some of it even
on the pitch.
Publishable. Lawson again. He's tossing it up there now. He's not concerned if they go after him. He wants them to go after him.
Please, he wants a swipe into the leg side with Cow corner. Probably about 25.
JJ Garth, half push towards him.
He's brought Cow corner in off the boundary.
Yeah. Well, you would do for your number 11. He won't have the brute strength, perhaps, of a number 7 or lower middle order player.
Or the timing.
Straight bat. Just keeping Lawson at bay. So some good names going out of the cup at this stage.
Well, like that, if Railway managed to chase that against CI, that's a great result for them.
The Merrion game, I think, just looking at the clouds up above, Merrion game could end in DL. How many overs to go in that one, did you say?
There's no 21 overs. I think Donnamar, with only 3 wickets down, I'd say they're ahead on DL.
It's all about whether those clouds are carrying rain or just darkness. And either way.
Oh, we're almost 7 o'clock.
Yep. So they're going to be after 8 o'clock before they're finished. Oh, will you stick that in the bin at some stage? Thanking you. Another over slides by. Pembroke still just 1 wicket away. One would say just sort of in a sort of teasing fashion more than anything else, but these 2 batsmen are going to go into the top order and say, we were out there for so many overs.
Well, obviously the pressure's a lot different. They're not hit anywhere near the run rate. Oh, that's a good shot. That's 4 runs.
So they are on that delivery.
Well, no, but also the field is different than it would be. Like there is nobody behind the bowler's arm.
The match
Everyone's
situation
in the circle.
now is such that, do you know what? Banging it in halfway down the track might. And if you go for 30 off the first 5 balls and take the wicket with the 6th ball, who cares? It's one of those now. You just want to take the wicket and you're willing to pay Harrods prices to do it.
Oh.
Big swing from the batsman. It goes, obviously, through the space that the batsman was standing in before he swung across. And that.
Aren't we certainly glad Sam Murphy didn't take June off? He was joking last week.
Well, there were
he had planned to take,
that he was not going to be available for this weekend, and he's been such a big part of it, and especially of this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup side. It'd be hard to drop him, even if Lorcan was available. You might pick Lorcan just as a batsman. But Sam has done a fabulous job with the gloves.
Again, one of the hardest jobs Paul has as first team skipper, and whoever's helping him with selection is selecting 10 other people.
Well, this is it. It's always a tricky job, but especially so. But it's an abundance of riches. That's the difference now.
Yeah.
In previous years, you're scratching around for who's going to fill that last spot, and he's a bit young to blood, but we'll blood him anyway because we have to. But at the moment, Pembroke, as I say, sitting on an abundance of talent, of potential.
Well, like that with Dan Murray today, but with his twin Luke, obviously he got slightly injured before he went on a little 2-week break.
Well, that 2-week break
might help his recovery.
Will do him a lot of good.
But he's already shown this season with his bowling that he deserves a place as well on the ones.
Well on JJ. Managed to stand on the ball. How to break an ankle.
That's not what you need.
He didn't quite...
Ollie Riley to come back in, obviously doing his leave insert. Byron.
There's two guys you add to the 9 who were sitting over there.
Yeah.
Suddenly you've got a very strong team.
Yeah.
Playing seconds. That's nicely played away, Andrew.
It is one
of the
reasons the seconds are doing so well this year.
Well, the strength of your club comes from your first team, and that's it. Here we go. I would say the strength of a club's playing comes from the men's first team, and that I think cascades down not only a starring list but an attitude of the whole club, so it affects the youth and the women as well, and everybody is buoyed by the fact you have a strong first team.
Well, I definitely
think a club is a good club if it's got a strong women's section.
Oh, I've always, yes, absolutely.
And at the moment Pembroke have both.
Well, I also think one of the keys is we're going to see Andy Balbirnie have a ball, and he does have a bit of a golden arm at times. I also think it isn't just the strength of the first team, but it's the willingness of guys who, in a lot of other clubs, would be on a first team, willing to play on second team.
Yeah, not throwing the hissy fit, not saying I can't, I'm not playing.
Yeah, if I'm not on ones, I'm not playing.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Balbirnie, test capped. Not often he gets the chance to turn his arm over. Here he is, back in black, and doing so from the nursery end. Tucked around the corner, little uppish.
That's what they want.
No run taken. Well, yeah, absolutely. From a Pembroke point of view, you definitely want the ball in the air at this stage. And there are just 16 overs to go.
Well,
he's taking him on. It's in the air.
Safe.
And he's found safe turf. And they'll take the single.
This is the moment where, you'd be turning around and you or I might get a ball. Just because they'd go after.
Yeah. Edge past the keeper.
That's the one. That's the one today Sam couldn't take.
Well,
that's gone for 4.
The finest of edges. Well, I say the finest, but it was enough of an edge to get it past the hands of Sam Murphy at keeper. Balbirnie, hands on his head.
Well, it's the bowler's fault for not setting the field, bringing in a slip. Because there it is, that wouldn't... no wiki.
That's exactly where Andy was standing.
Yes. Go catch it yourself. No wiki. And here comes the first slip. One would think the horse is bolted.
McGee plays it out into the offside.
But you would go, why wasn't there a first slip? You're going for that last wicket. You don't care about a few runs here or there.
Again, you have your field spread on the expectation they're going to take Andy on.
I always love a slip.
Slip is out again now. It's a come see, come saw sort of situation for the slip fielder.
I'd take maybe a short cover out and put him in slip.
I really wouldn't. Square leg, maybe.
No, because
You
they're
can
more
see that
likely
this-
to go leg.
These guys are aiming to hit down the ground. They're not looking for the square cut or the pull shot. They are looking to go down the ground.
But that's why I don't mind. I take short cover out, leave one guy in the boundary, give him a slip, and let him try big shots into the covers for one.
Well, I'd go the other way, you see. They still need 130. They only have 17 or 16 overs to do it in.
Yeah.
134.
See, that's why you have a 10-fer and I've only a couple of 9-fers.
Single taken. Score ticking along. So 134 in 16. Sees the run rate 8.375 to satisfy Michael Clark out there. I'm surprised he hasn't been in touch today. This one flies down the leg side, or it's taken by a diving Sam Murphy.
So yeah, Donnamana have lost the wickets, but they're under the 100 runs required. They need 97, 6 wickets remaining. So that could, a couple of wickets.
I always
changes
turn that round and say,
Yeah.
you know, 6 for 97 for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a score you'd think you were doing badly in. In the air,
no.
oh, but crashed down the ground. Lawson after it. Lets them get through for 2. McGee not afraid to play his shots, and thank goodness he isn't.
But the way it'll be interesting at the conclusion of the day how many Leinster sides there are in the hats, because the one thing with the All Ireland is you don't want a long travel.
Big smack out on the leg side. It will reach the boundary. Nicely fielded by the spectator.
You either want a home game against a northern team or you don't mind an away one in Leinster too, but it's not as bad.
Next round, we'll worry about who it is on Tuesday. At the moment, Pembroke need to get their name in that hat, and they need 1 wicket to do that.
That's off the knees.
The bowler deciding, discretion, the better part of valour, getting out of the way of that one. McGee complaining that the fielder had hit him with the ball and not the stumps. You see the throw from Lawson here.
That's one of his worst throws ever.
It wasn't particularly good. You could see why McGee went to the umpire.
Yeah.
Fiacre
Yeah.
Tucker will field this time. Let's see what he hits on his way back in.
If that
He goes to Murphy's end and 1 bounce next to the stumps.
If that had been me, I'd be easily be able to go. I am that bad up.
Yeah, yeah, we'd have believed you, Graham.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this game, as I say, it's sort of going out with a whimper, not a bang. All the bangs we saw earlier on. Andy Balbirnie with that century. So yes, indeed, if we were to pick a player of the match, the candidates are
Mark Perry.
Andy Balbirnie, first of all,
yeah,
is
runs on the
ton
board.
up.
Runs on the board.
Absolutely. On the batting side, nobody's close to Andy.
No.
So Andy's in, and then Mark Berry's in for his 5 wickets,
And Sam
5
Mur-
for 39. Sam for
Murphy.
5 catches.
Yeah.
So, you know,
But you know we're going to give it to the batter.
yes.
Say
Because
the 2
without
bowlers.
that-
Yes.
no,
Without, yeah, I know.
Balbirnie played out into the offside. Oh, yeah. Look. As I say,
Little tickle.
if the boot had been on the
Yes.
other foot.
Ooh.
But if Andy had got out cheaply, then maybe Jack would have gone on. And, you know, yes, it could have been a turning point, but you don't know, you know, once you change the timeline, we've all seen Back to the Future. Once you change the timeline, different things happen.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by that timeline.
Oh, there are holes all over the plots there, don't worry. Don't worry.
Absolutely gone through it. There's totally messed up timelines.
So Andrew Balbirnie relishing his chance to take the ball. He got a little bit of movement, a little bit of wobble through the air there.
And as you said to me, Andy is listed on ESPN as a wicketkeeper.
Quick info.
Or Crick Info, sorry. Thank
Oh,
you.
it's ESPN Quick Info.
Okay, yeah. So
Noisy dart going alongside us.
So the man can do everything.
Yeah, last time he was a wicketkeeper, I think, was under 13s. And that was when he was wicketkeeper for half the innings, because he'd have to bowl the other half. He's got through another over, still wicketless.
Still got all his teeth back.
156 for 9 now.
Oh, yeah, that could have been bad.
Good stop. So James Lambert and James McGee continue on with what will end up being one of the bigger stands of the Estonian innings. If I can check that out. 17, 3, 15, 42, 8, 10, 2, 4, 14 and 41 these two have put on.
Obviously the field setting is a bit more generous, trying to chase wickets, but no, they've done a fine job.
Either way, they're just trying to get on with it now.
Daniel Murray back into the attack.
He's coming on from the St John's end now. Powerfully hit out. JJ Garth.
Again, they'll just use the pace of Murray.
Another Pembroke player who's had a good day. 40 with the bat earlier. Fabulous catch. Two-handed grab.
Safe hands everywhere in the field.
Well, so far. Just in case you're thinking of putting a curse on him.
The man has glue.
Scoreboard on our screen. Very inaccurate at this stage. There we go.
Just literally updated as you touch the screen.
157 for 9 it is in the 39th over. Very hard to see the scoreboard from here. Still just that one wicket to go. Dan Murray in search of it. Oh,
that's bending your back.
That is really putting the effort in.
And there's one for the over. I like this. This is nice to see. He didn't bowl like this in the first spell because that's not what was needed. But obviously just trying to rough up the final two batters. He's using that bouncer that he has in the arsenal.
Well, it didn't get up too high, and it was one that top order batsman would have deposited in the gardens, but he gets away with it against the tail ender.
Exactly.
And now the tail ender's backing away.
Yeah, that's the right time to use a short ball. Well, now you love to see a toe crusher because you're thinking the tail ender is back in his crease.
You've got him on the back foot. You've got him backing away.
Yeah. Toe crusher.
Yeah, and that's where I score my boundaries from. Taking it off middle with a swipe of the bat. Body nowhere near it.
A Joel Garner special. I tried.
Good ball from Dan Murray. One ball left in the over. I have to say, I am most surprised, but we're going to have another change in the commentary box. I really didn't think we were going to still be here. I thought everything would be packed up by now. Well, after 39 overs, Pembroke were 180 for 2.
Well, shepherd through by the batter.
And that is the end of the over. And for me, that is the end of my stints for today. So I thank you all very much. And I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of Graham Mooney and Heatley Texer.
Yes, this is the roly-poly. Oh, it's, good bouncer. Got the batsman to back off. Just what you want at this stage. So Andy Balbirnie going to continue from the nursery end, as we say, just trying to winkle out that last wicket. Pembroke players just, hoping the showers are warm when they get in. Just get that chill out of the bone. Oh, another edge. Slip's gone again. Why? Why has he moved the slip out? Hands on the
must
face.
be heading towards a 50-run partnership, Graham. I don't know.
I'll just double check that first.
Can't be a million miles off it, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, it's one of the longest anyway of the match for Instonians.
Slip now in place. Chips it over towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's just a single. Jack Hector cleaning up out there. Andrew Balbirnie, who has had a splendid day.
42. Well, 43 now.
Very good.
Partnership, yeah.
Very good. Excellent.
It is now the highest partnership of the match for Instonians. Smiths and Whites 42 was their previous, and that was the one that needed to go on for Instonians today. But unfortunately, White's getting out just after he hit a boundary. He went after Berry again, and he skied one for a fine catch by Murphy. And again, Edge, he needed a second slip.
I'm looking at Andy Balbirnie.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he has to do. Just shows you think he'd be happy with the 100th, but no, he wants that wicket. What I want to see now is 6 slips for Balbirnie. We're getting the full emotional set here from him. 6 slips in a short leg.
Yeah.
I think if he'd asked Paul to give it to him. Oh, nowhere near the fielder. Nowhere near. You can see some of the Pembroke fielders' hands being hidden in jumpers, and
it's cold, Graham.
It's
very
very
out there
cold.
now.
There's no sun. There's no heat in the day.
The only thing is, you and I did say very early in the day we would take an overcast, dry day.
Yes, and we got our
and
overs.
By and large, that's what we've got.
Oh, well bowled.
And so 102 runs required off 9 overs.
Well, if I was these batsmen, I'd go make them stay out there for the 9. Maybe get myself a 50.
Absolutely.
Not a bad thing to have against your name as a batsman, a 10 or 11 batsman. Have an Irish Senior Cup 50.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing, Graham. When it gets to under 100 required, there's something...
Funny thing?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, you have. And you'll see it happen again.
Hopefully not
Will
today.
happen. No, maybe not today, but...
Oh, just short of the fielder. Another one in the air. Again, it's just the batsman staying on his back foot and it's getting under it a little.
Both McGee and Lambert have done really well here.
Obviously, they've just been left with such a mountain to climb. You would just think, the boundary shots, just enough boundary shots just aren't there for them because there's no 1s or 2s coming either. Oh, there we have it. There's the Joel Garner special. That's what we were looking for. Full. The batsman was back.
Cracking delivery to finish the game here today. It's the second round of the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. It's a victory for the Pembroke Cricket Club against a very strong Instonian side.
102 runs. Or 101 runs victory.
Yeah.
I think that might
Hugs and shake of hands all round for Pembroke. They'll shake hands with the opposition now. It's been a very clinical performance on the part of
Here we go. Murray's beautiful.
Pembroke.
Beautiful finish.
Yeah, cracking delivery. I heard you talking about a toe crusher.
Yeah.
That's right up in the block.
Tail enders hate them.
Yeah.
Because often they're not getting in line with the ball.
Yeah.
And we saw it
Well,
there.
both McGee and Lambert did really well there. And so Nikolai Smith leads his Instonian troops out to shake hands.
No, a fine performance from Pembroke today. They'll be delighted to get their name in the hat. Obviously, there was a little worry with players missing. Would they be able to get put in the performance required? And they certainly have. It was an all-round performance. Obviously, Balburney's 100 sticks out, but Bolton's cameo at the end.
Yeah,
And,
I actually think that last over, Graham, was an absolute game changer. It took all the momentum into the Pembroke dressing room.
Especially since, because of the weather, there wasn't a half-hour tea break.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Instonians had to come straight out after 10 minutes after having that disappointment of those runs coming off that last over. So momentum kicked in, and then they followed it up in the second innings, with Bolton taking quick wickets, and followed up by Berry's Pfeiffer. Some great fielding, no catches put down, one-handed one.
I've got to compliment both sides on the calibre of their fielding today, and as I do that, Graham, you want to have a read through
here's the batting performance. Obviously, Smith stood out for Instonians. He was the bedrock, but with 38. Carmichael was the first to fall today for 9. Rock will be disappointed. He was in such good form this season with just the 2. Dadswell got a start like White, but after that it was just a procession back to the clubhouse really. And we can see with the bowling, Bolton with 2 at the top, Lawson with the important wicket of Rock. But Berry stands out, 10 overs, 5 for 39, and Murphy with 5 catches, 1 on the run, running backwards. It's just a great performance. Just the 11 bowling actions, which is also good to see. Just the 7 wides, no balls.
Yeah, certainly from a Pembroke perspective, that makes...
Murphy with 6 catches.
That makes very pretty reading. As Graham so rightly says, the standout bowler today, Mark Berry. 5 for 39 off his full allocation.
Yeah.
Terrific win that for Pembroke, who go marching on now into the quarterfinals of the Irish Senior Cup. All eyes and ears will be on the pending draw, I believe, this coming Tuesday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll have to look. We'll be looking. I'm sure everyone will be looking in the bar now at the rest of the teams that get through. There's some tight matches still out there. Balbriggan, of course, already have their name in the hat with that amazing win earlier today for them. But there's a lot of games in the balance to keep an eye out before the evening finishes.
Well, we did say at the start of play, all clubs love the Irish Senior Cup. The National Cup has been one of the great success stories in Irish cricket. And today, just towards the latter end of this game, it became slightly one-sided. But it was a terrific win for Pembroke when you think of those who weren't playing.
Yes.
Well,
they were in Rogue's Corner there.
They were in Rogue's Corner, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. But hopefully the boys who will all play for Ireland now against the West Indies have a good.
Well, we wish them well. Yeah. We wish them well. It promises to be a great series.
And get to come back for that quarter-final.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Hopefully at home, so we can again sit here and talk you through the game and produce another.
And there's the result. Pembroke, first 11, winning by 103 runs, courtesy of the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. And here is the final dismissal. An absolute corker. Up in the block hole, takes middle and leg stump.
Can't ask for more.
No, it's been a great day. I thank all involved. It's been another brilliant production. Well done to
Thank you, Niall,
you,
as
Graham,
always.
and Niall. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And Craig. We had Theo Lawson on comms as well today. We thank him, and we very much look forward to our next stream, which I believe is
Wednesday.
this coming Wednesday.
Women's second 11.
Women's second 11. Great.
Yeah. So.
Men next at home in the Leinster Senior Cup.
Oh yes. Leinster Senior Cup on Sunday.
Leinster Senior Cup on Sunday.
Yes,
okay.
that's the quarter final also. So that's a big game.
Well,
here
I
at
look
home.
forward to that. So there's lots of great cricket coming your way, all courtesy of the brilliant and dream stream team here in Pembroke Cricket Club. From myself, Heatley, Graham, Craig, Theo, Niall, can I thank you for your company, and we all look forward to speaking with you in the very near future. Goodbye from us all.
Thank you. Good night.